on that sobering note, but hopefully hopeful as well. That was the People's Emergency Briefing, a public record of warnings and recommendations from UK climate experts based on scientific evidence on the challenges that we will need to face head on to ensure the survival of the planet and humanity. Can I get a show of hands? How many of you are feeling more worried than you were when you woke up this morning? I see a couple of hands here. Perhaps we're all still in shock, just digesting what's there. But in any case, if you, like me, have so many questions stemming from this documentary, you are at the right avenue to explore them here at the NCGS, both during the plenary sessions as well as the workshops and masterclasses that will be held throughout the week. So we thank you for being here. Today, the NCGS held the first screening of the People's Emergency Briefing in Southeast Asia. So all of you attended the premiere of this screening here, and we hope that it generates a lot of conversation both this week and beyond. Now, we are going to begin with the main plenary event in just a bit, so we invite you to stay in your seats, sit tight. We are using the Whova app throughout the week. That's WHOVA. If you haven't downloaded that yet, we do encourage you to do so. You can also access the web portal. This is the mechanism that we're using to convey to you the full agenda of this conference, all these speaker profiles, and also submit questions for the panel discussions. There are also a lot of little activities on the app. There's some icebreaker questions that you can answer to meet with other attendees here. So please do make full use of the app. The Whova app is also the place where you register for the workshops and masterclasses that will happen from Wednesday onwards. You don't want to miss this opportunity. It is a free resource for you to up your skills and knowledge in sustainability and climate change issues. So do take the time to explore the Whova app. I've also been asked to let you know that the organizers are running a caption contest on Whova. So please submit your best photo and caption on the NCGS, and you could get a chance to be featured on the Climate Governance Malaysia media platform, as well as, get to know more people and just share your thoughts on this. So please do sit tight. We will begin the plenary event shortly. Thank you so much.
I'm well prepared for it to lead good young talent to build a better world for all of us.
You've known us for 50 years. You've seen our name. You know our brand. But do you know what we stand for? We stand for progress, for connection, to powering economies, and levity. We value kindness, for comfort, for better living, where research meets recovery, where care begins today. We stand for the planet, to be Asia's model corporation in sustainable development, innovating to enrich lives for a better tomorrow, inspiring change across the world. We champion education for opportunity and for tomorrow. We stand for people. We stand with you. 50 years ago, we began with progress. Tomorrow, we lead with purpose. Sunway, your future, our legacy.
'The future begins with a ripple. Ripples that grow into waves. Waves that define our values to move people, ideas, and progress. Progress that powers the cities of tomorrow. Where challenges are transformed into opportunities for shared prosperity. From energy solutions that sustain communities for generations to come, to smart industrial hubs that fuel economies. and digital infrastructure that connects people. The future is not built in a single day. It is shaped by our choices. And the values that started us on this journey still move forward today. Each decision sending ripples that inspire change. An endless wave set in motion, where every action holds the power to become something greater. What we build today shapes more than people or places. It shapes possibilities. It champions urban biodiversity. It stands tall as a testament to innovation and progress. To be a value multiplier for people, businesses, economies, and the planet. We are Sime Darby Property.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning. Yang berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer at the Companies Commission of Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Henry Sackville Barlow, Chair of the Board of Climate Governance Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Dr. Gary Tissera, Chair of the Council of Climate Governance Malaysia. Dr. Hoesung, President of the Carbon Free Alliance and former chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, members of the Diplomatic Corps in Malaysia, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit 2026. We're absolutely delighted to have you with us today for the fourth edition of this conference that brings together the climate action community in Malaysia and abroad. As with previous years, the NCGS 2026 is a hybrid event with both in-person and virtual audiences, so we warmly welcome all online participants tuning in, with huge thanks also to the many venues that are live streaming this event. Now, day one of the NCGS Summit is in collaboration with the Companies Commission of Malaysia, or SSM, and is thus eligible for SSM CPE points. Please stay tuned for announcements throughout the program for the steps that you need to take in order to collect these points. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the NCGS this year is resilience in a hothouse world, which is especially timely as we see record-breaking heat waves hit much of Europe earlier in the summer, as well as our region bracing for magnified El Nino effects later in the year. We hope the discussions and conversations held today inspire everyone in attendance to strengthen strategies for climate resilience and ensure a habitable planet for generations to come. Now, to start off this morning, allow me to invite Dato Henry Sackville Barlow, the Chair of the Board of Directors at Climate Governance Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Yang berbahagia Dato Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Dr. Hoesung, my fellow colleagues on the CGM Board of Directors, esteemed members of the CGM Council, distinguished guests, honored speakers, representatives from government, industry, academia, civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit 2026. As Chair of the Board of Climate Governance Malaysia, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth edition of this summit. Thank you for joining us as we continue to strengthen Malaysia's climate leadership and governance agenda. Please note details which are about to come up on the screen of what we have achieved last year. Well, I hope it'll arrive shortly. Over the past 4 years, this summit has evolved into more than just an annual conference. It has become a trusted platform where board directors, policymakers, Regulators, investors, business leaders, and practitioners come together to exchange ideas, challenge world perspectives, and, more importantly, shape practical solutions for a changing world. This year's theme, as you will have heard, is resilience in a hothouse world, and it could not be more timely. Around the world, climate change is no longer viewed as a future risk. It's already with us in today's operating environment. We're witnessing more frequent and intense floods, prolonged heat waves, water stress, biodiversity loss, and disruptions to global supply chains. These events are increasingly affecting economic growth, public health, infrastructure, food security, and financial stability. I would like to mention at this stage that a personal experience. I'm involved in a farming operation in Northamptonshire, in the Midlands, north of London. And this year, we finished our harvest on the 31st of July, which was 1 month earlier than any previous harvest in the history of that region. We've had acute drought since May. The soil is absolutely rock hard. And this is an indication, one which has come home very acutely personally to me, of exactly what we're now facing. Malaysia itself is not immune. Over the past few years, we've experienced record-breaking temperatures, recurring flood events, changing rainfall patterns, and increasing pressure on businesses and communities to adapt to a rapidly changing climate. At the same time, Malaysian companies are navigating an increasingly complex landscape of sustainability disclosures, transition planning, carbon management, and evolving investor expectations. Climate governance has therefore moved beyond environmental stewardship. Today, it is fundamentally about business resilience, competitiveness, value creation, and long-term national prosperity. Boards are now expected not only to oversee financial performance, but also to understand climate-related risks and opportunities, strengthen organization resilience, and ensure that strategic decisions remain fit for an increasingly uncertain future. This is precisely why gatherings like NCGS today matter. Over the next 5 days, we will explore topics ranging from sustainable economic development, disaster resilience, and biodiversity to sustainable finance, climate litigation, transition planning, and emerging technologies. More importantly, we will discuss how these issues translate into practical governance decisions within our organizations. One initiative we're especially pleased to introduce this year is the NCGS Impact Pledge. The pledge is a voluntary commitment that encourages participants to convert the insights gained during this summit into tangible actions after they return to their organizations. Whether it is strengthening board oversight, improving climate disclosure, embedding resilience into corporate strategy, or fostering stronger collaboration across sectors, meaningful progress begins with individual leadership. Because ultimately, success should not be measured by the quality of our discussions this week, but by the decisions that we make afterwards. None of this would be possible without strong partnerships. I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to the Companies Commission of Malaysia, SSM, our co-host of Day One and sponsor of this summit, and to Bank Negara Malaysia for once again graciously hosting us here at Sasana Kijang. My appreciation also goes to our sponsors, program partners, speakers, moderators, exhibitors, volunteers, and the dedicated CGM Secretariat, whose commitment has made this summit possible. Ladies and gentlemen, The climate challenge is undoubtedly one of the defining issues of this generation. But every period of disruption also presents an opportunity to innovate, an opportunity to strengthen governance, an opportunity to build businesses that are more resilient, more competitive, and better prepared for the future. No single organization, sector, or institution can achieve this alone. Progress will depend on collaboration, trust, and a shared commitment to long-term thinking. I hope that throughout this summit, we will not only exchange knowledge, but also build partnerships, inspire new ideas, and leave with renewed determination to turn ambition into action. Together, we have an opportunity to position Malaysia not merely as a country responding to climate change, but as one that is leading with resilience, innovation, and responsible governance. I wish you all a productive and meaningful national climate governance. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dato Henry, for your welcoming remarks and also emphasizing the importance of action and partnerships in addressing climate change, something that Climate Governance Malaysia has been at the forefront of facilitating. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Day 1 of the NCGS is proudly co-hosted with the Companies Commission of Malaysia, which has been a staunch supporter of this event since its inception in 2023. Therefore, I'm delighted to invite Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, the Chief Executive Officer of the SSM, to the stage for her opening remarks. Please give a warm welcome to Datuk Nur Azimah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berusaha Dr. Hoesung, President Carbon Free Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, founder of CGM Malaysia. Yang berusaha Dr. Gary Desera, Chair of the Council Climate Governance Malaysia, members of the Board of Directors, CGM, members of Council of CGM, distinguished speakers, panelists and moderators, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, salam sejahtera. Again, a very good morning and warm welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit NCGS 2026. First and foremost, and on behalf of the Companies Commission of Malaysia, or SSM, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to CGM for organizing this important summit and for inviting SSM once again to be part of this meaningful national conversation. I would also like to congratulate CGM for its continued leadership in bringing together policymakers, regulators, business leaders, investors, academia, and civil society to advance climate governance and strengthen Malaysia's sustainability agenda. Now in its fourth year, the National Climate Governance Summit has grown into one of Malaysia's leading platform for climate governance, fostering collaboration and practical dialogues on climate risk, resilience, and government-led transitional strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's summit, which is resilience in a hothouse world, is both timely and significant. Climate change is no longer a distant environmental concern. It is really an economic reality that is now shaping business operations, disrupting supply chains, and challenging the resilience of economies and communities across the globe. Here in Malaysia, these challenges are becoming increasingly evident. The World Bank's Malaysia Country Climate and Development Report estimates that Malaysia will require approximately USD 32.6 billion in disaster risk reduction and resilience measures over the coming decades. So there's a lot of money. And the same report also mentions that under a pessimistic future climate scenario, climate change could reduce Malaysia's GDP by as much as 8.3% by 2050. So these are projections that prove that building resilience is not merely an environmental priority, but an economic priority. Resilience is no longer measured solely by an organization's ability to recover from disruption. Rather, it is reflected in its ability to anticipate emerging risk, ability to adapt the changing circumstances and make informed decisions in an increasingly complex and uncertain environment. Building such resilience requires more than operational preparedness. It demands strong governance, strategic foresight, and effective leadership at every level of an organization. Accordingly, climate governance has become an essential boardroom priority. Boards are increasingly expected not only to oversee financial performance, but also to understand climate-related risks and opportunities, integrate sustainability into corporate strategy, and ensure that their organizations remain resilient in the face of evolving environmental, economic, and societal expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, as a regulatory body, SSM plays a fundamental role in fostering a corporate ecosystem founded on good governance and accountability. At SSM, we now regulate more than 720,000 active companies and 1.7 million micro businesses that comprise of sole proprietorship and partnership. These are the micro businesses, as well as 40,000 active limited liability partnership across Malaysia. Given the scale and diversity of this corporate ecosystem, strengthening transparency, accountability, and sustainable business practice is essential to enhance Malaysia's long-term economic resilience. So this commitment is reflected in SSM's fourth strategic direction plan, or SDP4, which has now commenced this year in 2026 until 2030, which identifies sustainability as one of SSM's strategic priorities, including the development of an ESG policy. While SSM is not a climate policy regulator, we are a corporate registry, yeah, but we play our role in strengthening the corporate governance framework that enables businesses to respond responsibly to climate-related risks and opportunities. So in line with this commitment, SSM has embarked on an initiative to strengthen Malaysia's corporate regulatory framework through the proposed amendments to the Companies Act 2016 that we govern relating to sustainability reporting. The proposed framework adopts a phased and proportionate approach for large non-listed companies in Group 3, yeah, as well as a voluntary approach for all SMEs. This recognizes that businesses have different capabilities while providing sufficient time to prepare for future reporting requirements. The proposed amendments will also complement the National Sustainability Reporting Framework, NSRF, reinforce directors' accountability for sustainability-related and non-financial information disclosure that promote greater corporate transparency. As part of this initiative, SSM has issued the consultative document on the proposed amendments to the Companies Act 2016 on sustainability reporting on 30th of April this year to obtain views from stakeholders on the proposed policy direction and legislative amendments. This consultative approach reflects SSM's commitment to develop a legal framework that is practical, balanced and responsive to the needs of Malaysian business while encouraging meaningful stakeholders' participation. Reporting must be developed through collaboration with businesses, industry professionals, and other stakeholders to ensure that the resulting framework is both practical and fit for purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, organizations that integrate sustainability into their governance, strategy, and risk management processes will be better equipped to anticipate change. They will be better equipped to respond to emerging risks and seize new opportunities in an increasingly competitive global economy. This requires leadership that is forward looking, accountable, and committed to creating long term value. So, Malaysia has made significant progress in advancing its sustainability agenda as regulators, businesses, investors, and professionals. We, each of us, have a shared responsibility to build on this momentum. Our collective success will not only be measured solely by the commitments we make, but by our ability to translate those commitments into credible actions. So, as we gather today, over the next 2 days, in this NCGS summit, I encourage all of us to make full use of this platform to exchange ideas, as challenge conventional thinking, and explore um, practical solutions that will strengthen climate governance across our organizations. So let this summit not only deepen our understanding of challenges ahead, but also inspire meaningful partnerships and actions that will shape a more resilient future for Malaysia. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I wish everyone a productive and successful National Climate Governance Summit and NCGS 2026. Thank you for your attention. And I end my speech with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato, for these remarks. If I may ask you to just stay on the stage for a little bit, we would like to recognize your contribution, your stalwart leadership in climate governance at the SSM. Dato Nur Azimah will be retiring this month on the 21st of August after 23 years in the SSM. So, in celebration of her long service and commitment to climate governance, Datin Sri Raj Kumar, the founder of CGM, presents a token of appreciation to Dato Azimah. Can we have another round of applause, please, for Dato Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz of the SSM? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, is the most authoritative scientific body shaping climate policy. We are very honored to have with us for this summit the immediate past chair of the IPCC, Dr. Hoesung, who helmed the body from 2015 to 2023. Dr. Lee oversaw the sixth assessment cycle of the IPCC, with the sixth assessment report underpinning many of our climate policies today. I am delighted to invite Dr. Hoesung to the stage to deliver his opening keynote, From Climate Science to Climate Action, Navigating the Next Decade of Global Leadership. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Lee.
Thank you. Good morning. Distinguished guests, members of board and the Council of Climate Governance Malaysia, its supporters and partners, and dear friends, colleagues. I'm very grateful for you inviting me to this keynote opportunity for the National Climate Governance Summit 2026. The summit, as I have watched, as I have observed several times, has grown well in both scale and substance. The previous summit brought together more than 30,000 participants from over 30 countries, a clear indication of the importance of the kind of dialogue the CGM has pursued. Yet, its true significance, in my mind, lies beyond its scale. It has become one of the key events for those caring about climate action and economic transformation. For these leaders, climate change is no longer a distant target or a general expression of aspiration. It's now part of the decisions they make every day and how boards govern, how the regulators set expectations, and how the investors also assess risk and also price the risk, how governments allocate public resources, and how businesses make choices whose consequences may last for decades. By bringing these experts together, CGM has become more than a national forum, in my mind. It is now a regional platform where public policy, corporate interests, finance, and implementation come together. So congratulations for the good involvement of the CGM. This evolution is entirely consistent with the central message of the documentary screened earlier this morning, that climate risk must be understood across the systems on which our societies depend. In this respect, CGM is well placed to help narrow the distance between aspiration and action. This narrowing the distance between the two elements is the focus of my remarks today. 10 years ago, the world agreed to limit warming to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century, and also agreed to peak global greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible. This is the language used by the Paris Agreement. And then later on, the IPCC, the science which assessed all these science behind the negotiation, has been very clear that the peak must occur no later than 2025. And then followed by, after 2025, must be followed by the reductions of 7% per year, annual reduction, reaching net zero by 2050. The 2025 deadline has come and gone, and we now find ourselves unable really to say with much confidence when this promise to peak global emissions as soon as possible will finally be fulfilled. The global energy-related CO2 emissions increased, well, in 2025 to a highest level of something close to 39 billion tons. The latest climate observations show a persistence of warming. Many of you have mentioned the severity of the warming, and in my experience, about 3 days in Korea, the temperature there shot up 40 degrees, and it is quite unheard of such a temperature being recorded in the Korean peninsula. And the meteorologists there indicate that such an extreme occurrence of the summer temperatures will occur again in a very short period of time this year and next year. So we had expected such an occurrence, but when we actually saw it happening, it is quite a shock, surprise. So it is hardly surprising that many now question whether the 1.5 degree goal remain attainable. In fact, this is the most frequently asked to me because the IPCC sixth assessment, which was privileged to serve as its chair, assessed its scientific underpinnings, the 1.5 degree goal. Just briefly, I want to mention what this 1.5 degree science-based trajectory. all the climate models show the temperatures exceeding 1.5 degrees uh, for several decades and then falling to 1.5 degree at the end of the century. So there will be a bump in the temperature trajectory. This is known as overshoot scenario. Many of you very well know. And uh, this these scenarios assume a very large scale atmospheric removals to stabilize warming at 1.5 at the end of the century. This means that temperatures will continue to rise over the coming decades, and that emissions reductions today would not reduce a climate extremes this year or the next year, but would limit the level of temperature overshoot several decades down the road. The models indicates that some impacts from the overshoot above 1.5 degrees would not be reversed even if warming is later brought back to its 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, such as the damaged coral reefs, sea level rise, biodiversity loss, etc. Those are the damages that may not be returned to a states before 1.5 degree temperatures, even if world temperature coming down back to 1.5 after the overshoot by the end of the century. So the mitigation now is truly an investment for future generations. But that is only the half of the truth. Because temperatures will continue to rise over the coming decades, adaptation is an investment in the present generation. So we must therefore do two things at the same time. That's not surprising at all, but we must reduce emissions with far greater the determination. But at the same time, we must prepare ourselves for the warming that can no longer be avoided. Living in a hot house, as you called here, labeled here on the program, really indicates. The 10 years after the Paris Agreement established in the Paris Agreement wording the global goal on adaptation, but the international community still struggling to make this global goal on adaptation fully operational. For countries already facing severe weather events, this is much, much far too late. And for the poorest developing countries, adaptation investment is not separate from a development investment. A climate resilient road, which we all need, is a development investment, especially for the poor developing countries. A reliable water system is a development investment, and a stronger health system and more resilient electricity grid, and also agricultural capable of the withstanding drought are all a development investment. So there is a somewhat fuzzy line between adaptation investment and development investment, which make the decision on the decision regarding the adaptation to be a somewhat difficult based considering the traditional understanding of the public sector investment decision making. So we also be very cognizant about the adaptation investment must work with the nature, not against it. It's easy to say so, but very difficult to implement. Why? The forest, wetland, mangroves, coral reefs, and healthy soils are not are not the amenities to be considered after roads, cities, industries have been built. But that's the process. That's the usual practice all over the world's being taken right now. So we hope that not forget that we depend on those natural systems. The international community has agreed some time ago to conserve at least 30% of the world's land, inland waters, coastal areas, and oceans by 2030. And that's a significant agreement. The IPCC assessed further that maintaining the resilience of biodiversity and the ecosystems services at the global scale will require at least 30 to 50% of those areas to be reserved, to be conserved. The adaptation investment should therefore be designed not merely to avoid damaging nature, but wherever possible to restore and strengthen those natural ecosystems. It would make little sense to protect communities from one climate risk while destroying the ecosystems that protect them from others. Yet the countries most exposed to climate risks are often those with the least fiscal capacity to respond. Many are already heavily burdened by public debt. For many of these developing countries, adaptation is conditioned for economic development itself. And we cannot afford to spend another decade debating frameworks while vulnerability continues to grow. If the 10 years of Paris Agreement taught anything to us, I believe it is the world should not spend a valuable time fighting the wrong battles for climate. We have seen arguments and tussle over whether phasing down or phasing out of fossil fuels. It has been dragged on for the last 5 years. May I say, I believe it is really a waste of time. Let me mention a few things about that. All those years, global emissions kept increasing. I am fully convinced that climate negotiations cannot be about energy negotiations, energy regulations. If there were such a thing as a climate market, the world would not need the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change or the Paris Agreement because the climate market would handle the problems caused by excess carbon emissions that drive climate change. Let's think about the energy. We have a global energy market. Hence, we do not have, in actuality, we do not have such thing as a UN Framework Convention on Energy. If world is serious about a climate negotiations for solution, then the world should negotiate the allocation of global carbon budget among its member countries, 195 countries. It's not easy, but that's the way for the real solution, understanding the difficulties, barriers to arrive at. But we should not forget about what is the real course of action the world should take. Now, let me tell you this, the implementation of 1.5 degrees target requires this allocation of the allowable emissions among 195 countries, as I said before, that allocation of so-called carbon budget corresponding to 1.5 degrees. That number is well known around the world. You can check the reference right away. It used to be 500 gigaton, but right now probably there's very little remaining at this moment because of for last three to 4 years, emissions increased very rapidly. Now, that allocating carbon budget among countries is the job of governments, parties to the UNFCCC, although they are not willing to do so. Such an allocation of allowable emissions would lead to the discovery of optimal price for carbon emissions. Markets and industries will then respond for their own benefit to stay within the carbon budget, to stay also in the energy market and other related markets. The result is low emissions technologies will win and high emission technologies such as unabated fossil fuels will lose due to increasing competition for lower emissions. You don't need to force a fossil producers or some high emitting producers artificially to disappear. So let's not forget that a problem is emissions, not sources of emissions. And that it is not also, let's not forget, it is not the time to fight the wrong battles. Another lesson from the Paris accumulated over 10 years, that climate solutions must go hand in hand with the strengthening nation's security of energy supply and also the supply of core raw materials. This is especially important for manufacturing economies like Malaysia and other ASEAN member countries, where manufacturing shares of GDP are among the top in the world. The manufacturing economies requires a dependable energy sources, energy services every hour and every hour of every day. Climate policy, if perceived, I hope not, if perceived to compromise that security, will lose public confidence. Energy security and decarbonization are not competitive objectives. A third lesson from the experiences of the past 10 years under the Paris Agreement is to appreciate the power of competition. The success story of renewable energy is largely due to the EU's policy drives, which is really the demand pull for renewables, and China's supply push drives. Competition in the renewable energy market produced a technological progress, the economies of scale, and the extraordinary decline in the cost of renewable electricity generation. The extraordinary decline in the cost of renewable energy did not occur because the world agreed on a slogan or because the world carried out a campaign for renewable energy, although there may be some impact of those campaigns. But the real cause of that decline was a technological progress with regard to the low emitting technologies, and that's due to the competition. The expansion of Chinese manufacturing of renewable technologies helped reduce the costs of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, etc., etc. And then they made a renewable energy acceptable to far more countries and also accelerated deployment around the world. But this success has allowed one particular country to vertically dominate the entire supply chain. Thus, this sent a wake-up call to other countries around the world to increase their capabilities to build in-country renewable energy supply chains. Competition. More countries should be able to manufacture low-emission energy technologies with enhanced supply chain security. More companies should be able to innovate, which is a good thing for the economy, which is a good thing for the world, whatever the goal we used to mention. The fourth and last lesson from the Paris 10 years of climate efforts, to my mind, is the importance of building solidarity, and that solidarity can be strengthened under the climate of peace. The pathway assessed for limiting warming to around 1.5 degrees were not merely a technological scenarios. They were premised on the assumptions of world, a world capable of a cooperation and peaceful coexistence. The jargon is SSP1, the Shared Socio-Economic Pathway, scenario number one. It assumes that they depended on the free movement of capital, technology movement, as well as the transfer, and the international climate finance, and this willingness the countries to coordinate action toward a common objective. The IPCC assessment found that through about 1,000 scenarios, the pathway characterized by a weak international cooperation and regional rivalries and conflicts and deep inequality, we are seeing those things occurring now, could not produce 1.5 degrees target trajectory. Yet while our climate scenarios assume a world capable of cooperation, SSP1, the real world has moved in the opposite direction. You all know the index, the Global Peace Index. Many organizations cite this GPI. This Global Peace Index reports that the world is becoming less and less peaceful as years went by. In fact, the last year, the GPI showed the lowest level for last 17 years. Indeed, resources are increasingly directed toward military competition. The international trust is weakening, and the conflict at the state level are rising. Trade, investment, technology are becoming instruments of strategic rivalry. Under these conditions, what realism, we must ask, what realism is there in assuming that countries will act to protect the global atmosphere, preserve ecosystems, and mobilize resources for the most vulnerable? There can be no credible global climate strategy in a world that is increasingly preparing for conflict. How persuasive, should we ask, can the slogan save the planet really be when we are confronted with the human suffering near us all around the world? Protecting the planet is ultimately about protecting people. When people are busy with mutual destruction, can they have room for caring the environment and saving the planet? Ladies and gentlemen, the first decade after Paris taught us that targets alone are not enough. The next decade must be guided by outcomes. Does a policy reduce emissions? Does it strengthen resilience and energy security? Does it promote competition and innovation? And does it nurture solidarity and reinforce the spirit of cooperation on which global progress depends? These are the questions that should guide governments, investors, corporate boards, and civil society. The task before us is clear: to reduce emissions, to invest in adaptation and resilience, to build secure, competitive energy systems, and to restore cooperation in an increasingly divided world. If we remain focused on these objectives, the next decade need not repeat the last one we saw. That is the leadership the next decade requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for that very clear eyed assessment of the issues that we need to prioritize for our climate agenda that also recognizes the geopolitical and economic dynamics that we're contending with. We're going to be hearing more from him during the plenary session, so there'll be opportunities to delve deeper into how we can realize the climate market needed to secure sustainable economic growth in the face of inevitable global warming. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Climate Governance Initiative, now known as the Chapter Zero Alliance, was born in 2015 amid the momentum of the Paris Agreement to encourage private sector boards to adopt climate governance. Indeed, CGM was the first nationally constituted chapter under this umbrella, which now includes 35 chapters across 73 countries. Now, although she couldn't join us in person this year, the founder and CEO of Chapter Zero Alliance, Emily Farnworth, has a video message for the summit. Please turn your attention to the screens for Emily's remarks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Farnworth, the CEO of Chapter Zero Alliance. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you via this video message, although I wish I was there in person. It's a real pleasure to be able to speak to you all at the Climate Governance Summit this year, and I hope you've been having a wonderful time so far. Let me start with a number, 1.5 degrees Celsius. For years, that number has served as a marker, a signal of the level of warming at which climate impacts become more difficult to manage. Last year, global average temperatures increased by that amount across a full calendar year. A reminder that climate change is no longer a distant scenario, but a present operating condition. The question before every business leader, every boardroom, and every director is not whether climate will influence the operating environment of your organization. It already does through extreme heat, water stress, flooding, supply chain exposure, regulation, financial conditions, and shifting expectations from investors, customers, and employers. Practical question is, how prepared is your organization to respond? The physical risk of climate change is well established. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, drawing on the work of thousands of scientists around the globe, tells us that without rapid, deep, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, the world will remain on a pathway towards substantially higher levels of warming this century. For business, this is not simply an environmental concern. It is a strategic and financial issue. Higher temperatures, more intense rainfall, rising seas, and changing ecosystems can affect assets, supply chains, workforce productivity, insurance costs, infrastructure reliability, and long-term investment assumptions. Malaysia understands this context well. Flooding, extreme heat, and coastal exposure are all material considerations for many sectors, from manufacturing to logistics, to property, to agriculture, finance, and tourism. The challenge for boards is to ensure these risks are assessed with the same discipline as many other material risks. There is the operating context in which organizations must now perform, grow, and endure. This is precisely why board directors are not just on the edges of the climate conversation, but are central to it. Strategy, risk, capital allocation, executive accountability, and long-term value creation are all the instruments of governance. Increasingly, each of them has a climate dimension. A board approving a 10-year capital investment plan should understand how it performs under plausible physical and transition risk scenarios. Board accepting a net zero commitment for management should be clear on the pathway, the dependencies, the investment required, and the accountability framework behind it. A board overseeing an export-orientated business should understand how regulation, carbon pricing, disclosure expectations, and customer requirements may affect competitiveness. I'm not saying this to be dramatic. I'm saying it because because the governance bar is moving. Regulators, investors, and markets are increasingly treating climate as a matter of resilience and stewardship. Understanding the seriousness of the challenge does not mean accepting defeat. It means building the capacity to adapt, absorb shocks, and continue creating value as conditions change. Resilience boards see opportunity. The transition to a lower carbon, climate adapted economy will shape infrastructure, energy, finance, food systems. It will reward the organisations that anticipate change, invest wisely, and build trust with stakeholders. This is why Chapter Zero Alliance exists, to ensure that those with formal responsibility to steer organisations are equipped, informed, and connected to do so with confidence. You are not alone in this. You have a community, a growing body of knowledge, and a shared purpose. Ultimately, what this movement asks of directors is steady leadership, the discipline to look clearly at the evidence, and confidence to ask the right questions, and the commitment to govern, not only for the next quarter, but for the next generation. The warming world is already shaping business. The resilient response begins in the boardroom. For those of you at the Climate Governance Summit listening to this, you know that you're already part of the solution. We thank you so much for your participation today and look forward to the ongoing engagement that we'll have through the Malaysia chapter and across our global movement. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Farnworth, the CEO of Chapter
That
Zero
was Emily
Alliance.
Farnworth, the
It's a
CEO
pleasure
of
to be
Chapter
speaking
Zero
with you
Alliance.
via this video.
And of course, she was highlighting the climate considerations that all boards need to factor in governing business and how boards can be the solution or are pretty much the solution. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, earlier this morning we watched a documentary film, The People's Emergency Briefing, which highlighted how close we are to climate change tipping points and the cascade of scenarios that could occur if the world breaches 2 degrees Celsius of global warming. How can stakeholders collectively mobilize to prevent the worst outcomes of climate change and turn a crisis situation into a competitive advantage for the nation? That is the focus of the first panel of our plenary session today. I'm pleased to invite to the stage our esteemed panel of speakers this morning, Professor Tan Sri Dr. Jamila Mahmud, Executive Director of the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, Edward Verkic, Resident Representative to Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam for the United Nations Development Programme, and Nik Ahmad, former Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, as well as former MP for Setiawangsa. This panel is being moderated by architect Dr. Serena Hijaz, Director of Hijaz Architects and a council member of Climate Governance Malaysia. The theme of the panel is From Global Emergency to Malaysian Reality, Framing the Climate Crisis for National Action. Can we give our panelists and moderator a big round of applause? Dr. Serena, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our panel From Global Emergency to Malaysia Reality, Framing the Climate Crisis for National Action. Excuse me while I'm still on paper versus an iPad. And I did check, my carbon is a bit higher on paper. So I thought I was doing the old-fashioned way, but it's actually a saving if I was on the iPad. We've just watched the People's Emergency Briefing film capturing a global climate reality. The truth of extreme climate vulnerability is no longer just an environmental projection. It is rapidly growing public health and systemic crisis driven by climate change felt by populations and infrastructure built on a cooler and more stable past. So, to unpack how we can move from global warming warnings to decisive national action, we are joined by three exceptional sustainable leaders who have and are helping shape our climate policy, relook into our financial and investment landscape on climate adaptation opportunities, and illuminate the missing gaps to address the imminent planetary health impacts. So, welcoming Professor Tan Sri Jamila. She is from the Sunway Center for Plenary Health. In the center is Edward Vick, resident representative to Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam United Nations Development Program. And to our far right, Nik Ahmad, former Member of Parliament, Setiawangsa, former Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability. So I'd like to start with a panel-wide question to all panelists on how we can approach the global emergency here in ASEAN and specifically in Malaysia to address our shared global climate emergency commitments. And so I look to Nick Nazmi perhaps to turn to national policy into community-wide execution, how the former NRS minister and the environmental NRAS have worked in trying to be central to driving Malaysia's green transition frameworks. Nick Nazmi, I'd like to ask you a very fundamental question in terms of our national climate change bill, which we have been awaiting for some time, because we believe that at a policy level, we need basically a stick and not a carrot, basically to shift the position. So, can you illuminate us a little bit on the National Climate Change Bill and what its objectives are and what can we really achieve?
Okay, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera and a very good morning, distinguished panelists, moderator, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I would spare the hardest questions, but thank you, Serena, anyway. I think the climate change bill, when I left, it was pretty much ready. We've had a meeting, Tan Sri, I think, was there at the Climate Action Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, where the Premier of Sarawak, the various Menteri Besars, the various cabinet ministers, they were all there. And, the bill was there. We have had deliberations with civil society, with industry. And, surprise, surprise, no legislation will make everyone happy. So when I heard that some ministers were saying that, oh, we need more, well, they didn't say civil society, they said we need more industry feedback, we need more state government feedback. I know from the bill that I prepared, and I was trying to be as open as possible, including to civil society, that some civil society felt that was not ambitious enough. Okay, I take that. But for me, is that what is important, you get something that is good enough and you put it on the table and you push it through parliament. Because you will always find an excuse for an imperfect legislation. These are man-made laws. What do businesses, I mean, if you just want to put the lens of businesses, because it seems that is what matters to most politicians, what businesses actually fear more than something, more carbon tax or a legislation that is restrictive and whatever, is uncertainty. And we've had this talk about a climate change bill. PM announced carbon tax in 2024 to be implemented this year. So, we will keep on delaying. And I know the next thing is the fact that general elections will be looming around the corner. So I think we missed the opportunity there. The bill was there. We've gone through all the processes. And I hope, I do hope, I still hope that the new minister, Arthur, will be able to push this through because, and I think this will be something that is important to give that certainty, because there are two things that we need this year. One is the climate change bill, and we are also supposed to come up with our national adaptation plan. And adaptation for Malaysia matters more, right? So I think that's where it is at. It will be imperfect. I'm sure a lot of civil society will be criticizing the last version that I saw, but it is good enough, and you just have to bite the bullet and do it. And I think that is where political will is required.
Is there a way that we can separate the work that NRES needs to do from government and political will, do you think? Because until we do that, we are always at the limiting factor of never being able to absorb the carbon bill and other things. And I see from the peak, which was mentioned by the IPCC, we're not working to a peak of 2025. What year are we working to in terms of a peak? As I think it's much later,
Yeah.
2034.
Yeah.
We keep having to push this peak, and therefore my fundamental question here is: does government recognize climate emergency, and is it a strong enough agenda on everyone's plate?
I believe that the government recognized the climate emergency. but it's always seen as secondary to everything else. And I think just going back a bit, before, okay, if we haven't implemented a climate change bill, we haven't implemented carbon tax at national adaptation plan. Before all that, we miss a few opportunities. When I was in cabinet, we were discussing about retargeting petrol subsidies, RON 95 subsidies. That was a missed opportunity, and this was way before Iran, right? We could have done that. But again, the one minister, which I shall not name, said, let's wait until 2 general elections, 10 more years before we do this, right? So that's the thing that we are missing out in terms of doing what we can already do. We did that with electricity to some extent. And yeah, people, I mean, there was some noise and all that, but eventually, why are people not buying more EVs in Malaysia? Similarly, with our EV policy, we are pushing the price up to 200,000 ringgit. What do you expect? We are more interested with a few local industry players as opposed. I mean, that it's good business, it's good politics to offer cheaper EV and also raise the petrol price. But again, all that is seen as too difficult to do. And we, I made this contrast. I traveled to the MPs against fossil fuel meeting in Manila in May after the Iran war. The roads were empty. I came back to Malaysia, and it was Raya open house season, and every weekend it's like a big season for every Malaysian to be on the road. So you could see the contrast. If the price is right, people will behave accordingly. And fine, we can start with the richest. It's fine, right? But we are not even willing to do that. So in Malaysia, we have all these things that we can even do before all this carbon tax and climate change bill that we are also not doing. And I know, I mean, realistically, being a politician, I know the government's not going to do it until the general election.
The great subsidy paradox, I think that's what you're mentioning, and not seeing basically or redirecting the billions towards national energy sovereignty or green infrastructure. So so here's the thing: bad business as usual, as we heard just now. um, Nobody recognized the economics or the financials of doing good, in the sense that we can actually gain also. We can use the assets we have now to do the transition. We can save what we have of our national pride in terms of our oil, and stockpile that and make the economics of change by doing good. What's your view on trying to change that narrative at a government level and seeing the cost benefits of it, I think?
Well, I think civil society businesses that believe in this, I think you should really rally. One of the things that I learned in my own constituency was that in the last election, the Friends of Bukit Dinding, which is trying to preserve this urban forest, part of it has been privatized. They did a town hall with all the parliamentary candidates. And last election, we had more than there were 6 of us. One didn't turn up, and he did very badly. But the rest of us pledge, to save the urban forest and everything. And I think that's one way. I mean, as election comes closer, get the big coalitions, get the big parties to come and attend and to commit to certain things and call them out. Because I know that I have friends. I mean, I have a 16-year-old, 15-year-old boy, but I know younger kids now, they read climate change books and they get horrified. They have climate anxiety. It's real. And the parent has to stop them from reading that for a bit. So I mean, it's something, a failure of us adults in dealing with this. So I think I believe that there is a constituency that is ready for this. It's just that the politicians are too out of touch to do this and make it something that matter.
I'll have a last question to you before I move on. NDC 3.0 commits us to absolute peak, but it leaves an escape hatch, as you say, stretching out to 2034, which in most of our minds is a bit too long. What do you think the prioritization in the short term can be? What can we prioritize?
Again, to me, it is going back to the basics of retargeting the subsidies. Because the amount that we are spending, up to 6 billion ringgit a month on fossil fuel subsidies, is something that doesn't make sense. I have kids who go to government schools. We know the situation in government schools. So we can make the case, meaning that, and this because it's good for the climate. And let's not forget, I mean, what the good work that Sadiq Khan did in the UK, in London, was to campaign on the basis of health. People forget respiratory health is also something that is linked to cleaner air. So these are cases that we talk so much about tobacco, but we don't talk about air pollution, right? So we can make all these cases. I mean, yes, there will be unhappy people and all that, but to me, these are short-term things. It doesn't need major changes. It doesn't need amending the constitution or anything that you can immediately do. I understand political calendar. I understand, the situation and everything, but I believe that there are dividends business-wise because the world is changing. There are dividends political wise because the younger voters do care about this in order to do these changes.
Okay, I'm going to switch a little bit to UNDP's representative, Edward, with regards to adaptation. Since we already have already surpassed the 2025 peak, as I'm listening from even IPCC, the work of resilience and adaptation is becoming extremely more important to do, both on the ground and at the top. So you've been working on models to unlock private capital, de-risk green infrastructure, and build grassroots-led resilience across Malaysia and the ASEAN bloc. I understand we are number 2 somewhere in this area, but perhaps you can basically tell us a little bit about adaptation and resilience and enlighten on the UNDP what efforts we can do in this area.
Thanks. Good morning to everyone. Thank you to the organisers for inviting me back this year. It's lovely to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to join the panelists. The adaptation question is devilishly simple, but seems to be very complicated when it comes to financing and imagination. I think I'll start there. I think one of the greatest challenges we see is that there is an inherent conservatism when it comes to that question of financing adaptation. The global flows, we will touch on this over the next few days, but the global flows are about 17% of all climate financing. About 2 of that is coming into this region. So I think the question about adaptation is one that requires an entire system pivot. We talk about it being a transition for a reason. It's not a straightforward process. And just to touch back on Professor Lee's comments this morning about the realities of economic systems that are underpinned by hydrocarbons, it's going to take generations, but it doesn't mean we should think it's too hard or we shouldn't start now. And just to pick up on Nick's point, I think better a little bit now than waiting for something perfect. And I think this is part of the problem. What we see across ASEAN is a growing shift. We can say as UNDP, our assessment is that among the regions in the world, ASEAN is very forward-leaning on addressing this. There's a long way to go. The question about what that looks like permeates every aspect of the economy. I don't for a minute think, nor do we think as an organisation, that they're mutually exclusive. Adaptation and mitigation are not 2 different things. Adaptation and economic development are not 2 different things. What it requires a much deeper integration about how we think and approach these problems. To give you an example, if you have comprehensive flood insurance, you will notice that your flood premiums have increased hundreds of % annually because the insurance market is pricing that risk in. The question to offset that increase is to start building more resilient infrastructure, thinking about town planning and how we use natural or nature-based systems. We talk a lot about this, about our natural environment being effectively infrastructure and needs to be priced as such. It strikes me as ironic that we continue to put people and habitation in flood zones, knowing full well that they will flood at some point, and then are concerned when those floods happen.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a little bit more in depth about that because I think we're with a room full of financial related companies here. The ASEAN financing gap or the ASEAN climate finance requirements. Could you give us a little bit of insight to the projected what you see will be the risk and what is really needed here?
That's a great question, and it comes back to this idea of modelling. I think in a sensible case scenario, we're looking at cumulatively for climate financing for ASEAN in the next 5 years, about 400 billion US, and I'll use US figures, it's kind of the international benchmark. About that, we think close to 200 million for adaptation. Mitigation will continue. Mitigation is quite straightforward. We can see, we can negotiate. You're right, there's not an international energy market, but over the last 20 years, we've seen 5 trillion go into mitigation, predominantly solar panels and EVs. And it does show you that where there is a commercial incentive, private capital will pivot. And this brings us to a much deeper problem with adaptation, which is fundamentally and problematically, money is very conservative. It goes where it is safe. It goes where it knows there will be a return. We are still trying to work out how we communicate what that return will be. And this comes back to my point about the lens. The question about adaptation is very much around starting to understand it's not a sunk cost to business or economies. It's actually an investment to reduce exposure to damage. It's just cost savings in the long run. And if you were to come back to the floods of Malaysia, I think cumulatively, I was looking at the figures the other day, since 2021, it's been over 10 billion ringgits in damage to public infrastructure. The 2001 floods was about 6.1 billion to public infrastructure. Of the group affected, about 35% of people were insured. We think now that close to 8.5 billion ringgits was wiped out in economic activity just from the 2021 flood. That's one event, and that's a modest event. So if you're looking at Europe right now, you can see what that is going to do to various industries, particularly agriculture and food security, which is an emerging challenge for ASEAN.
I think you mentioned by comparison the predicted annual climate finance flow for Malaysia would be around about how much?
Difficult to say the forecasting. What we do know is that the ASEAN is spending somewhere between 4 to 6 billion annually on adaptation. We think the requirement is closer to 200 billion annually.
So basically, we're at risk of losing 200 billion in the next 5 years.
Quite possible. I mean, these figures are always a little bit difficult, but fundamentally, the point to be laboured is that the investment is disproportionately outweighed by the risk.
Does adaptation in the case of finance recognize nature? And when I say nature, not only bio, but also in the terms of farming, in terms of financing, as critical?
It's a great question. I'd like to say yes, but the reality is no. I'll give you a couple of metrics. Globally, we think about 52% of all GDP rests in some way on natural infrastructure, whether it be clean air, clean water, accessible land, operating somewhere where there's predictability, and that's an important point for the private sector. At the moment, in terms of to put that into context, we think about 7 trillion annually goes into industries that in some way cause damage to the natural environment. Now, that's not necessarily suggesting that targets destruction, but it goes into traditional industries that are carbon intensive that damage natural infrastructure. To give you a counterbalance to that, about 200 goes into nature-based solutions, restoration, land reclamation, etc. The scary figure when it comes to people and demography and human security is agribusiness is about 16% of global GDP. So you line those numbers up and it doesn't look particularly, the question of resilience becomes critical and doesn't look particularly stable to me.
I like that you've associated to the GDP. So I think we need to put adaptation and risk to GDP as a percentage so that government can actually see it, because it's all about accounts and balancing. There was a separate question Datin Sunita had asked me. Can we set a system via a global carbon budget of limiting carbon in every country per year? And if that was the case, what would it look like? Would it be the amount of CO2 per population per country must be limited to X amount? Because we've been discussing this for more than 10 years.
Yeah.
And unless we can put a number, a figure, an accounting system in place related to carbon, of course, the man on the street doesn't understand carbon, but most of us in the finance finally do. Could we have a system that could work?
It's a great question. And I'll answer it by saying no, and I'll be a little bit controversial here. And you're right, the average person on the street doesn't think about carbon, but they do think about living standards. What we do know is the most carbon intensive societies in the world are the most advanced societies in the world. The ones that are least developed have the smallest carbon footprint, but it's also directly proportional to standards of living, life expectancy and literacy. It's just not that straightforward, and I don't think it's necessarily desirable. I think what we need to get away is from traditional definitions of developed and developing and start looking at deeper integration of policy position and programmatic response and the pooling of financing. The reality about climate action and adaptation is it's cross-border. It is cross-border, and
That's true.
if not anything, then we should be using as an incentive to deepen integration on key and immediate risks, short, long, and medium term, to economic stability and ultimately human well-being.
So this morning gave us a couple of pointers in terms of weather, economics, tipping points, and all the rest of it. So from Tan Sri, Dr. Jamila Mahmood, to anchor these policies and investments in human well-being, I'm looking at you as a leader of Global Voice on Planetary Health, focusing on the direct links between environmental degradation, urban heat vulnerability, and community resilience. So I would like to ask, in terms of your tracking these resource stresses that are bringing human and affecting human and ecological health, can you tell me a little bit about what we must prioritize to protect our communities?
Thank you very much, Serena. It's a real pleasure to be here, and really congratulations to CZM for really leading the way in climate governance in our country and indeed our region. Also, as watching the film, I was involved with the film in some way, and also listening to the previous speakers. One of the challenges I think we face is that climate is usually filed under economic or development. It's not. It's a security issue. It's a national security issue that must be taken very, very seriously. And I see a national security issue because, number one, it threatens the lives of people in Malaysia. It threatens the livelihoods of people in Malaysia. It threatens the health of people in Malaysia. And don't forget that by 2050, 1 billion people will be on the move minimally because of climate change. And I think when we talk about climate change, it's so easy to just think about CO2. No, it's not. It's more than that. It's much more than that. It's also affecting, as you know, the 9 planetary boundaries are already being, 7 of the 9 have been breached. We're talking about 16 tipping points in the world. 2 are already at very, very high risk and breach AMOC in the Atlantic, which will cause chaos in our region. Also, the dying back of coral reef because of sea warming. Now, these are not small things. They all have impacts on our lives. And when you talk about health, it's not just the respiratory illness. You talked about London. It took one girl, a 9-year-old girl, Ella, to die and to have her death certificate changed from asthma to death by toxic air pollution for Sadiq to change policies in London and introducing ULEZ and LES, and that something they expected 200 years to lower the pollutants in the air. It only took less than 10 years. Meanwhile, there are many little girls who've died in our region from the haze. No one gives a damn, let's put it this way. No politician even cares about the child who's gasping, the children who have asthma who have to miss school. So if we don't frame this as a security issue, this is precisely why we are in this situation. If you look at the climate briefings, it's because the government did not give enough attention to the people. The people demanded to know. And I want to say to all of you, all of us turned on the television to look at COVID briefings during a national pandemic, which has taken less lives than pollution itself, that's taken 9 million lives a year. Why are we not being briefed? Why are we not angry that our rakyat don't even know that this thing is looming on us, and we don't have to talk about 1.5 or CO2 levels. We just have to say there's a changing world. The planet is changing. It's going to affect how much you fish, how much fish you catch, Pachi, how much you can farm. There are farmers in north of Malaysia who are suicidal because they're not able to pay the loans for their tools and their seeds. Why is this not a national crisis? So why YB Nazmin knows my voice is usually the one that's not very liked in the Climate Action Council, but I have to speak the truth. Because until and unless we wake up and say this is a national crisis, we are all concerned and we have an obligation to future generations to leave a better place on earth. So my call is one, we need a independent security analysis, okay? Get an independent analysis. Our National Security Council or whoever, should be looking at this and then, come up with the data to show us where the risks are. Australia has done it. It was so bad, the results. It was so scary. They could not even release it to public. They felt that it would just topple the government. I'm serious about this. Germany has done it very systematically. And then UK, of course, now because of the emergency briefing, is put pressure. If I think that at the end of the day, if we want to see change, it's not going to be just waiting for policies to fall from the sky. It has to be local. And this is where civil society, working with private sector, working with local government, can change things, move it from a local level, replicate, amplify, and then get our voices heard. When you think about the Tobacco Act, or whether you think about things like the suffragette movement or equality in marriage, these did not happen because some policy maker woke up and said, "Oh, we should think about, women's rights." No, it was because women marched in the streets and women called and asked for their voices to be heard. We need this same kind of solidarity now, because for the business sector, this is going to affect you. Your supply chains will be affected. Your businesses will be affected. No one is talking about the level of nitrous oxide and methane and ozone in our environment, which is causing a lot of illnesses. No one's talking about sea level rise that's actually going to intrude into our coastal areas. It's going to make a lot of your land and your property underwater. Worst of all, no one even knows that this saltwater intrusion is causing higher incidence of high blood pressure among people living in coastal communities. There are real challenges. There are real prices to pay here. So make it a security issue. We must work in solidarity. We have to talk about the reality of climate change and the damage it is having on our lives, our health, our livelihoods.
Thank you, Tan Sri. I think that really, really puts everything into focus and also change the narrative. I call it the climate pandemic, which is what we are in. And I wish that they would just even call it the climate pandemic rather than a risk. And therefore, it's seen in that way. What can be done on the grassroots levels? There's an NGO that we actually gave some money towards for the Nalayans down in the south where the seagrass are. And because of the acidification of the seawater, we're seeing less and less fish in those kind of areas, also affecting our coral and all the rest of it. So I see we're coming right into the sequence. I just want a rapid fire last question. I'm sorry I couldn't open it up to everybody else in the room here. Your last parting words about how we can work together on this, every one of us. So I probably start from this end. We've already kind of heard from Tan Sri Jamila, but let's sum it all up and let's take a last call.
Well, this is something I can offer to everyone. This October, we're organizing a Global Tipping Points conference, really to really digest what are the 16 tipping points. But we're going to look at also positive tipping points. How do you get out? The narrative has to change, not from one of doom and gloom to one of what we can achieve when we start working together. And there are positive tipping points we can tip. From that, a declaration will come out. And I hope that after that, we can all work together and let's organize briefings to our rakyat. Right? Let's make sure that it's not meant to be, anything that is against the government, but we will engage the government, brief the parliament, brief everyone else to say, here's what's coming. The El Nino, we have not seen the tip of it. It's coming later in the year and then towards next year. But what can we now prevent and protect our people in preparation for this crisis, and what other policies now needs to shift? We have a national plan, national planetary health action plan that was developed. Policymakers are still not acting on it, but it's already there. We are the first country to have it. Let's use it.
Edward.
It's a great way to finish. Three things I would think. Look, the first thing is just stop for a minute, everyone. Just stop and think about what it means for you. We talk in these big numbers. I've worked a lot in the Pacific where we were talking about saltwater intrusion 30 years ago on seed crops and what it meant for basic staples. I'll give you something you're going to relate to. If you think you're paying a lot for your coffee now, give it 10 years because that line is moving very, very quickly and that will constrict the supply globally. So you're looking at multipliers of 10 on today's prices in 10 years' time. So think about that. The second thing I do is express voice, your civic voice. Don't leave it to civil society. Be part of the political dialogue, lift your awareness and your literacy. And finally, take the time to understand what it is we are actually up against. We ironically live in a post-literate world. We're reading more words than we've ever read as a species, but we're not actually reading anything of depth, and that public debate and analysis needs to be reinvigorated. And that's not civil society, that's not MPs, that's not the UN, that's all of us together. Otherwise, this is not going to work.
Finally, it was me.
Yeah, I think Malaysia actually, I mean, aside from the delay in some legislation and policies, we actually are not short of good policies on paper. When I entered the ministry, I had books and books and books of good policy that are there, prepared by experts. The issue is what happens next. So I think what is important, I mean, from the perspective of a policymaker slash politician, I think the most important thing is to be able to tell the story. Why was the story, why, just mentioned, why did Sadiq Khan take action? I mean, actually, he went on a marathon at the age of 40 plus, about my age, for the first time, he successfully did it. I haven't done a full marathon yet, but he developed adult onset asthma. And then the story of Ella and all that. And he told this in the book Breathe. And I think that's and it gave me confidence because to be honest, Tan Sri, right, after meeting you when I first came into office, I felt like, there was a reason I did not do science in university and I ended up in the environment ministry, right? But in reality, it's about being able to convey this. I mean, obviously the science is important. The science is clear, right? And I had to read all those things, but how do I then convey it? How do we activate the imams, the religious leaders, the activists on the ground, not just in Sasana Kijang, but in many places across the country, to be able to converse and communicate this in layman's term. I think that is very crucial because then only, at the end of the day, those who have the power, they will only realize that this matters not when climate change is there, but when they're about to lose power and that this matters, right? So to me, we need to activate the public to care and to make this a thing that can really decide, whether a politician keeps or loses his job.
Thank you very much to our esteemed three panelists. I think you can all agree that we can take away quite a lot from here. And it's just small policies that we can make shifts. I was just going to mention that in Jakarta, they changed the policy about driving in the city. On certain days, it's limited to EV cars only into the city, and it reduced the amount of pollution in the air. So let's sum up with that and give them an applause for all the three speakers, panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Serena, and all the panelists, Tan Sri Dr. Jamila, Edward, and Nick Nazmi, for that spirited discussion and clear action points that can be taken by stakeholders in building a more resilient ecosystem. And also kudos for the excellent time management. Can we please give them another round of warm applause? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we contend with the effects of climate change in densely populated cities, urban development plans will need to be carried out even more carefully and with care for the surrounding areas. How are the oftentimes conflicting aims of economic growth and conservation balanced for shared well-being of the community? We're exploring these themes in our second panel of the day, where we're delighted to welcome Yang Berhormat Hannah Yeoh, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department overseeing the Federal Territories, and Tan Boon Hua, President of the Friends of Bukit Kiara, a non-profit environmental group. This panel will be moderated by Datuk Tengku Marina Tunku Anwar, a council member of Climate Governance Malaysia. She is also an independent non-executive director on the boards of MISC Berhad, SP Setia, and Westport Holdings. Dato, the floor is yours.
Sorry, let me get set up first. So, Assalamualaikum, a very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, those in the room as well as those joining us online. Um, Today's session is on business and nature, who wins and when. This is a very big topic, which I'm sure interests all of us. My name is Tengku Marina. I am a council member of Climate Governance Malaysia, and it is a great privilege for me to moderate this session this morning. Our guest panelists, Yang Berhormat Hannah Yeoh, as well as Mr. Tan Boon Hua, needs no further introduction. Yeah. So just to kick off the session, economic development and environmental protection are often seen to be in conflict at opposing ends. However, long-term sustainability and prosperity depend on healthy ecosystems, resilient communities, and sustainable businesses. According to UNDP, nature is not a cost to business. It is the foundation of economies and human well-being. And to strengthen this claim, the World Economic Forum shared a statistic that states more than half of the world's GDP is moderately or highly dependent on nature. So, this discussion will explore how government and civil society can reconcile competing interests and redefine what winning looks like. Business versus nature, who wins and when? Will we have an answer at the end of today's discussion? So, let's begin the conversation with you, Yang Berhormat. So, within a few months of taking office, you acted decisively and resolved the impasse between a residential community and a property developer. When economic growth conflicts with conservation and community concerns, are there policy gaps? And what principles guide government decisions? And following on from that, what lessons has Bukit Kiara taught policymakers? Over to you, Ivy.
Thank you, Tengku. What principles guide policy decisions? When you're dealing with corruption, there is no guidelines, there's no law that can stop corrupt practices from happening. And because of that, based on just the Taman Rimba Kiara experience, I will say I needed an entire ecosystem to support the protection of Rimba Kiara. Now, in Malaysia, when you are dealing with power, greed, let's just say in Kuala Lumpur to start with, in Kuala Lumpur, there's no cheap land. Every piece of land is expensive. So everyone will come with their land title and say, I paid this amount of premium and I am entitled to develop. It is up to the mayor, the FT minister, to ensure that guidelines are properly followed. But we also have the difficult land committee in federal territories. So you have DBKL, City Hall, in charge of regulations giving development order, but you also have the powerful land committee where they make decision, they give out, they alienate land, and usually the land title, the developer and landowner will bring to DBKL and say, I've already paid money, and land committee is usually chaired by somebody more powerful than the mayor. And so when the title comes before the city hall, usually the city hall will feel compelled to support because premium has been paid to government. And if you don't allow development, then you refund the premium. But premium has been paid and probably used. So what do you do in cases like that? And to make matter worse, Taman Rimba Kiara was a classic case where the mayor at that time sat on the board of the landowner, Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan. Okay, so Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan got Rimba Kiara land. It was alienated by the cabinet to Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan. Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan is a company not accountable. They don't report to parliament. They just a company. Who is the chairman of Yayasan? The FT minister. FT minister is also part of cabinet who alienated the land. Okay, the board member is the mayor of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan. So Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan signed a JV with the developer to develop part of Rimba Kiara. And part of that development is to build permanent housing for 98 longhouse families. And then part of the other land would be to develop high-end condo. And so in that JV, it was stated that it's the responsibility of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan to obtain the development order for the developer. Mayor sits on the mayor is part of that board, landowner. Mayor grants the development order. So when I won the election in 2018, together with the residents, we said this is conflict of interest. No, they say no, it has always been done like that. The FT minister must be the chair of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan. So at that time, we had a new FT minister, Khalid Samad. And so Khalid engaged me few times, and then Khalid felt I was very unreasonable because I said no to the development totally. And so they repackage and they make it look very nice. This is what we're giving to the longhouse residents, but essentially they're still touching Rimba Kiara. Part of the football field in Rimba Kiara would be developed. And so then I went from good relationship with Khalid Samad to fighting every day, same cabinet. I was deputy minister, he was FT minister. We ended up fighting every day in the news. And then people say there's no unity in this cabinet, but I say, but I owe it to my residents and I don't think this is a good deal, so I will continue to fight. And so I refused to settle. It went before the court. We lost in the High Court. And then we went to Court of Appeal. We won at the Court of Appeal. And then it went to the Federal Court and we won at the Federal Court. Now, when Khalid Samad lost power to, I think it was Anwar Musa at that time, Sheraton moved. Anwar Musa then erected poles halfway across the football field just to show this is my land. And so Fahmi Fadzil and myself went to protest. And then came Shahidan. Same thing because it was in court, so we just left it in court. We fought all the way. And then Dr. Zaliha came. So when, no, it was then Anwar Ibrahim as the FT minister briefly, and then Dr. Zaliha came. So when Anwar Ibrahim was the FT minister, he said, let the court settle it. And so federal court then made a decision, okay, no development. So we ended up protecting the park. Then came, okay, now the park is protected. How do I settle this premium that they have paid? How do I build this longhouse? And so Dr. Zaliha came with the mayor then, Dato Sri Maimuna. We made a few engagement and we couldn't settle it. We couldn't get the developer to settle it. And then we said, okay, let's look at other developers. Anyone else who can do it, please let me know. So we got 2 other proposals. So when there was 2 other proposals, then there was competition already. But it still didn't move. And when suddenly in December last year, 7 months ago, there was a reshuffle and I was sent in to FT Ministry. And then I became chairman of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan. So when I became chairman of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan, you know, this is the first time a non-Muslim took over that portfolio and became chair of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan. And so there was a lot of debate as to whether or not this is proper, Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan is supposed to be like for the Menteri Besar of Wilayah Persekutuan to chair. This is the foundation to do welfare, all that kind of things. So my 100 days, I made a commitment to myself. All this while, I fought without power from outside. I had no executive power. Now that I am chairman of Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan, I might not have the money to solve this, but I have power. And so I told my political secretary, I want this file to move. Every 2 weeks, bring the file to me. Every 2 weeks. And within 100 days, I want to settle this case. And so I had to bring friends of Bukit Kiara, the resident groups, sit down. We had many, many meetings, many, many discussions until we can find a compromise, a win-win for everybody without touching Taman Rimba Kiara. And so the decision, after discussing many, many meetings and moving every 2 weeks, we found a solution, and the Longhouse will now receive their permanent housing. So the resolution we wanted was, okay, no going beyond the boundaries, the physical boundaries of Rimba Kiara now. So you must stick within the Longhouse footprint, 4 acres. You can only build within here. But I also do not want any photograph of their longhouse being demolished before they move into the new house. Then how do you build on the current footprint if you don't want demolition? So then it will require you to allow 1 acre to build the permanent housing first, because I don't want, elections come, the photos go everywhere. Hana, you allow this longhouse to be demolished. So we say, okay, if we are going to build on this 1 acre, what are the other things friend of Bukit Kiara and the resident groups want? So they say we want every mature tree to be protected in the process. Okay, then we are no expert, so we call him Frim. Frim came in. Frim will help to audit to make sure every tree that we can save, we will save from the process. Then we look at existing problem, not enough car park. Okay, you have about 80 lots. Then we say, okay, I want you to push back your boundary of your development and create double the amount of car parks. So now double the amount of car parks will be built. Then the Longhouse residents say, okay, under the agreement, they are supposed to get 1 unit free, and second unit, because it's multiple generation, second unit for about 100 over 1,000 ringgit. But they cannot get loan now. So they say, we want 2 units free. Then I have to go back to the developer, negotiate, and then they say, okay, 2 units free. But it would require some kind of agreement between the action group. Okay, now you get to save your park. Now you have to look at, what are the incentive that they can receive, how high they can go. So you have to give and take lah. But this process took 7 years. Now, in the process, I had to rely on many, many different people to help us. Of course, you have the judiciary. I'm so thankful that the Court of Appeal and Federal Court, we have very, very good judges now, and their pronouncement was so important to save this park. It was led by Datuk Mary Lim at the Court of Appeal, and then Tan Sri Nalini at the Federal Court. So it was unanimous. And then we had Public Accounts Committee doing investigation, inquiry on Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan, and they say, it should be answerable. And so now I have the process of reforming Yayasan Wilayah Persekutuan, looking at how they acquire assets and what else is left, how else we can do this. But I'm very blessed because my friends of Bukit Kiara and the residents of Taman Tun, there are no pushover lah. They are very competent people, and so they know the laws better, and they have money to fight the case. And then we have very good pro bono lawyers also coming on board, Prof. Gudel. So the entire ecosystem worked for us to push long enough. And in that process, 7 years, I had a lot of labels put on me. Difficult lady, anti-development, not willing to sit down and talk, all kinds of things said. But I'm very, very thankful that we have these NGOs to walk alongside us and come up with this resolution now. Yeah.
So perhaps you can also mention about the 300 environmental buffer zone around Bukit Kiara and Bukit Dinding as well, and how that came about and from all this.
So we don't be confused. Rimba Kiara is where the football field is. Bukit Kiara is where the hill is. That is a federal park, also gazetted.
Yes.
With a lease in there, existing lease. We are waiting for the lease to expire and then gazette the balance. Then you have Lembah Kiara. Lembah Kiara L is where the lake is. 3 different green spaces managed by different people. Rimba Kiara is DBKL. Bukit Kiara is Housing Ministry under Jabatan Landscape. That is under Ngakoming. Lembah Kiara is also under Ngakoming, Jabatan Landscape. That's not DBKL. So when you have different authorities and you have different landowners all around it, you have Saim Dabi, you have Berjaya, you have different landowners, you have to deal with every development and making sure that it's fair to every single other developers in that area. So Saim Dabi has land just next to Bukit Kiara. And Bukit Kiara, friends of Bukit Kiara, they discovered fireflies 100 years.
Yeah, the latest one hasn't been encountered for more than 100 years. Yeah, so we found it in KL.
Now they found it again, Gombakia firefly. And so they say if you allow development, then these fireflies will disappear. Then again, I'm dealing with multi-million ringgit premium being paid, and how can you not allow us to develop?
Yeah.
So then after landscape, Jabatan Landscape had a mud flood because of their HQ being built at Taman Tun. Then we came in and we say, look, something has to be done. We need to create a buffer zone so that these fireflies will survive. Fireflies versus 100 over million, 200 million kind of development. How? Bukit Kiara is free. You don't even charge entry fee. People don't buy ticket to go and see fireflies. What do we do? And so we say, okay, I cannot take another mud flood in KL, and Bukit Kiara is the only federal park left. And if these fireflies disappear, how? So we say, okay, let's use the power. And so during Earth Day, the mayor said that he would create a 300-meter buffer zone. And we now have to talk to the landowners. Now that the buffer zone is created, let's talk. Yeah. So that ongoing discussion is happening with another developer. Yeah.
Thank you, YB. So picking up from what YB has just mentioned, Mr. Tan, what makes Bukit Kiara so unique in terms of community-based conservation? And following from that, perhaps you can also share your views on how conservation groups can propose practical alternatives to urban development instead of being on opposing sides.
If you could share my slide, for the slide comes up. I think Bukit Kiara, in which Friends of Bukit Kiara is one of the key advocates, yeah, for the protection. We're in a unique position. I mean, I'm only the president like for less than a month, but there's been a precedent, there are predecessors before me. So it's a multi-generational advocacy. So the struggle really started back in the 90s, and Friends of Bukit Kiara was incorporated as an NGO in 2014, yeah, and now we are in 2026. What I can say, it's probably the ingredients that made that worked for us is we came together. We knew it was a marathon. When there's no hope, we still pushed on. And you know what people say, you make your own luck. So we kept on pushing, literally across generation. And then when the stars align, when the conditions are right, we are able to, capitalize on that. And at its core, especially over the past 10 years, we emphasize on data-based advocacy. We don't just shout and, let's hug a tree, oh, we love these fireflies. No, it is all data-based. So if you can look at this slide up here, the only thing I want to highlight is you see the hill, right? YB mentioned it's 400 acres. So she talked about the Taman Rimba Kiara case, which is on the southern fringe. But at its core, Bukit Kiara is a 400-acre federal park. And people draw comparison and then they start asking, oh, 400 acres is a big park. Oh, so it's like Central Park in New York? It's like Hyde Park? I would argue it's even better. Why? Because there's a secondary forest that has regenerated in this area. Yeah. But it's done over decades, 40, 50 years. Yeah. When the government back in the 70s acquired this land for public use, left on its own. 40,000 trees, more than 40,000 trees were replanted. And then now what you see here, it's the hill as it stands today. But the other key takeaway that I want to highlight is just look at this inventory of what's living in there. We know it's a good hill, it's very nice, it provides lots of ecosystem service. But what gives this meaning and value is with this healthy ecosystem, we have now indicators that it is thriving. So a lot of species of birds, butterflies, herbs, reptiles, amphibians, even some very rare mammals, which I don't want to talk too much, for it's very accessible place, poachers can go in very easily. And the highlight of it all, to top it off, are the fireflies. I started off as a volunteer going in. There's a citizen science program to monitor the firefly, right? It was 7. Now we have 9 species. But what all this means is that in the middle of Greater Klang Valley, it's only about 7 kilometers straight line from where we are now. We actually have all these wonderful creatures staying in there. And what does it mean? It means it is healthy. So we should leave the place and protect this as best as we could. And the protection is not just merely protecting the core. And we know all this animals and insects lives all the way to the edge. So we need to protect the boundaries. So in a nutshell, we are very diligent to actually collect and monitor all this, and all this, together, and then with the help from YB, from an MP in 2018, and now she's a minister who's, as in her own words, with power over this area, we could actually do something that's lasting and meaningful to protect it. Yeah.
I also want to add, with NGOs like this, it's important to fund them, but don't give them too much money, because in any organization, the moment you have too much money, people start fighting. Then it's no longer about the objective, because there's so much money involved. Then people say, okay, we must be the one looking after that money. So we make sure that we fund, give them grants so that they can run advocacy programs. When I was youth and sports minister, I push this to be a Rakan Muda location so that the younger generation can appreciate this. If it's just photographs like these slides, if you don't go and see the fireflies, then you have no appreciation of this, because you can find all these photos online. You don't even know if it's AI, if it's real or not. So you have to get the next generation involved. And then, of course, we gave 40,000 grant to BFM to do a documentary on the life of the Longhouse residents, because if it's just something far away, people cannot relate with their heart, then they will not be on board. So BFM then came along with awareness on the plight of the Longhouse residents, and they recently won an award for that documentary. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Mr. Tan, so how do organizations like Friends of Bukit Kiara, advocacy groups like yours, give alternatives to urban development, so that you are not always on opposing sides to developers?
Well, the alternatives, like I mentioned earlier, is it has to be based on data. So what data is telling us is this, I would say, final piece of large green lung that's very close to the city center, we should probably leave it as it is. And not only that, we should conserve the edge, give it a meaningful buffer so that the ecosystem service that it provides is able to continue. We know that there's a lot of environmental issues even in urban area. Like 2 days ago, heavy rain, right? PJ flood, right? Flash floods. So this hill is a bulwark against that. So that's what we bring to the table. We are saying that there's enough evidence for us to quantify the ecosystem service in here. And I know, back to the topic of this particular session, we always say compromise. Where do we meet in the middle ground? I would actually put it differently. Because there was so little environmental protection pushback, we are way past the middle ground in terms of protecting our remaining green lung, green space, blue space, right? We are on the losing end. So what we are doing is merely trying to protect what's already way past that balance point. I think we are past the tipping point. I think that is actually one key point. Yeah. And of course, you don't see the value of protecting such green lungs on the balance sheet. Yeah. And this is where where power is vested, it is very important. So people who hold power, who are able to see the value of this that's not on balance sheet, would make all the difference. It's very important.
Thank you. So moving on from nature conservation, and Mr. Tan just mentioned just now the word flood. So YB, flash floods have become a constant pain for urban dwellers. You and me, I think we all suffer from it from time to time. So in a recent report, a YB commented that about 70% capacity of flood retention ponds were lost after land was transferred to developers. So thank you for highlighting this issue. Has there been any progress on this matter, and how else can we strengthen our city's resilience to floods, short term or long term? Is there a solution?
Okay, so the retention pond in Kepong Batu area, after the land alienation, after they gave out land around the retention pond, in the retention pond also, land given out, we are now left with 30% water body. Okay. And so when I was opposition, I lodged, we all talk about it, MACC, PAC, audit, they did an audit. And I had a follow-up meeting with MACC. MACC said they found no wrongdoing simply because when the government 18 years ago made a decision to set aside this as retention pond, the decision of the meeting was to gazette it, but nobody gazetted it. Because nobody gazetted it, when they decided to give the land away, there was no wrongdoing because it was never gazetted as retention pond. So obviously, 18 years is a long time, and whether intentionally not gazetted or not, I cannot speak on their behalf, but there's something I can do now for the future. So I set up 2 task force. One task force for green space, one task force for retention pond flood mitigation. This green space body, the task force, every month they are supposed to go and gazette ungazetted, green spaces not gazetted yet, and a lot of parks in KL have not been gazetted, down to the neighborhood parks. And then the civil society say, okay, once you gazette, put this list online with the location. So we did that. Then, of course, now with the location, people can go and say, hey, how come there's a food court here? Right? It's a chicken and egg. If I don't gazette it, then the food court can continue to exist. But once I gazette it, when will this food court move out? Okay, so we have to give time, notice, but the most important thing is gazette it first. If I have 12 months left, or if I have 6 months left before the next general election, what will you do? I won't be busy chasing people out first. Let me go and quickly gazette this first because I don't have enough time. And most of them will have TOL until end of the year. And you also then have to be like I say, practical. If people have a stall there, yes, it's commercial, but I just gazetted it. You have to serve people notice because there's also families involved, right? And so that's what I said when the Star wrote about it. I say it's a chicken and egg thing. Let me gazette first. And so now with proper gazette, serve notice, and we have made a new policy to say on gazetted green spaces, no more giving permission for people to trade and to do activities on these green spaces. So 400 over green spaces gazetted. We still have a lot to go, and we are doing this with this task force. Flood mitigation, no more land to create more lakes. What do? So you go underneath the park. So Padang Merbok, we are building retention pond underneath Padang Merbok, on-site detention pond. Botanical garden, there is one. That's why last time around Parliament always flood. Now with this on-site detention pond, it has mitigated. There are about 60 over on-site detention pond private by developers. So when they want to construct, a city hall will put a condition, you must build on-site detention pond. So that's the only way now. And now I'm looking into, okay, let me check. Now that I have land space underneath, do I need to strata title? Just in case next time, who knows, right? People start developing underground and then even my detention pond is gone. So I say, better go and study this now. Are we going to give out strata title? How do we properly gazette even detention pond? And the next step really, we have to talk to other states. So I'm trying to have a meeting with Menteri Besar of Selangor. We need to create more retention pond together with our neighbors. So we have to share. We have no land. Selangor has land. So let's get this conversation going. Yeah.
Do you have any perspective on this, Mr. Tan, on flooding and mitigation?
Well, for me, from a very local level at Bukit Kiara, that is a mitigation. So it's protecting whatever we have got left, and we can use all sorts of metrics to measure this, right? So there's green space per capita and metrics like that, and just having a quick search, we are actually below certain thresholds. So and it simply means that we have developed beyond the capacity in which for us to hold, you know, external factors like flash floods and things like that. But like from my point of view, it is actually quite straightforward. YB was actually mentioning about the heavy lifting, like the engineering solutions, but they work hand in hand. So whatever else we have got still standing, please, we should retain them. So the moment we erode that, it's going to make her job, more difficult. She needs to build even more retention pond. So engineering can only solve so much ultimately. So nature actually has the solution for us if we care to utilize them.
Thank you. So moving on now to economics. So good governance is about stewarding all forms of capital, financial, human, social, and natural capital. Nature loss presents material, economic, and financial risks. Can natural capital be valued alongside financial capital? And what would success, following on to that question, what would success look like in the next decade for urban development, nature conservation, and environmental protection?
I think to do this, you have to get everybody on board. And everybody who lives in Kuala Lumpur, works in Kuala Lumpur, you are a stakeholder, even if you don't sit on the board of a developer. And so that's why um, cases like this, when they go to courts, sometimes developers forget that judges are also residents. Judges have no outriders. Judges go through traffic jam, and also judges experience flood. And so, because of that, these stakeholders, you have to get the stakeholders involved. So, what my plan is now for Kuala Lumpur, um, we have to engage even the developers. So, I engage very regularly with Radar Kuala Lumpur, and to get them to understand before a decision is made. For example, we are now looking at the guidelines for redevelopment, right? But they are the stakeholders. And so we have to talk to them. And all developers will have some kind of sustainable mantra goals involved. But if that sustainable goal or that project is not uh, is not practical. For example, when you want to develop, you will have to surrender and create open space. But a lot of times, these open spaces are not usable because small pocket here, small pocket there. So now I tell City Hall, I say, DBKL, if you want open space, if you want developer to go higher, if I give you greater plot ratio, I want your surrender of that open space to be meaningful. So I don't want small pockets here, small pockets there. You plant some trees and you call it green space. I want it to be a proper jogging track, a proper park with jogging track. If you give me a proper park with jogging track that all my senior citizens can come and use, then yes, I will allow you to go higher. But if it's not, if you just give me a football field, also not good enough. Why? Because football field without jogging track simply means only the men who can play football can use it. Children, when it's raining, senior citizens, they cannot walk on the field. So I say it must come with a jogging track so that people young and old, wheelchair or not, can use the jogging track. So it must be meaningful open space. So now we are doing that, talking to developers and say, okay, this is the way to go. We have a lot of problems in KL, but you cannot reverse it instantly. So it has to go, stage by stage, and you have to involve even the private sector. So now everywhere we go, we have partnership with private sectors, and we tell them, this green space, what does it mean to you? Flood mitigation, what does it mean to your business? So until unless they can understand what it means to them, they will not join us on board. So now I'm very thankful the banks are all coming with their money. now that the parks are protected, okay, you must create programs so that they understand. You must allow people to use it. So we are now extending the operation time. We are opening earlier so that people who work can come and jog earlier. And then weekend, we open it later. But even a simple adjustment like that, I give you an example. Taman Titi Wangsa and Taman Botani. These are two popular parks in KL. They close at 10 p.m. at night. But Friday and Saturday night, where do families go if they cannot go to cinemas? They should go to the park. But then if we go park, then they say maksiat. Okay, so what must you do? You must brighten the park. Brighten the park. So you must now start talking about solar lighting and all that. So when you open it longer, we went to do spot check 6 a.m. the next day. We're going to do our brisk walk. Then we found, wow, the place is full of rubbish. Because why? 10 p.m. to 12 midnight, when you extend the time, is supper time. People buy food, there are kiosks and all that. So people throw. These are not the exercise group. These are the people who come and lepak and chill. Okay, so now we have to provide more dustbins. And then when you open 5:30, senior citizens will come. You know, every senior citizen needs their toilet nearby. And then I found that the contract for the toilet is 8 a.m. So 5:30 to 8 a.m., there's no toilet. It's not open. So just a simple adjustment like that. For the ordinary person looking at this and say, why reform so slow? Everything takes time because every single thing there's a contract involved, financial implication, right? And everything I must give free, you know. Okay, business license, 50% discount to help them. But who is paying the tax? Where am I going to get this money? I cannot simply give development now. So I don't have a lot of money. I have to manage the stakeholders. Everything is discount. And at the same time, they want fast reform. Cannot do, very difficult to do. So now we have to get the private sector involved. That's why Zeus Coffee came. Zeus Coffee was the first partner to come and say, how can I help you with whatever we have? We have 200 over outlets. I have a lot of young employees. I say, okay, let's reward people who come into the city early. They say, okay. I say, what time you open? 7:30. Okay. How about people who already come in early to KL? You get 30% off discount for coffee. So we launched that, zero cost to me as a government. I said I have to get everybody to move the needle for everything. And then people started saying, Hannah, your solution to traffic jam is free coffee. Online news, the headline I saw once started, then it just became more and more sensational. And they said this is a useless kind of minister with no idea. Hey, zero cost. 1 million cars every day. If Zeus Coffee discount 30%, can encourage those who drink coffee and can get discount just by coming in earlier. Why not? I have nothing to lose. If I don't do, no impact, no money involved. I can just sit back and don't do anything. In fact, it's easier not to do anything now. Why? Because you do, then people criticize. You don't do anything, nobody will know. So it's easier not to do anything. And now with the recent election trend, where it's no longer about reforms, it's a monopoly, right? Is no longer about ideas anymore. There was zero discussion about policy and reforms. And so I think that's how democracy works. At the end of the day, people just have to choose, and this is the government they will have to live with for the years to come.
Well, I'm sorry. I think I've just been given the time signal or something. So,
Yeah.
so let us just try to conclude this with this this sentence, right? Business and nature can both win if maybe Mr. Tan, you'd like to complete the sentence.
I want to be a bit more radical. I think the way shareholders view profits, particularly from, development, it has to be recalibrated. So the age of endless growth, I think KL is running out of land. So how do you create endless growth? It has to be recalibrated. Perhaps there needs to be a metric. Instead of just building new buildings, we have to think about old buildings. How do we repurpose those spaces? So if we can tolerate a slower China in terms of growth, why not? We can tolerate a slower pace of physical concrete growth. That's what I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. And YB, business and nature can both win if
I think business and nature can both win if we all understand the inconvenience affects everybody, whether you are a developer or you are a petty trader, if the flood comes, unless you live on the top of the hill in Bangsa, but even then, Bangsa has landslide. The not hit you, but the landslide will hit you. And so, that inconvenience will affect everybody, then you are not going to get a win-win. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I have to conclude this discussion. And the question that I ask is, what kind of development allows both communities and nature to thrive? This is not about choosing business or nature. It is about understanding how societies have to make difficult decisions when both matters. We need to identify principles for balancing economic growth and environmental stewardship and inspire greater collaborations among government, business, and civil society. So back to the question, who wins and when, business or nature, I conclude both and now. It is clear from the conversation with YB and Mr. Tan that there is progress. The introduction of the 300-meter environmental buffer zone is a good example that signals a shift from reacting to environmental conflicts towards proactively safeguarding natural assets. It reflects a governance approach that recognizes healthy ecosystems as essential infrastructure for resilient, livable, and competitive cities. Perhaps the question is not whether business or nature wins, but can business succeed if nature loses? We must accept that nature and communities are not external considerations, but fundamental to how businesses create and sustain value. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are your views on this discussion? You can share your comments on HOVA. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions. So YB has and Mr. Tan has kindly consented that they will respond to your questions if you post it on HOVA. So with that, YB Hanayo and Mr. Tan, thank you very much for an engaging discussion, and thank you all for your interest. Have a very good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Dato Tunku Marina, YB Hannah, and also Bunhua for that candid conversation on what it takes to balance urban development with biodiversity conservation priorities in Kuala Lumpur. I think we can all agree that the discussion was riveting and has given us plenty of food for thought in terms of how we can balance these competing interests. I think that line from Dato on can business succeed if nature loses is such a wonderful way to sum up what's at stake. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next panel. The climate emergency that we're facing means that the conventional paths of economic growth are becoming less and less viable. How do we lay the blueprint for a new economy that will allow developing countries to progress to high income levels underpinned by sustainable resource management and environmental conservation? That is what this coming panel is discussing. And I am pleased to welcome to the stage our esteemed speakers, Dr. Hoesung Lee, President of the Carbon Free Alliance and former Chair of the UN IPCC, Yang Mulia Raja Azlan Shah Raja Azwa, Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer at MIC Group, Charlotte Wolf Bai, Chief Sustainability Officer at Petronas, and Joseph Jayan de Cruz, CEO of the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, as well as Independent Non-Executive Director on the Board of Climate Governance Malaysia. This panel is moderated by Jackie Ma, President and CEO of the Institute of Corporate Directors Malaysia and Council Member of CGM. Jackie, over to you.
Thank you, Shazana. I realize we are standing in between you and lunch, so I have informed my fellow panelists to make it as exciting as possible for you. So we had a heavy morning. I mean, we spoke a lot, and I think when we discussed with the panelists, we want this to be really an action-packed and action-oriented conversation. So perhaps I think Shazana has already introduced the panelists. I won't go any further. I would like to cover as much as possible. Yep. So allow me to maybe just set some context. Well, the title of this session is Charting a High Income Development Pathway for Prosperity, People and Nature. Now, as we all know that Malaysia's aspiration to becoming a high-income nation is about more than economic growth. In fact, in the recent report, we're about 16% from World Bank's threshold. But the thing about the threshold, income threshold, is that we're only measuring income. We're not talking about economic development, being nature positive and being sustainable. So what I like to talk about is that growth is all about managing multiple dimensions of growth simultaneously. Our economy, population, workforce, energy demand, and infrastructure. Now, all of these place increasing pressure on finite resources. So we have to ask ourselves, is our growth inclusive? Are our people benefiting? Are natural resources being protected? Is our economy resilient and institutions trusted? Now, higher income status is no longer achieved by producing more. It is about producing smarter, cleaner, and more competitively. So I'd like to start with a short rapid fire at the beginning of the session, just to set the scene. Maybe I start with you first, JD. For decades, becoming a high income nation was the destination. Do you think this destination has changed, or has the journey become much harder or more complex?
Thanks, Jackie. Rapid fire answer. I don't think the destination has changed, but I think we need to recognize a couple of things. Number one, what stands between us and that destination now is a transition. So the first thing we need to recognize is the approaches that got us to where we are today are not the approaches that are going to get us to high income status. And that transition language, I think, is something we'll talk about a lot. And number two, I'll quote something that Tengku Zafrul said in an article he wrote in the Malay Mail last week, where he said, "We have raised the ceiling, now we must raise the floor." And so I think the second point I would make in terms of us getting to that high income status is that we need to ensure that all of us as a society cross that line together. So two things I think we need to bear in mind as we go into the rest of this conversation.
Thank you. Azlan?
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Very good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I think this question is very apt in the current situation. You know, previously we just needed to focus about GDP growth, and development. But today we need to the quality of that growth, the sustainability of that growth, the inclusiveness of all that. It needs to suit the current and provide for the future generations. And in the midst of all of this, we're facing significant uncertainty, geopolitical uncertainty, and all kind of issues. So as a company, we need to manage this very well. And for us, a shipping company, MIC, I mean, in terms of prosperity, we need to make sure that we can be competitive in a global environment that is rapidly changing. And in terms of the people, we need to make sure that we can, be inclusive for the people and also can bring along the communities that we affect. And then in terms of nature, again, we need to make sure that we are moving towards a cleaner future for everyone.
Thank you. And Charlotte, your views.
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much for having me here this morning. I think there's a good understanding now that it's a multidimensional development is required, and it's just the how that's maybe a bit difficult. But I feel there's a good understanding of that, and that it needs to be inclusive. So my input perhaps to this question would be, we have to put the human and the person at the center, and everything else should flow from that.
Thank you. And Dr. Lee?
Yes, to grow the economy, you need good labor force, you need a good energy source, you need a good materials, and then you need to have a very good institutional apparatus to support the R&D activities of your country. And these four factors are the basic building blocks that prove to sustain the economic growth and development. And now the challenge is that we need to use these materials as well as the labor force effectively and efficiently so that the sum of those activities will not have any, extra so-called external effects on other spheres of the economy. That's the very difficult part. And some of these externalities tend to create a push against the what's so-called the limits of the planetary, ecological services. But no one really sure, although scientists continue to explore these limits, it is really a moving target. And we all know that the paradigm we have adopted for this growth cannot be sustainable. So we have to be very careful about how can we utilize our resources more efficiently and more effectively.
Thank you. And I think the panelist agrees that, we've already surpassed our peak, but then the thing is action still needs to go on. So I'd like to start with Charlotte sharing some things that Petronas is currently doing. Now, Malaysia's development has been built on fossil fuel dependent energy system. Now, looking ahead, where do you see the greatest opportunities for Malaysia to build a development pathway that strengthens both economic competitiveness and the energy transition, not one of the cost of the other? And perhaps we bring that down to ground level. What has that transition journey actually looked like for Petronas? Perhaps mention any difficult trade-offs that you have had to manage as well.
So there's definitely, it shouldn't be competitiveness versus transition. It needs to be an and, competitiveness and transition, because the transition should become the engine of competitiveness. Now, Malaysia's challenge is really to rewire the energy system while keeping the lights on, and the economy growing and people also to progress at the same time. So we have to kind of do all at once, and then competitiveness will be strengthened. Now, the starting point is very clear. National statistics shows that back in 2024, the primary energy in this country was 96% dependent on fossil fuels. Now, consumed energy, 51% petroleum-based products. So it just is very clear that in this country, there's no switch. We can't switch from one system to another. There must be a transition, and it needs to be an orderly one, whilst we keep the economy running and bring the people with us. So I see sort of three moves. First of all, we must make the existing system, energy system, cleaner. Now, I work in oil and gas and energy, other sources of energy. But in upstream oil and gas, for instance, that means focusing on energy efficiency, reducing gas and venting, flaring and venting of gas. And then we have electrification as well as carbon capture and storage. Now, the second point is to build the industries of tomorrow. There are a lot of new energy value chains that need to be developed and invested in. And my colleague here, Rajasan, can talk a little bit more about that. But we really need to focus on, for instance, renewables, but also bio-based fuels. Then we have hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, and so on. And thirdly, we have to bring people with us. We need to make sure that people have the skills that will be required for tomorrow, so that as many people as possible can benefit from the transition. And it's the only way actually forward. Without the people's support, there won't be a transition. I think we've seen that sort of sputtering a little bit in other parts of the world because people not have been brought on the journey. Now, you asked about Petronas. So what we're doing, we're kind of literally working on the engine whilst the vessel is sailing. And we are strengthening our hydrocarbon business, but with less emissions. That's our strategy. Our strategy is also to invest into new promising lines of business, such as renewables, bio-based fuels, carbon capture and storage, and so on. And we're doing this at the same time. And since sort of over the last decade or so, we've done really well. We've actually reduced over 22 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And for those of you who consume climate data, you will know that's a big number, and we're very proud about that. And the journey continues today. We also have established a renewables business that in 3 years has already 9.1 gigawatts of projects already running or under development, which is also a tremendous achievement. So the trade-offs are absolutely real because capital is finite. Demand for new products and services is not there at the scale we need it to be yet. Some technologies are still very costly. Um, at the same time, energy must remain secure and affordable. And so right now in Petronas, we are, or as we've done throughout actually over the last few years, is to prioritize high impact emission abatement projects and to pace new investments against a number of parameters. And some of those include commercial readiness, technology readiness, as well as the demand outlook.
Thank you. So you've spoken about energy transition, which is one of the elements we spoke about on the sustainable, pathway to high income nation. But I'd like to move to Aslan because you spoke earlier on at the beginning about economic competitiveness. So one of the things I'd like to ask you is, when you think about carbon pricing, disclosure, and climate regulations, they are no longer optional. And they're just the operating environment now, especially in the industry that you're in. Now, some companies will use the shift to get ahead. Most will try and comply. Now, what is MISC doing that falls in the first category and not the second? And perhaps give us an example, a decision or investment or something that you've made that shows that this is just in practice, not just in principle.
So that sounds like a very tough question, huh? But never mind, I'll try.
To earn your lunch.
Yeah, I'll try my best. I mean, in NMIC, the sustainability is integrated into the enterprise strategy. So we have got three mutually reinforcing pillars. The first one, which relates to the core business, we call it the resilient core. And that is, we've got a target there to grow the cash flow by 50%. Yeah, and then we've got another pillar called profitable new energy. The intent was to grow that to 25% of our CFO or cash flow by 2030. And then lastly, we have got decarbonization, where the intent is to reduce our emission intensity by 50% by 2030. So in terms of this enterprise strategy, we use this as a battle cry since I think it's been 3 years already. And well, the intent is to grow the cash flow so we can redeploy into the new energy business. And in terms of the new energy business up to today, we reported in our ISSB reports, in the one that we released for the 25 financial year, about 6 to 7% of our revenues are new energy related, mainly coming from our construction projects in our Pasir Gudang yard, in terms of the construction of the Petronas CCS structure and also TenneT's offshore wind HDVC structure. So that's what we have done already. In terms of capital allocation, we have actually allocated capital to new energy project, which we define as carbon capture, offshore wind, as well as future fuels. So the one that we did first was we did 3 ammonia dual fuel vessels. That again was with Petronas, together with Petco. That was done, we signed the contract in 2024, but we had to go through a journey because there are a lot of issues in terms of technology, safety related to the dealing of ammonia. So, I mean, there were some bumps, but I believe now we are slated to deliver those assets, I think, by 27, 28. So that was the first batch that we allocated capital to. The second one was in terms of LCO2, the liquid carbon dioxide carriers. We partnered with a Korean player, K-Line, for the European Northern Light projects. So those 2 vessels was secured in the first quarter of this year. And then we have also, as a legacy, we were among the first movers in terms of the dual fuel vessels, in particular the LNG dual fuel vessels. So, I mean, we see LNG as a transition fuel. The emissions are lower than, crude and all that. I think if you look at the GFI, it's probably about 20 to 30% more efficient as well. So, we today, starting from 2018 up to today, now we've got about 13, and in the pipeline, we hope to have about 25 by 2030. And then in addition to that, we also have done other assets like ethanol ready for the Brazilian shuttle tanker business. So, I mean, it's already happening. It's not as fast as we want, but because we need to ensure that whatever investment that we make, there is a reasonable return. Yeah, so we are taking a selective and measured approach, but we have made some decent progress.
Thank you. I'd like to move the conversation from sort of corporate efforts to perhaps Dr. Lee's views. Dr. Lee, I think IPCC reports are built on consensus across thousands of scientists and years of review. When the science reaches a boardroom or even a government ministry, something often gets lost in that translation. Now, what's one finding from recent IPCC work that you think business and government leaders are still underestimating? I mean, you've covered a few points in your keynote speech this morning, not because they doubt the science, but because it hasn't been translated into something that they can act on.
I think the most misunderstood part of the IPCC report to the audiences outside of the scientific community is the adaptation part. And IPCC, whenever the IPCC reports highlighted the worsening the climate impacts throughout the rest of the century, the report always indicate that if the adaptation efforts remain at current level, in other words, we don't want people to interpret the oncoming climate impacts, disastrous climate impacts, will fall on us in today's socio-economic picture, today's socio-economic arena. For the rest of the several decades, the socio-economic structure capability will also improve as the climate warms. So it is a very delicate exercise to properly understand the relation between the worsening impact and the impact in the physical sense and impact in the sense of the economic as well as non-economic impacts. And that part is a very difficult area that properly understood by the policy-making people. And in fact, can I go on more? Yeah. In fact, the media, some of you are from media sector are very much interested in highlighting the somewhat negative aspect of the climate impacts. More or less, they want to pick up on the very much threatening, extremely threatening messages from the scientific report. However, those scientific reports, as I said before, always assumes that a given degree of adaptation, that means it clearly says that if adaptation remains at the current level, the reason we emphasize the current level is that we cannot know, and we dare not to expect what much of an adaptation effort will be taken by current government as well as the future government and future society. So that's one key element that everyone has to understand. I believe the media people. So therefore, the media's fixation on giving the bad news from the climate change is not really a much service to energize the mitigative activities on the part of decision maker as well as consumer. The second part is the how the consumer react to this climate change, the reports. The consumer can have a great deal of impact on the supply-demand balance, not only in the regular consumer goods, but also for the other intermediate goods. For instance, I mentioned materials briefly in the first round, and as many of you know very well that the economy recorded a very good improvement in the energy efficiency, though we need to do more. But in terms of materials efficiency, there has been a locked-in correlation between the materials input and the GDP growth, almost 1-to-1. And this is really, really affecting the world's aspiration to reduce the emissions as much as possible, because those materials are based upon a high carbon content of energy. And therefore, we hope that the opinion makers outside the science communities look into the crux of the matters that really drives the climate impacts, and that really what of those impacts, of those drivers, what are the most difficult elements that decision makers find difficult to tackle, and policymakers are difficult to tackle. I think we need to be careful about interpret all the science reports.
No, on that note that Dr. Lee has made, JD, I know we had this discussion about sort of we wanted to make it useful for the audience who are here today. Building on that, what's the actual tell that separates a credible transition for companies plan for one that simply meets just the disclosure requirements, and what's one thing that you perhaps have personally looked for or have seen that have failed in terms of a transition plan?
Cool. And as promised, I'll try not to get too nerdy, but I do want to respond with quite specific answers, because as you said, we should try to make this useful. What's the first test I look for in a transition plan? Can any number in that plan be traced back to something someone can go out and inspect? A particular hectare, a tonnage, a facility, a vessel. Can you actually go out there and assess what this plan is saying has changed? And importantly, could an independent party go out, look at the same evidence, and reach a different conclusion? Is your hypothesis falsifiable? Because a lot of times plans fail that second test. They sound very compelling, but what's being asserted there is not falsifiable. Now, a slight sidebar here. People tend to think building these kind of transition plans is a daunting challenge. And it can be, but in many cases, depending on the sector you're in, you already have a lot that you're doing you can build on. And I'll give you an example from our own work at the RSPO in the palm sector. So one of the big issues we talk about in Malaysia is around flood risk. So in our system, our plantations have already mapped steep terrain, fragile soils, drainage, and tracked this in many cases for over 20 years, because it's part of the management plans we require them to have. Okay, and that's equivalently, if essentially what you're doing there is you're doing almost disclosure. You're doing environmental management plans, right? But that actually gives you the basis when you now need to build a transition plan that talks about risk. Risk to your plantations, risk of young saplings being flooded, risk of degradation over time. You already have a very strong baseline of data there on which you can build a credible transition plan that talks about how you're going to redesign or re-engineer your landscape to deal with climate risks in the future. So you need it to be credible, you need it to be falsifiable, but if you already understand your base data, it's actually not such a daunting prospect. And the second test I always look for is when you look at a transition plan and you look at the implementation, do you ever see failure? Because if you got a plan that looks great on paper and all you're doing every year is writing reports talking about your wonderful progress, then that's just document generation. That's not really giving a strong narrative of how you are adapting and changing in response to what's coming ahead. So those are the two tests I look for. Is it specific in terms of something I can go out and look at in a way that's falsifiable? And when I look at implementation, am I actually seeing evidence there of assumptions changed, progress being rerouted because you're actually anticipating failure?
Thanks, JD. Charlotte, I'd like to go back to you. Dr. Lee mentioned about adaptation. We spoke about that. I think besides transition, I think how do you think boards should think about adaptation and resilience? Now, should businesses move beyond planning solely for mitigation towards adaptation and resilience as their core strategic priorities? And how much of it are you seeing within the conversations you're having?
So no transition follows a straight line. So no board member should sort of lead as though it will. But what boards do need to be clear about what is the destination, and also ensure build in enough flexibility so that we can adjust the route based on the risk picture, emerging markets, and technology risk, and so on. But to your question, adaptation and resilience must sit alongside mitigation. So it's a yes. Mitigation protects the future. Adaptation protects our ability to operate here and now. So for boards, as this event is sort of for board members and their supporters, I would focus on three things. So first of all, know where the business is most exposed. Across assets, supply chains, or communities? What is the weakest link that's absolutely critical to the operations of the business? So when you are in the boardroom, ask for this. What is it? Which points are these? Second, test the future against several futures, or test the business against several futures. So this is where scenario planning comes in. So how long can critical operations withstand disruptions? Except like if you in the middle of a flood or severe weather event, how long can you operate? What could make an investment fail? Are today's efficiencies reducing tomorrow's options? We can focus single-mindedly on effectiveness, efficiency, and driving costs down, but what could it do to the resilience of tomorrow? And thirdly, invest in flexibility, not redundancy everywhere. And inspired by my shipping colleague here next to me, maybe an analogy from shipping. So if you have a lifeboat, it's very essential it's located in strategic places. But your whole vessel is not going to be a combination of just lifeboats because that would be expensive. You probably wouldn't get where you need to go. So for the boards, or board members, it's really important to protect the points where failure would have the greatest operational, financial, and social impact. So resilience doesn't mean that we become so risk averse that nothing will move forward. It's also a cost to business. So the balance is a very essential. And that's why you have to really focus on risk and where the risk is in the organization. So maybe tomorrow already, when you have your next board meeting, I would ask for three things. Map the weak points. Second point would be stress test the big bets, the big investments that are going to be made. Test them against various scenarios and price assumptions and how they perform against different futures. And thirdly, fund the response. Make sure there's accountability in the organization, real roadmaps and plans behind sort of any response that would support the resilience of the company. In Petronas, we are very much practicing this type of management. So we are looking at climate proofing our infrastructure. So we have physical climate change risk analysis, and which is followed up by civil engineering plans and proposals and rectifying measures. Also, it is about reducing emissions and testing major investments against various price assumptions and scenarios, just as ISSB requires you to do. Now, resilience is not about predicting the future perfectly. It's not a crystal ball, but it is to be ready for several possible futures. So that would be the role for a board member.
Thanks, Charlotte. So you've mentioned the point about risk. I'd like to move on to Azlan because I think in your boardroom, how are your boards managing the long-term sort of net zero ambitions with those immediate physical risks that are happening, particularly in the industry of yours?
Yeah, I mean the climate risk is not a single issue. I mean it needs to be looked at from two angles. Firstly, the transition, and then the physical risk. And then in the company like maritime company like MIC, we're talking about vessel safety, port operations, route planning, staff welfare. All of this needs to be looked at. In addition to that, for the board, the challenge is that the net zero ambition is a very long-term challenge, but the risk environment is already here. I mean, in maritime, carbon pricing is just around the corner, so we need to prepare for that. So from MIC's perspective, the way that we approach it, I would like to use 4 principles. Firstly, we look at governance, climate resilience, capital allocation, and trust. And insofar as governance is concerned, this is how we look at the climate risks and opportunities and how we integrate that into our enterprise strategy, enterprise risk management, our investment decisions, as well as our operational planning. In terms of climate resilience, I mean, the directors need to ensure that the company is reducing emissions for the long term, while also strengthening the operational resilience against climate impacts that are already here today. And in terms of capital allocation, the board needs to ensure that investments today not only protect the competitiveness of the existing business, but also position the company for future growth. And lastly, on trust, board needs to remember that trust is now a part of competitiveness. Our investors, our financiers, our consumers, regulators are increasingly wanting to see credible governance, transparent disclosure, evidence that climate risks are now being managed. And we're already seeing this under the ISSB disclosures. Yeah, I mean, in the case of MIC, we have applied the climate transition relief, and we have got a reprieve for maybe another year. But after that, we will need to be fully compliant, and then you will see the full extent of disclosure. And then I wonder how the SC is going to act when they see all these numbers or these financial information coming out in the open. As it is, the first round of this exercise was already daunting. Once it's a full disclosure, I wish everybody the very best.
Thank you. We shall see. Dr. Lee, so we've talked about efforts from corporations in the boardrooms. In terms of the 1.5 degrees, do you think boards should abandon this, or do you think the planning case should shift to overshoot and adaptation as a default, or what's the real number that boards should be thinking about, or should there be a number?
Based upon my limited experiences in interacting with the high-level business people, the questions they are interested in knowing the answer is what level of overshoot the scientific community expects to have, and the more consensus at this moment is about from 0.1 to 0.2, and that's the maximum to arrive at the 1.5 the end of the century. then the question is, and what sort of a methods do we have to employ to offset those overshoot? And the answer there is already known, that we need to have a direct captured technologies available, and then we need to have a broader deployment of the CCUS, CCS, and then we also have other technologies that to reduce the energy efficient, increase energy efficiency much as possible, as well as materials efficiency as possible, which means that the technologies I mentioned right here now is all known. And the remaining, the task is to how to deploy at scale much as possible. And my ideal situation in this, the effort is that business is conducting their operation as business as usual. But at the end of the day, we came to know that the carbon emissions reduced. So I hope that the reduction of carbon emissions become more or less a byproduct of the business as usual operation of the business sector. So it is reverse, really, in looking at the problems. And in other words, from the global economy point of view, every country pursues higher economic growth. Sometimes the higher economic growth means involving lots of external problems, but let's just forget about for the moment. So every country pursues the higher economic growth, better living standards, better quality development, and by product, we have less and less emissions into the atmosphere. I think that's the goal that the world should, aim for.
Absolutely. Thank you. So we've talked about all these elements, the science, transition, adaptation, resilience. So JD, maybe you do the honor of kind of encapsulating everything. What do you think Malaysia needs to strengthen more urgently, not just to become wealthier, but become more trusted and resilient in this economy?
As I frame an answer to that question, just to let you know, JT was at the back of the room gesturing frantically to say we had 4 minutes left, and that was 3 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
What does Malaysia need to do to not only become high income, but I guess to be successful in this transition? I would say 3 things. First of all, recognize it is a transition. And I go back to the point I made at the very beginning. If we talk about this being a transition, we need to be very actively considering and debating what are we going to be doing differently in the years ahead. Whether it is, as Charlotte was rightly saying, in our energy transition mix, there are hard decisions that need to be made there. Whether it is in how we manage our infrastructure, whether it is how we manage our natural resource base in sectors like plantations. So it's a transition. Number 2, recognize that our challenge is not just and not only to raise the ceiling to become high income, but to make sure we're raising the floor. And raising the floor is not just about subsidies and transfers. It's, are you giving people the opportunity to be part of this transition? Are you providing them with the resilience to be able to navigate the kind of adaptation scenarios that Dr. Lee was talking about? And the third thing, always a plea, we talk about this session being prosperity, people, planet. And I think in a lot of our transition planning and a lot of our boardrooms, we tend to focus on prosperity as the focus. We tend to think about what's the minimum we need to do to bring people along, our stakeholders, our workers, etc. And whatever else we have left to spare in terms of attention or resources gets chucked into protecting the planet. And I think we need to reverse that and recognize that a critical part of that floor is our natural resource base, and protecting that needs to become a foundational part of our transition plan as well. So make it planet, make it people, and then build prosperity on top of that.
Thank you. I mean, I know we have to go for lunch, but if I could just sum up, I think based on the messaging today, the people, prosperity, and nature messaging must advance together. So I think as we grow towards high income nation status, it is meaningless if it's not equitable, inclusive, and also nature positive. So as we go towards that pathway, we hope that Malaysia, with the help of corporates and all the wider ecosystem, will make sure that it's not just competitive, but it's fair as well as sustainable. So a round of applause for our esteemed panelists today, and thank you for your patience. Over to you.
Thank you so much to the panelists and the moderator, Dr. Lee, Raja Azlan, Charlotte, JD, and Jackie, for tackling the nuts and bolts of transitioning to a low carbon economy that can still deliver development gains and build true resilience. I think you've more than earned your lunch. Please give them a hearty round of applause once again. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a packed morning filled with food for thought, which is hungry work to digest. So, luckily, it is time for the lunch break. You can find a delicious vegetarian buffet at the Sasana Kijang Cafe for the price of 65 ringgit, as well as other options. The NCGS Secretariat can direct you to the cafe beyond these doors. The conference will resume at 1:30 p.m. sharp, and we appreciate your timely return to the main hall. For those who are here for SSM CPE points, please be alert to announcements on how you can fulfill the requirements, so keep your eyes peeled post-lunch. With that, selamat menjamu selera, everyone. We'll see you after lunch. I really enjoyed this. Thank you very much for inviting us. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good job. So well. Right. I'm learning as well. This is great stuff. Wonderful. Please let's see the here. I want to get your like notes and keep each other. Can I really need to. Okay. I'm good. Oh, okay. That's good. Yes. I think tonight, now, all what we're doing on next, session, so have a lot of some efforts. So we'll be very nice. So, fantastic. You did it on this. So this one is worth that we are confident with somebody that makes me there's for finding learning to more members. So we are doing our best. Our best is amazing. We have got some four clients now using Swiss gas and then there's suspended. It is not at all. In fact, when you're talking about $10, I said it is not the Canada. You talk about $50,000 a year. It's it's about you look at $100,000. You look at the attention of we're still gazing all the way up the attention. And not just finance range, but with a good spot. Back to it is something which we just want to know from us. And then my second one is where you get since solar and wind are off. Thank you. All right. So we are focusing a lot on oh, okay. Good job and lovely panel. I know it was just a job over the yeah, then they had to confuse. I don't think it happened. Perhaps by the way, I'm Abhijit from Q3. Okay, see you. Okay. Thanks.
So I'll get in touch with you. I know. So the webinar on regulators, I will come with this. I mean, definitely. But that means we solid. Not sure I have your Wi-Fi issues, but right. Take care and have a good rest of the year. I know. For lunch or no? Lunch. The two of us being and in their words, or then especially when this is oh, the regulators. Oh my God.
Check. He one two. Check. Mic one two. Check. Test. Mic one two. Test 1 2. Hey 1 2. Test. Test 1 2. Check. Check. Mic 1 2. Test 1 2. Check. Hey. Test mic 1 2 2. Hey. Test mic 1 2 check. Hey 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 1 2 2 hey 1 2 check 1 2. Test 1 2 check. Hey 1 2 2 ha ha check. Test 1 2 check. Hey hey. Test 1 2 2 check.
So I didn't get your name.
I'm Graham.
I'm Shari.
Graham. I'm Graham.
This is
I'm Lau.
Thank you.
I used to be from.
Oh,
be a
which
student.
a student? Which
Then
department?
civil.
Oh, civil, chemical. The prof Shark, student. Shark.
He's still around.
Still around, still around.
All right. Thank you
Yeah,
very
sure,
much.
sure.
All right.
Okay, see you again. Okay.
She's feeling right up. Just I would say, let's be out there and I just is that so? Oh yeah, I'm going to eat. It's just that I was like, oh, just I need to be outside. Oh, no. Actually, I didn't even think about it. Yeah. It's just 30 to 15 minutes. Okay, now. Thank you very much. Thank you. So back to the
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
how many terms have you been MC?
This is my second year.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. They're very kind to bring me back again.
So is
Sorry, your name is?
my name is Ingwan.
Ingwan.
Yeah.
Mm.
So is this your specialization or?
Not exactly. I used to work with BFM, so I am
BF? Oh,
the business radio station.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I
Oh, you're
think
the host.
I was one of the hosts.
Okay.
Yes. So I was one of the hosts, and they found me through that avenue, and
So
I
now
do
you
this on the side, like freelance lah.
Oh, freelance. So
Mm.
it's not full time.
Not full time.
So are you still working with the radio?
No, I'm not.
So you do something else?
Yes.
Okay.
Taking a break now. Yes.
Okay.
Mm. But if you want to see me, you let people know. Drum up business.
Understand.
Nice meeting you, Engwen.
Someone left their phone over there. Oh, okay. I cannot like trace the owner. Okay, I can make an announcement later. Yeah. Because I don't know how to like answer the phone call.
Is it
like
ringing?
yeah.
That's the person.
No.
Could be, but then when I press this side,
Tak jadi.
then I don't know what to do.
Okay. Yeah, if you leave it here, I will.
Thank you so much.
And maybe let the secretariat know as well that there's a phone.
Yeah. I let them know.
Okay. All right. So if anyone's looking, thank you. Alhamdulillah, bagus. So it's nervous of what?
There was no rebel, no nothing.
No,
Everything went very smoothly.
Thank you so much. No, not at all. And I think the moderators were
They were good,
I enjoyed
right?
all of them so much. The questions were really good. Yeah. So I think it's
No, this is like the adults' climate conversation. It really is. Yeah.
so yeah, so far it's been really cute.
Yeah. I hope we have a good turnout in the afternoon.
I was really impressed that the room was full. I mean, I guess it helps.
Oh, did you get
smaller
enough? It's
room.
like over 200 in the room and over 500 online.
Oh, wonderful.
It's quite a big deal.
It's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really good.
No, but then also we kind of like drawn out the thinking audience.
Mm.
You know, the people who are, and you can see it's like almost pin drop silence.
Mm.
People are really concentrating.
Mm.
I wish the sound system was a bit better, but
Dr. Lee is so amazing, and I love what he says. And like, he said so many things that I'm like, wow, that's so it's so good. Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Did you
yeah.
interview him?
I'm not with BFM anymore,
Oh,
but I'm
okay,
sure
okay.
BFM would want to interview him. So I
Because
can.
he's free this afternoon.
It's very short notice. So
Pretty
sorry.
sure. I think he's
But
free on Wednesday.
I'm sure.
Oh, I know, but
My pleasure. My pleasure.
I managed to eat the one you makan tak? Okay. Semalam tidur tak, guys? Ya, mimpi. Mimpi summit. It's okay. Sudah makan, sudah makan. Always nice to see you. Always love hearing you on Twitter. You always say something that makes me like think, and then I keep telling you what to tell someone. So you might hear from, BFW again or something.
Always pleasure. Except when I was coming over to complain with Christian to Sirika that doing CGL events is ruining my reputation for IT.
Oh, in what way?
That's my chat with my leadership team. So we took a photo of me on stage, and they were like, "Hey, boss is napping on the job."
You can always see you're doing the Japanese way. They close their eyes and they forever.
Different myself. It's on stage speaking. I'm doing here again. Terrible, terrible. I know. Somebody purposely waited for executive right?
Pretty much. Like, we just wanted that what to do. Yes, so it's going to be a good one. I think that's always wonderful.
Yes.
I was
So leaving to it. Sorry, what
Yeah.
is it? I close it a bit. Like 3 minutes, I'm making nice.
Because you know what? You recognize Gary.
Did he?
For I don't know,
They
like,
were working
like
together.
17 years, Gary was the spokesperson for G77 plus China.
Oh, wow.
He
I love
wasn't just a
that.
spokesperson for Malaysia.
Yeah.
He was a spokesperson
For the
for
bloc.
G77 and China. You know,
Hi,
and so,
Siva.
hi, how are you?
Good event. Great event.
I see.
I'm well
Oh, is it?
prepared for it.
To lead good young talent to build a better world for all of us.
I can see you were speaking.
You've known us for 50 years. You've seen our name. You know our brand. But do you know what we stand for? We stand for progress, for connection, to powering economies, and levity. We value kindness, for comfort, for better living, where research meets recovery, where care begins today. We stand for the planet to be Asia's model corporation in sustainable development, innovating to enrich lives for a better tomorrow, inspiring change across the world. We champion education for opportunity and for tomorrow. We stand for people. We stand with you. 50 years ago, we began with progress. Tomorrow, we lead with purpose. Sunway, your future, our legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can start making your way back into the hall. We invite you to take your seats as we would like the conference to recommence at 1:30 p.m. sharp. Please make your way in, and if possible, do fill the front rows of the seats. After lunch crowds tend to be a little bit thinner, which means you get to be closer to the action. So please come to the front. For those of you who are eligible for SSM CPE points, please be alert to announcements on how to collect those coveted points. And we're also delighted to see the activity on the Hoover app. If you haven't downloaded this or at least checked out the web portal, you really should. The Hoover app has the full agenda for the entire week of NCGS events, including the plenary sessions, the workshops, and master classes that will run until Friday. You can browse the schedule and register for the workshops and master classes on the app. There will be no virtual attendance, so if you can come in person, it's really worth the opportunity. It's a free resource to upskill on sustainability and climate change knowledge. Now, while you're on the Hoover app, you can also participate in the NCGS online contests. There are a few. There's a photo caption contest where you can submit a photo and a witty or profound caption of what you're doing here at the NCGS. You could be featured on CGM social media platforms. There is also a trivia challenge that's running today and tomorrow. Answer the questions that come up in the app and be in the running to win complimentary access to CGM events. I'll even give you a clue on how you can find answers. The answers are all there outside at the exhibition booths. So if you haven't yet, please take the time to check out the exhibition booths, speak to the friendly attendants, and try to find out what the answers to the trivia questions are. So please take your seats. We should be commencing the afternoon session very soon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National Climate Governance Summit 2026, where we're tackling questions on how we can build resilience in the face of global warming. I hope you've had an enjoyable lunch with good food and good conversation. And the good news is we have more of the latter in the second half of the plenary today. The NCGS is a labor of love involving many groups coming together, so allow me to acknowledge the sponsors of this year's NCGS, including the silver sponsors Nestle Malaysia and Sime Darby Property, as well as other partners who have contributed to making the NCGS a success. Thank you so much for your support. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to commence the afternoon session with what is still, to some, a contested issue. Can sustainable investment provide the same returns as a conventional portfolio? Our next session will dissect this question from the perspective of a Malaysian institutional investor that has both a commercial and social mandate to ensure returns. I am pleased to invite to the stage for a fireside chat Dato Rizal Rickman Ramli, President and Group CEO of Permodalan Nasional Berhad, with Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, Founder of Climate Governance Malaysia. Please give them a warm welcome. Datin Sri, over to you.
Thank you so much, Shazana. Dato Rick, it's wonderful to have you back here again. Congratulations on your recent appointment. You're now the steward of the nation's patient capital and also our champion for sustainability. Delighted to have you here. And PNB sits at this unique intersection of capital governance and long-term national resilience as well. So in today's conversation, in let's say 3 big questions, I wanted to unpack not just the state of reporting, also resilience, and how strategy is informed by what we're doing. So to start off with, would you like to share how sustainability has moved into the core of PNB's strategy?
So let me give a bit of background in terms of how we got onto this sustainability journey. And I'll first an admission. I think pre-2021, whenever someone talks about sustainability, I kind of zone out and I move on. And I remember when I go to Australia, talk to our investment managers, there's a section called sustainability, and I'm like, okay, please skip that.
Wasn't that when I was talking to you?
No. This was pre-COVID era. I can assure you that. And I think what really happened was we ourselves came up with a view of our sustainability strategy. And I think what happened was the CEO asked me to take charge of that strategy and implement it. Hence why I suddenly now need to think about, okay, what does it mean for the organization? Now, fundamentally, we do believe as a large institutional shareholder, we have a role to play to drive sustainability. And this belief is underpinned by 3 things. One is we believe sustainability drives long-term value creation. 2 is that we need to integrate it into whatever we do on a day-to-day. And 3rd, we can't do this alone. We do need to work with various stakeholders to deliver on this. Now, so what we did was in 22, we came out with 10 commitments. And fundamentally, you can group it into 3 things. There was a bunch of commitments around climate. So net zero enterprise, net zero portfolio by 2050, and a commitment to deploy 10 billion into green and transitioning assets. There was a group of commitments regarding governance. So voting transparency and ensuring voting is in line with long-term value creation. But there's also a bunch of commitments around labor. And the labor commitments were originally more for PNB, like things like 40% women in leadership, labor rights, and living wage for PNB. But eventually we expanded it. So that's essentially how we got onto this. And I would say that along the way, we went from being followers of other institutions in Malaysia, and now I think we are probably ahead from a institutional investor, at least in Malaysia. So recently, we won an award, the SWF Governance Sustainability Resilience Award. We were ranked the highest in Malaysia amongst all the cliques, and we were 4th in the world. So it's a commitment to push this through. Now, what exactly had to be done to get there? One is, as I said, is to ensure there is integration of that topic within the organization. Originally, it was it was nurtured within strategy, and there was this discussion whether sustainability should be on the side of PNB, but we decided to put it into investments because 99% of our emissions are finance emissions. And if you want to tackle finance emissions, we need to get the investment teams on board and understand what's need to be done. Two is really trying to figure out what is the target. I think broadly, yeah, net zero enterprise, net zero portfolio 2050, but what are the interim measures? Where are the pain points and so on? So we set up establishing, targets to some extent bottom up by sectors with sector pathway that we want to do, and now 4 years down, we've revised those targets to be a bit more ambitious. So, for example, originally we had a 10 billion green and transitioning commitment. That number we've now moved it to 15 billion. The intensity reduction target of portfolio originally was 30% by 2030. I think we're making good progress. So we've increased the commitment to, or at least the reduction commitment to 35%. So as we do this, we get more confident that we know we're on the right track, and we enhance our targets. The third and fourth part are the more challenging ones, which is essentially how do you implement it? So you've got the commitments, you've got the targets. How do you implement this within the organization? And we didn't want to shock everyone, at least internally. So what we did was we said, okay, at the start we will track things, meaning if you make an investment, what is the emissions intensity? Does this add to your emissions intensity overall in PNB? But we allowed the investment to happen. But we didn't. We do have conversations around, okay, as you do this investment, how will you ensure that over time the emissions intensity come down? I think, and the last point, and I'll come back to the top one. The last point that is challenging is around how do you then have conversations around your existing investments. So it's easy to say new investments. I apply a certain frame, and I have guards in terms of ensuring they come in. But what about your current investments? What about, and we are a large portfolio investor. We've got exposure, 10% of the Bursa Malaysia is our exposure. So how do you get them on the journey? So there we had to, engage boards, engage companies, explain expectation, change our voting guidelines, and so on, so that they are on this journey with us. So where we are today is we're making good progress. We are now enhancing our approach. As I said originally, we said, okay, you can make your investments, we will track it. I think where we are today is we are now increasing the bar for the investment to be made. And I know for those of you that operate in other markets, this might sound a bit laggard, but we haven't yet priced carbon into our investments because it's not yet required, I mean, at least investments in Malaysia. So we now are trying to figure out, we're up in the process of now imputing carbon costs into investments, pricing, so that at least when the investment team makes the decision, they have to account for the carbon emission. And at some level, we are going to start doing carbon budgeting, i.e., if I'm going to hit a certain carbon target by 2030, I do need to make sure that asset classes are aware and they've got a certain carbon budget to play around with, and that forces them to prioritize which investments they're trying to make. So for PNB, it was really a journey of trying to catch up, and now we're trying to lead, and not only lead ourselves, but also lead our companies. And it's all about a structured approach to increasing the bar. Because if I started the process by let's put in carbon price, let's put in carbon budgeting, I think the investment teams will never accept that. So now, once they understand, okay, what is it that we're trying to achieve, they are more willing to accept all these constraints that I'm putting in place or we're putting in place into the investment decision.
I think pricing the negative externality is such an important part of being able to pivot, because otherwise many of your businesses might be already loss-making, non-viable, but because we haven't priced it, we are overstating profits almost, as it were, isn't it? And the government has signaled repeatedly they will inevitably price carbon. And I think we've got some World Bank representatives in the audience as well who are advising the Ministry of Finance on how to do this. So it's a question of when, not if. I think it leads to the resilience of the portfolio, right? When the portfolio manager is considering that. So aside from carbon pricing, the next set of questions I wanted to ask you was also on resilience, because we know that there's no business resilience without ecosystem resilience. You might have an award winning sustainability report, but your business could still be on its knees. And especially when there are adaptation gaps where not enough is being done, maybe institutions or ministries or policymakers lack capacity. What are your views on this? How do you increase the resilience of the portfolio?
So resilience is a very important topic, and before I talk about resilience from a climate and nature perspective, what we're trying to do as a portfolio manager is really ensure our investments perform, and that starts with a healthy discussion around things like business models and whether those business models are still relevant. Um, and inevitably, when you start having those conversations, you will then try to unpack the onion to figure out what's going on. So for example, maybe I'll start with PNB first in terms of how we think about resilience. And resilience, usually you need to build it when times are good, so that when times are bad, ultimately you're tested and you refine. So the PNB model, from a business model, is very robust and sustainable, and this was really to the credit of the forefathers who thought about the business model. And for those of you who don't know what PNB is, we're fundamentally a retail fund. 1 in 3 Malaysians invest with us, so we've got 13 million Malaysians. And the way and how it works is we've got this unique product called a fixed price unit trust. It's only, I think, unique in Malaysia, where you invest $1 and you pretty much can withdraw that dollar. And what your return is your return is a dividend we give you. So during COVID, when portfolio returns were under stress, you still got your dividend. Now, why this all works is, one, within the funds, and we've got 6 of these fixed price funds. Each fund has got a reserve. So ultimately, think about it, is in good times we build the reserve, in bad times we withdraw down from the reserve. Second point is the portfolio themselves today is a lot more resilient and robust. It's diversified, um, in multi-asset classes, multi-geography, and so on. So even if one asset class underperforms, there is resilience from the diversification of the portfolio. But what's also more important is the role of PNB itself. PNB has got a proprietary fund that then steps in when the funds are under stress. So during COVID, when the funds were under stress, what PNB did, PNB waived our fees, we gifted assets, we supplemented the income through bonus. So if you think of it, you know, the business model that we have is resilient. And now, as we think about it, we now have to think of the resilience. And just to use the analogy around ecosystems, uh, today, to ensure the resilience is not just PNB having to step in, and PNB itself, I would say, is a emblem of a mini ecosystem around those components that we say. There's a role of PNB, there's a role of unit trust, um, and 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 there's a role of different parts, right? But in terms of companies, uh, today, when we engage with companies, obviously for us it's a matter of, okay, how to make yourself more resilient in the near term, and it's inevitably comes down to investors valuing your business today versus what it was before. And this is where a lot of companies tend to hold on to what they had in the past, i.e., if I'm a property company and in the past investors value me because I have a large land bank, what they recognize today is that's no longer the case. Investors don't value that aspect of the business, so they need to evolve the business model in order to be more resilient from a business model. And then as you extend that further, as a management team or a board of a company, you kind of focus on that goal, right? That goal is, I want to ensure I'm able to deliver sustainable returns to my shareholders. And what do I need to deliver it? I need to ensure a resilient business model. I now have to think about resilient supply chains, because during COVID, with all this this low cost supply chain was under stress. So now you kind of have a multipolar supply chain. But then now with what happened in the Middle East, we now recognize actually it's not a bright idea to source everything, all our urea, plastics, all of out of Middle East. So I think as time goes on, and it really matters on a time horizon, companies then realize actually my definition of resilience gets tested, and I need to rely on an ecosystem. The analogy I'll give is Scienprop, which I'm on the board. So when it came to the flooding issue in Bandar Bukit Raja, there was a big flooding issue. They realized that, hey, I can do what I can do within my own boundary, i.e. raised platform and so on, but I do need to sort out the ecosystem or things around me, and that those things are not within my control. I need to sort out Jabatan Air dan Saliran in terms of flood mitigation. I need to sort out local council and all that. So to solve the problem of ensuring my townships are built properly and not flooding, I cannot just rely on myself, because I am probably either the midstream or the downstream of a problem. So if I don't solve the upstream side of the problem, I don't get there. So moving forward, as you said, I can come up with a very nice, glossy, sustainable um, brochure or report. But if I'm not addressing the core issues that my stakeholders face, i.e., my employees or my customers face, um, there's little value in that. But more importantly, to solve those issues, I do need to think beyond the boundary condition. But just to come back to what I'm saying, the challenge is, if I have a 50-year or 20-year time horizon, yes, I'll start thinking of this. But a lot of boards and companies are thinking in 3 to 5 year horizons, which they don't quite think through, because there's a lot of urgent things. If you think of what happens on a board, you have to deal with the current business as is. You have to deal with, risk around it. And today, most board conversations tend to focus on, supply chain risk, cyber risk, climate risk. It was a big topic a few years ago. It's died down. I would say it's died down because we assume
It's with ministry.
it's with we assume that there is something being done somewhere in the company, and I don't think boards have looked at climate or nature and all these risks in a meaningful way, unless it's a near-term risk they face. So if there's a flooding issue, yes, I'll look at it. But if it's a longer-term issue, I don't think that conversation comes to the boards yet.
So what we're seeing is that we're going to have to deal with multiple stakeholders, engage with them far more closely, like the flooding that you mentioned. You're chairing SIMW Property, and you're going to have to reach out to JPS, Civil Defense, the neighborhood communities to have engagements with them as to how you're planning to collectively manage this. We had a screening of the UK's National Emergency Briefing this morning. Maybe we should organize for a screening for the PNB group as well, because it was really revealing that the extreme weather that we're seeing today will be the worst that you have seen in your lifetime, in the memory of a lot of people. But it is actually only going to get worse moving forward. So, this is, I think it's important that the signaling is already taking place within the group, thanks to your thought leadership. So, hopefully, we look forward to hearing more about this in subsequent national summits. So the final big question I wanted to unpack was from volume to value, the volume of disclosures to how this is actually informing strategy and therefore creating value in the portfolio. Not just managing risks, also seizing opportunities. There's so many different ways in which we could there's this criticism, for example, that is anyone reading the sustainability reports? Is it really informing strategy? When are we going to get to a stage where these reports are going to be telling us the truth about the current state of the crisis? What are your views on this?
So I think the reports, the NSRF requirements that's aligned to ISSB, I think is important, as it sets what I call a floor, right? So, and we're the first country in ASEAN to kind of enforce or get companies to report in such a manner. Now you can imagine, like most reports, it's only valuable where you are able to articulate or understand what that report is saying. So the as I mentioned earlier, I'm trying to assess where my companies are in terms of their sustainability journey. So what I'm trying to do is trying to figure out, is this particular company um, will they get there in terms of achieving their sustainability commitments? The NSRF report, to some extent, doesn't quite. You can read, okay, this is the governance framework and all this, but I think a lot of companies don't really emphasize the strategy, the initiatives, and the capex that goes into getting this alignment. And that's why, as an institutional shareholder, I do have a fairly large team that has to go out and engage these companies in a fairly extensive way to make the call at these companies on their journey. Because one thing that we did was we made it stick through our voting guidelines. So if a company doesn't have, and I'm using net zero as an example, and this was a few years ago, doesn't have a commitment to sign up for net zero, we will vote no to the re-election of the chairman and their committee chair. And this was a January 1st, 2025 commitment. And that one I think is easy. It's a yes or no, right? You either have a commitment or don't have a commitment. But the more trickier bit is now we said by Jan 1st, 2026, companies need to have a credible net zero strategy. Now we can debate whether net zero itself is the right thing, but we had to start somewhere. And how do you assess what's credible net zero strategy? So we had to come up with a methodology around it, and we use a combination of NZIF and another methodology, where we can say and we assess along several dimensions. You have a commitment, you have targets, you have strategy, you have initiatives, have you allocated capex and so on. And then for us to assess this, to get this assessment done, I think is beyond what is in those reports. Those reports kind of give you a sense, but you almost need to really do your homework, engage with companies to understand, okay, and kind of verify that. But that's one. So from me trying to look at it, I think it is a start, but it's, as I said, it's a floor. I'm raising the floor, but not yet raising the ceiling, right? So to raise the ceiling, I do need companies to think through implications of what they're sharing. So they share a lot of data, they share a lot of plans, but what is the implication of what they're doing on their business model, on their customers, and so that I, as an investor, can make an informed choice whether, okay, you flag this, you've quantified the risk, and you hopefully have articulated what are you doing about it, and I then can make a call. Okay, do I do something? Do I engage with this company, or do I say risk exposure is too high? I divest. But today, that decision takes a long time for me to do. So yes, it's good that we do it, but you only get value if you're able to then extract from that data, insights to at least make decisions about your portfolio.
Okay, but more succinctly, what is the one shift Malaysian companies must do to maintain their resilience in a hothouse world? What is your advice?
My advice is you need to essentially align your capital spend against the risk, the resilience risk that you articulated. So I think what Malaysian companies and most companies do is they've said, okay, here are my material risks, and from a material risk, I say here's what I'm doing. But actually, if you look at whether they're allocating capex or they're investing dollars behind that, most often probably not, right? It's kind of saying, yes, I know what I know these are the risks, and I have it in some committee report, but it doesn't get addressed unless there is real investment commitment or real capex behind it. And maybe one thing that I will say is companies are not. I say companies align themselves to where value is, right?
Yeah.
And in certain parts of the world, that alignment is clear, i.e., customers demand it. I will invest the capex because I get value out of it. So in the case of our companies, SD Guthrie, when they want to export palm oil into Europe, with CBAM and all that RSPO requirement, they need to make sure that it's more like a market access. If I don't do it, I get market access. Um, Now the challenge here is, and again I come back to Sun Property because I chair that company. We're trying to push the company to uh, and the company wants to do this, like improve labor rights and all this. For example, conversation around should we pay construction workers a living wage? I mean, that in itself will make houses more expensive, right? Then you ask, are consumers willing to pay more for houses that are deemed sustainable and all that? The answer is probably no today in Malaysia. So how do you make the consumer um, be willing to price for that? And I can tell you, when PME started to push sustainability agenda on our social media platforms, we get a lot of questions around, oh, why are you doing this? Is it going to impact my dividends? Is my dividends going to go down because you're asking companies to do that? So there is a bit of a social license to operate element here where, yes, I want to do this. I need to bring my consumer or my stakeholder base along this journey to understand what's the value in doing this. And the value inevitably is not, I might not see value in a year or two or three. I might see value in the long term, in the sense that these assets become more robust. They don't become stranded, and I then create stronger companies with more resilient business models. But ultimately, it's not an easy thing to
It's
have.
very tough. This is the job, isn't it? That you not only want to make informed risk rewards assessment, you need to be able to communicate to multiple stakeholders. And these are the same people who are agitating for dividends today, will be the same people who are asking you what the hell you are doing if you're no longer climate resilient, right? But just very quickly to wrap this up, what motivates you and what gives you concern with what you're seeing today?
So I come back to that point that we really believe doing all this creates long-term value. And I'll give you I mean, because I started in PMB in real estate, and we recently completed refurbishment of an asset called One Exchange Square. It sits above Liverpool Street Station. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a large asset, but we spent 200 million pounds refurbishing this asset. So in a Malaysian context, there's R1 billion of to refurb a one building, right? And at that point in time, there were conversations around what's the standard you want to refurb, and so on. So it became, at that point in time, the evidence of can we price this higher in terms of rent was not there. There was some emerging evidence that tenants were willing to pay for a better spec building, but not there. But today, that building, in terms of embodied carbon, was something like 300 over to 400 kilograms of CO2 per square meter, ahead of the Greater London Authority target of 500, fully electric and all this. So it became a fairly strong performing building from an ESG perspective. And the stuff that we strip out, we recycled to build schools in the UK, and also went back into the building materials that was eventually built. And I can tell you today, we underwrote the rents of this building at the top end was £90 a square feet. And before we did this, the building was renting at 50, 60 pounds a square feet. Today, the upper end of the rents are fetching £140 a square feet, which is record for the city. So the point is, oh, we believe there is long-term value, and as long-term stewards of capital, we think it's in the best interest of stakeholders to do this. One concern is, as I said, um, you do all this, it adds costs, but you're doing it just for the sake of doing it, and then you don't take the opportunity. So what we want is companies that do this, i.e., okay, you have to do it because from a regulatory perspective, but figure out where you are able to build competitive advantage. And oftentimes you do things not because for a sustainability reason, but you do it because, okay, I've got a real business need, and it happens to also support the sustainability, and that's the best intersection. So when you do these things for companies, do look at how it will help you long term in terms of advantage.
Congratulations once again on being the top performing fund in the country in terms of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, President and Group CEO of PNB, thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk Rizal and Datin Sri Sunita, for spotlighting the crucial role that institutional investors play in nudging the rest of the corporate ecosystem to come on board the climate and sustainability agenda. We see that PNB is paying more than lip service, given the recognition that they've received from the Global SWF Governance, Sustainability and Resilience Scoreboard. But more of Malaysia needs to come along with this. Once again, a round of applause for our speakers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as countries and companies grapple with delivering on climate change and sustainability plans, this also raises the potential of being the subject of litigation. And indeed, we've seen climate litigation grow exponentially since the Paris Agreement. The Grantham Research Institute at LSE cited 249 cases filed in 2025 alone, while more than 2,400 cases were filed since the Paris Agreement in 2015. So Malaysia has seen its very first climate cases being brought to court this year. How will the climate litigation trends shape the legal and policy landscape for climate change in the country? That is what our next learned panel is tackling. And I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Dato Ambiga Srinivasan, founding partner of Srinivasan, Lim Wei Jiet, managing partner of Lim Wei Jiet Advocates and Solicitors, as well as climate legal and policy consultant Abe Lim Hui Sien, climate legal. She's also a next generation board member of Client Earth, the international environmental law NGO. The panel is being moderated by Q Jayo, co-chair of the Environment, Climate Change and ESG Committee of the Malaysian Bar Council. We are going to be beginning this session with the keynote by Dato Ambiga Srinivasan. So I will be handling her the floor.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will be addressing the issue of litigation rights and accountability as it relates to the rights of the people to address climate change. The one thing we can all agree on here, thank God, is that climate change is not a hoax. It is real, we can feel it, and it will only get worse if we are not attentive to its onslaught. Let me start by repeating something you have all heard before. There is no planet B. The question, however, is if Plan A to address climate change is on track, or are we onto our backup plan, Plan B? Coming to the litigation that has been filed by 6 very brave youth, this is what the panel discussion will be about. The issue which is the subject matter of the litigation by them relates to the pledge made by the government several times that at least 50% of Malaysia's land mass under forest and tree cover will be maintained. It will not fall below 50%. That's the pledge. As we will be discussing the litigation more in the panel discussion, I will not go into too much detail about it. And you will also appreciate that as the matter is currently before the court, we cannot go into the merits of the litigation. Prior to the filing of this case, there have in fact been a few landmark cases that have made its way through the courts that relate in some tangential way to the issue of the environment. You would have heard of the Trellises case earlier this morning, which was a challenge to the granting of a development order by the Datuk Bandar of Kuala Lumpur to a private entity to carry out a mixed development in Taman Rimba Kiara. The courts did not hesitate to intervene. The details of the case have been discussed, so I will not go further into that. But I want to talk about a couple of issues that pose problems when we go to court. The first is the issue of locus standi or standing. Now, this issue always arises in public interest litigation, i.e., the legal standing of the parties bringing the action. This means that such party or parties must show that they have a real and genuine interest in the litigation and that they will be adversely affected. Many actions have been struck out on the basis that the party bringing the litigation has no locus standi, but in recent times, I am pleased to say that the courts have taken a much more robust approach to the question of locus standi in public interest cases. One such case, not so much to do with the environment, but it's a public interest case, was the MTUC case that went to the federal court in 2014, whereby it was determined that MTUC, which is a trade union organization, had the locus standi to challenge the government's refusal to disclose the relevant water privatization concession agreements and audit reports. What does a union have to do with those reports? But the federal court ruled that the restrictive test in Kitsiang's case did not apply in these proceedings, the judicial review proceedings, and that MTUC need only demonstrate a real and genuine interest in the subject matter and that they are adversely affected. Thus, the court found MTUC had locus standi. That's a big step forward for future public interest litigation cases. However, the court also found that despite the fact they had locus standi, they were not entitled to the documents because of that oppressive legislation, the Official Secrets Act. So they won and they lost. So ultimately, they didn't get the documents. But as I say, it's a victory for the law. It's a victory in the definition of how locus standi is to be determined. Now, it appears that the question of locus standi is now quite broadly construed in many public interest litigation cases. I can tell you that the Bar Council has been party to many public interest cases, and our standing to be there and to assist the court has been recognized by the courts because of the legislation, our Legal Profession Act, which provides that, which gives us this standing. So in this particular case, I will not touch on the merits of whether there's locus standi or not, because I cannot. It is a matter that is before the court, and the court will decide whether, in fact, these six people, brave people, have locus standi in respect of their litigation. Now, there is another legal issue that's of concern, but it is being addressed, and it is this. There is no specific provision in the federal constitution that protects the environment. The current position is that the courts have the option of bringing it within Article 5(1) of the federal constitution, which provides as follows, and I quote, "No person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty save in accordance with law." It has been held in a Court of Appeal case that the word life must be construed liberally to include not only the holding of a job, that was a labor case actually, so that your position is protected under the federal constitution, but also recognizing that everyone has the right to live in a pollution-free environment. I'm going to read the words of the judge of the Court of Appeal, the then Court of Appeal, the then judge, Gopal Sriram, CJA, as he then was. He said this: "Adopting the approach that commends itself to me, I have reached the conclusion that the expression life appearing in Article 5(1) does not refer to mere existence. It incorporates all those facets that are integral part of life itself, and those matters which go to form the quality of life. Of these are the right to seek and be engaged in lawful and gainful employment and to receive those benefits that our society has to offer to its members. It includes the right to live in a reasonably healthy and pollution-free environment. To Malaysia's credit, we have been quite proactive in respect of climate change. The government has just launched the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, 2025 to 2030, which essentially looks at a human rights framework as a backdrop to all businesses. It includes a strong reference to preserving the environment and builds on the 2015 ILO guidelines for a just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all. Inclusivity is key. The concept of a just transition involves dealing with sustainable development and catering for its effects upon the people, their jobs, and their right to decent work. Essentially, what is clear is that tackling climate change must be a whole government and whole society approach. No one should be left out. This plan is commendable and does reflect the need for multi-stakeholder engagement. It also talks specifically about making that constitutional amendment. That's interesting to me. It is part of the plan that there will be a move towards getting the federal constitution amended to include the environment as a constitutional right. Now, we also have a new climate change bill. The new climate change bill, which is in the pipeline, is another huge stride forward by Malaysia. On the 6th of May 2025, the president of the Malaysian Bar called on the government to ensure that this new legislation be framed from a rights-based approach. The Bar emphasized two aspects of this approach, namely addressing climate change as a human rights issue, and secondly, the need for accountability and redress. He referenced the following human rights, and that's why it is so critical to look at this issue from a human rights angle. The right to life, which I've already covered, the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, the right to health, the right to food, the right to water and sanitation, the right to housing, the right to self-determination and cultural rights. Now, this last one is because climate change can disproportionately affect indigenous peoples and their traditional ways of life. So you can see climate change affects all these human rights. The government must set the policies with society's involvement, but the North Star is always that the transition must be just. We must never forget to factor in the effect on ordinary people of climate change. It's a little like how you deal with the fallout from AI, where so many people are going to lose their jobs. So the impact, dealing with the impact is critical. Regrettably, the climate change bill has not been made public. As climate change requires a whole government, whole society approach, it is imperative that all stakeholders, including civil society, be given a copy of this crucial bill as soon as possible. The bad habit of not circulating proposed bills must stop, like the Urban Renewal Act, another terrible piece of legislation, but which has been stalled. The third positive development is this. In October 2025, Malaysia adopted the ASEAN Declaration on the Right to a Safe, Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment. This declaration came after the advisory opinion of the ICJ on the obligation of states in respect of climate change issued on the 23rd of February 2025. The ICJ essentially reaffirmed that states have obligations owed to the international community as a whole to prevent environmental harm and to take effective measures to address the climate crisis. Quite apart from legislation and redress through the courts, we have seen how civil society, citizens, netizens, and residents have raised their voices on matters that may specifically affect their lives by protests or public demands. All of these actions must be seen in a positive light. The right to assembly is protected under the Federal Constitution, Article 10. Some of these protests have in fact brought positive outcomes for the public. The tragedy is that while we formulate plans and laws, the reality on the ground looks very different many times. Logging licenses continue to be indiscriminately handed out, upending the lives of so many, in particular the indigenous peoples. Projects are being approved without regard to the environment. Our coastlines continue to be ravaged and savaged by land reclamation, not to forget the effects of climate change on food security and the resulting pollution of the water and air, creating further unsustainable development. The floods we have faced in recent times are the best examples of the severe effects of indiscriminate development. The effects of climate change are all around us and know no borders. This is a familiar story around the world. The perpetrators and enablers of these heinous crimes against nature become richer and more powerful, while the rest of the people get weaker and more vulnerable to the effects of their actions. Make no mistake, corruption and greed also contribute to the damage of the environment. Those that cause such damage must pay for their crimes against the environment. I would like to give a shout out to climate activists who have been working hard to educate the public about this existential threat. There are many homegrown climate organizations in Malaysia who have been doing excellent work. Kami, Jedi, Econites, Kwasa, Rimba Disclosure Project, My Hutan, just to name a few, and I'm sure there are many more. In fact, Kami had substantial input into the chapter on the environment in the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. I applaud all their efforts. There are more such climate activists, many of whom have faced harassment, legal suits, and investigations by the authorities for calling out the crimes against nature. Finally, I would like to say this. Why is it that climate change does not resonate with all of the public as it should? It seems to be addressed only by people sitting in rooms like this. Why the apathy? I believe the answer lies in a lack of awareness of the relevance of climate change to the disasters occurring across the world. People protest when it's their house that is affected by the floods, or a building is being built where it shouldn't be built and is blocking their view. People get interested when it involves them personally. But we should be interested whether it involves us personally or not, because ultimately everything that they do to the environment will affect us personally. Speak to a pilot. He or she will tell you the difference in the weather between now and years ago. The trouble is that people do not see the effects of addressing climate change immediately. Thus, critical to all the government's efforts in addressing climate change is education about climate change. I thus make these suggestions to the government. First, give us a copy of the proposed Climate Change Act, please. Second, bring the science and facts relating to climate change into the classrooms. I'm not sure what the children are being taught about this at this point, but I think nothing. Yeah, that's what I figured. But I think that is important because it is a youth today who will suffer the effects of our negligence. And quite frankly, we must give them the tools to hold us accountable. And finally, I would urge the government to finance these worthwhile civil society groups who are doing so much work. But when they finance these civil society groups, it must be without any expectation from them, save to speak the truth. I believe it is time, and this is where Sunita may regret giving me the mic. I believe it is time to establish a people's movement that the government cannot ignore. Our leaders must be reminded over and over again that destroying Mother Nature means destroying ourselves. Don't forget, the elections are not very far away. I think we have to demand that every political party has an agenda, a practical agenda and a realistic agenda to address climate change. And I don't think I'm being unfair by suggesting that that must be included in every one of their manifestos. Otherwise, don't vote for them. That's your strongest card, by the way, your vote. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I hand over to Jayao to moderate the panel. Thank you very much.
Dato Amiga, you have set the stage very well for our discussion here. And I'm really excited. I've been looking forward the past couple of weeks to this panel discussion. I think it's tremendously valuable for us to bring the youth groups that have actually brought the first of its kind climate litigation and the lawyers who have been with them in this journey into a summit of this nature. I think it's very valuable, but we need to do some work to unpack that value, because I think there is some distance between a lot of the important things that Dato Amiga has spoken about, civil liberties, our hopes and our dreams, and the foundation for exercising the rights that are inherent to us, and all the human activities that we want to do, with how governance is done, with how, as part of a prosperous, healthy society, a vibrant business environment, a landscape, a vibrant and resilient economy, down to how investors like PNB, as we've heard before, are to exercise their strategy, their thinking, their decision making in separating the wheat from the chaff when it comes to directing where finance should go, and also beyond, because it is not just sustainability. Reporting isn't just a financial question. It isn't just financial stakeholders that are important, because we are going to hear very quickly now about the perspectives from other stakeholders. And so just to remind everyone, we have on the far end, Lim Wei Jiat, a lawyer who is involved in the presentation of this case, Abby Lim, who is one of the 6 young people who have actually brought the suit. And of course, Dato Amiga for joining us on the panel as well. Dato is also one of the lawyers involved in this case. So here we're, again, as Dato Amiga has alluded to, we're not going to speak about the merits of the case, but I think much more interestingly is what is the broader story, and that a case like this has brings to the fore. And how does that story sit with the story of business that we have that is now evolving? Now, to get the context out, let us start with understanding about the basics of the case itself. And so, Abby, I would like to invite you to get the ball rolling. Just give us a bird's eye view about what is this case about.
The basic of this case in the legal way, or
no, as a human being? Yes.
Okay, I'm on a borderline of being a millennial and a Gen Z. I was born in the year of 1996. So I consider that as the last year of being a millennial. So growing up, we were taught a different three R's than what you guys know. We were taught to reduce, reuse, recycle, not the other three R's, And I was also brought up in Ipoh. So we are surrounded by limestone hills. And you could see if you're based in Malay, I mean, if you travel to the North-South Expressway, you can see a lot of environmental destruction year by year. It's very obvious. And a lot of us Malaysians, we often do not know. We feel very helpless, right? It's like, what do you do about it? But, we need to develop the country. So it's always deciding between choosing development and also the environment. But then why do we have to choose actually? What's the balance that we could thrive on? Have our country not we're a developing country, yes, but also we have all the capabilities to move towards a more balanced future. I feel like I went off topic.
No, it's fine. I think then maybe you can tell us about like how did the case start and and then from there, who are the six
Yeah, so
applicants in this action?
for a very long time, we were waiting for the Climate Change Act, as what Dato Ambiga was saying. So it was first thought of in 2017, and then brought up again by YB Yobian in 2018. And then after that, it was, we had a different minister every year since then. And then until today, we also have a new minister. So us as Gen Zs and millennial, we feel like instead of just waiting and also instead of just being passive about things, we want to ask for clarification about the bill or, what we can do personally as citizens of Malaysia. And that's why the thought process of, the case came about. And then Wejat has always been working on public interest cases. So we started talking about, what kind of tools can we use? And then he'll explain after that, like all of the different um, things that we've spoken about. I'm not sure what I can speak about and what I can't as of now.
I think that's good enough, and I think that's really good. Just to give us a flavor of what is the motivation behind this, and maybe I'll segue over to Wei Jet. You can talk about unpack for us what in case some of us would have missed the news when it was filed. So climate litigation has arrived in Malaysia. In case you haven't, read about it, we have two climate-related litigation in Malaysia already. Right, the first one was filed in December 2025. That was a case concerning a failure of two Malaysian ministries to investigate greenwash situation. All right, so that was the first judicial review against the Ministry of Environment, or NRES. The other ministry simultaneously brought to court is the Consumer Affairs Ministry, KPDN. Now, that's the first one in that context. Shortly thereafter, in February, was it February, Widget, of 2025?
Yep.
This case was filed, hot on the heels, by six young people, and brought. So here, 2026. Sorry, we have an age difference here. So so in February of 2026. So just a few months ago. So this is now pending in the High Court as a judicial review case. And Wei Jet, can you tell us what is a judicial review in a nutshell?
Right. It is this. In 1992, then Prime Minister Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, Datuk Sri Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, then made a promise to the Real Earth Summit that Malaysia will maintain 50% of its land mass with forest cover. And that has been repeated in national policy documents ever since. And so for a longest of time, the government has always maintained we are 55%, we are 56% forest cover. But to many of us in civil society and human rights activists and the youth, that doesn't seem to reflect the reality that they were living in. You're talking about Ipoh, for example.
And so we engaged an expert, and long story short, that expert's conclusion brought the conclusion is that, you know, in the very near future, we will drop below to 47% to 49% if you take into account land which is earmarked for conversion to logging, to monoculture plantations, and so on and so forth, development, residential and housing development, and so on and so forth. So we will drop below the 50% forest cover that the government has promised all this while. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? So that's why we decided to gather youths and to file this particular suit. So we are arguing a few points here. Number one, they are arguing that their right to life, which includes the right to live in a healthy, sustainable, pollution-free environment, is going to be infringed. Number two, their right to equality is going to be infringed in the sense that it is the younger people, the 6 applicants, who will be disproportionately affected by the effects of deforestation. It is not people like me, or, you know, excuse me, but not people like Dato Ambiga, for example, you know. I hope she lives a very long life. Sorry, I don't mean to to differ about, but the point is, my kid, who is 6 years old today, she is going to suffer the most negative effects of deforestation and climate change, and so it is unfair on them. Their right to equality is being infringed. And number three, we are arguing that their legitimate expectation is being breached. So in law, there is a principle whereby if the state or the government promises something, then you better keep your word. And if you don't, we are entitled to go to court to ensure that you keep your word. So there is a breach of the legitimate expectation. So those are the rights that are being infringed. That's how we have framed our case. What we are asking from court are declarations that their right to life, right to equality is being infringed. We're also asking for what we call a mandamus order, which is an order from the court to direct the government to take every step necessary to ensure that this 50% forest cover promise is being adhered to. So that, in a nutshell, is what the case is about.
All right, brilliant. So I want to zoom in a little bit on at the crux of it. This is about deforestation and about focusing on a large area of forested areas that have been earmarked for economic development. And so, and that's a large area. Maybe Abby can talk to us a little bit about just like that, and then kind of like what's the science behind that? Maybe either Widget or Abby can also talk to us about how are you planning to explain this as part of your narrative?
Is it 52.6% that we declared last year, forest cover? Yeah. So last year, Malaysia written on our NDC, which is the National Determined Contribution, that we have to declare every year how much our forest cover is. So last year was 52.6%. But for us, the question is like, what is in the 52.6%? Does it involve agricultural land? Does it involve plantation, high conservation value forests, or, you know, all these different elements?
So for context, for those who may not know, an NDC is a nationally determined contribution. That's what Malaysia as a country tells the global community in respect of climate change, global governance, about our promise, right? We're maintaining 52%.
Yes.
Okay, so you're using that as at a domestic fora in courts to say, hey, how are you doing this?
Yes,
okay,
precisely. Thanks for explaining that very nicely. So, as I've mentioned before, if you look at going back to why I mentioned the limestone hills, for example, it's also a very visual predicament where like some of these hills are getting mined or destroyed illegally. And those are considered as forest cover as well because of failure of land use change or failure of declaration, or they just didn't update the data or system. So what we can see is some of the lands that are included in that whole 52.6%, there's no trees at all. It's just bare land. It's because the title of that land, it's agricultural land or plantation or something. That's why it's considered a forest.
you're getting to the definition of what the Malaysian government calls a forest and what,
Yes.
from a biodiversity, from a human being perspective,
Yeah.
that's not a forest.
Exactly. So we want to ask for clarification for that as well.
Right. So
gonna-
in respect of how the Malaysian government defines what a forest is and how then it governs when it comes to governance of natural resources, Wajid, how are you in this suit going about, like what's the definition that you're using for those principles that you talked about in terms of right to a clean and healthy environment, for intergenerational equity? Yeah.
Yeah, I think our expert adopted the FAO, which is the Food and Agriculture Organization's definition of forests, which means naturally regenerating forests, which are forests predominantly composed of trees established through natural regeneration. And so that would include monoculture plantations, which
That
are
would
very
exclude.
they will exclude monoculture plantations, which are very prevalent in Malaysia. And that's where we get into very murky quarrels about what is the definition of forest, because as what AB has alluded to, we are actually not very sure how the Malaysian government arrived at their figure. We suspect that they actually included monoculture plantations, or areas which you may not have converted legally into from forest cover to otherwise. You may still categorize it as a forest, but in effect, it is barren land. So that is what we suspect has been happening. And our expert has a definition, has a geospatial mapping on what we categorize as forest. And if we take that into account, we will drop below 50%. So we await what the government is expected to file in response to see how they justify their figures at the end of the day. So that is what is currently happening at the end of the day.
But a discrepancy is a large difference.
Oh, that's a huge difference. Yeah, correct. So that is the problem that we are trying to unpack. So we believe that, if you use the UN definition, or what we believe should be defined as a forest, which is the naturally regenerating forest, pristine forest, then we are definitely below 50%. Yeah.
Right. So some robustness in terms of how we talk about forests, but in different contexts. And so now, earlier I said you need to do some work. I think there'll be a lot of you who are in agriculture, industrial agriculture sector, then you're familiar with the issue about the definition of forest challenges that we have here in Malaysia, and the challenges in talking about that against the backdrop of biodiversity, against REDD plus, against the value of carbon tax, the rigor in that, and what kind of credibility and trust. So, yeah, but I'm not going to ask those questions of this, but I want to focus here now on. So, what you're asking for is to on clarification. Or is it a direct challenge, or are you asking for, because there's some people who say like, oh, young people are suing the government, they're going to ask for damages, they're going to, and the government will have no money. So that's what the lay people will talk about. So you have mentioned a few specific reliefs that you're seeking. Yeah, how is that going to contribute to the discussion around better management and better climate governance?
Yeah, I mean, number one, we are not asking for monetary compensation at all. Number two, the goal of the suit is not to seek clarification on what the definition of forest cover is, of course, but when we sue the government would have to respond, and therefore we look forward to their documentation, their expert on how they classify and define forests and how they reach their figure of 52% or 55% or whatever figure that they can come up to. So what we are asking for, as I've alluded to, is twofold. One is declaratory reliefs. So in the Malaysian courts, they are capable of giving declarations whereby they declare what the legal position is, and the government, and the government has to adhere to that, legally speaking. And number two, mandatory orders, where we are seeking the court for an order that the government do whatever it can to comply with the 50%, to adhere to the 50% forest cover. We're not going to specify them because we don't want to go into policy making. The courts don't descend into policy making, but the least we can do is to ask the government to adhere to its own promise of 50% forest cover and to report back to the courts in 90, 180, 270-day timelines to ensure there is accountability. So we don't want this just to say them to say that yes, we are doing what we can, but there's no accountability to that. So those are ideas that we got from other countries. So it's not unique and peculiar. This kind of litigation has been filed in India, in Pakistan, in Australia, and they have succeeded there. So we are borrowing these concepts and hoping something can be replicated in Malaysia successfully. Yeah.
That's wonderful. So there's one aspect of it is about policy coherence in terms of how a policy when it comes to forest management, and then policies like, say, when we talk about NDC, NDCs and climate action, climate governance, coming up with a good climate change bill is climate change policies. And these policies, if they don't integrate, if they are not integrated, if they are not aligned, so that seems to be a part of the heart of this action as well. And you're calling out the inconsistencies or the misalignment of it. Would that be fair to say? Okay, right. Dato, one of the crux of this is on the intergenerational inequality. Can I invite you to just kind of unpack that from a, for the lay audience here? What is the basis for that?
Hello. Yeah, that is relates to Article 8 of our federal constitution on equality. And basically, it's intergenerational injustice is what they're claiming, which is, it's what Wajid said earlier. We didn't make this happen. We didn't cause this problem. Your previous generation, that is us, or me, not you.
Me too.
My generation caused the problem, and it is the next generation that is suffering the consequences of that. So that's what they call the intergenerational injustice. But just to give some figures, if I may, Wajid, may I do that? Figures which we had given earlier, actually. But this is in relation to the forests already earmarked for conversion for commercial ventures across Malaysia. That total is between 4.27 and 4.51 million hectares. It is larger than the size of Perak and Johor combined. It is roughly equal to the entire, to the country of Switzerland. And if converted, the forest cover will drop to between 47.4 and 49.6, breaching the 50% threshold. So this is what is happening. It is these commercial ventures, the licenses, etc., that I was talking about earlier. And what I will say is here is this: the people who have filed the suit don't have those facts. It is the government that has those facts. We must assume the government knows exactly and precisely what it's doing, and exactly and precisely how much of that forest cover they are disturbing, simply because they must be known to be aware, or we must assume that they are aware of the pledges that have been made. So I think what we're seeking, one of the things we're seeking is clarity, actually, and the information and the documentation. Prove us wrong. This is what we find. Prove us wrong. Yeah.
So it seems like we have drawn down on our forests past our credit limit of what we've promised consistently across the last 3 decades. We've drawn past it to the extent that it is going to guarantee a bad time for our future generation. And so we're now, and drawing down means these are concessions, these are permissions, licenses granted by the government. And the parties on the receiving end are the private sector businesses that have in their hands concessions, permissions that are now forming their land banks. Is that accurate? So I'm thinking already about like, whoa, so you need you better be doing your due diligence in terms of how big is the size of these lands that are impugned. We're talking about. So Abby, you got the numbers.
No, I think you can just visualize it's a combined size of Perak and Johor.
Okay. So yeah.
Johor.
So you have a likelihood. So I guess if you're a responsible investor of capital, then you will want to know, and you'll be paying attention. You will want to know if any of your funds that you're managing, that you're responsible for, are going into projects that hinge on these titles remaining good from here on.
Yeah, maybe
or
check
will
on
they
your
be
supply chain as well, you
in your
know.
supply chain, right? So we're talking about, yeah, so all types of all nature of products, projects that could be happening. There could be solar farms on substantial amount of lands. So this reminds like those who are familiar with say palm oil, right? NDPE. So no deforestation, no peat, no exploitation policies, rendering a lot of stranded assets, right? So that means lands that you have acquired permission for your plantation projects later down the road proving to be worthless or limited because you can't do what you had planned to do or what you have promised those who have lent you money to exploit those lands. So, all right, so that's very substantial, but at the same time, that's also very necessary for us in keeping a healthy level of natural resource for Malaysia. Now, in the meantime, you'll have questions. Please make use of Hoover. I'll be looking at your questions from there, and then I'll bring it to the panel. So, some of that data, Wei-Jet, can you bring us through? Like you mentioned, an expert report that you are basing the suit on. So how robust and how available, let's say, is this the science behind this suit?
Well, I think that when we filed this suit, we make a very conscientious decision to make things public. So actually, there is a website, manahutankami.com, where we also upload our expert's affidavit, which exhibits the report. So the report is there and open for people to judge and to read and to observe. And just to simplify it, what our expert has done is that he has looked at two spatial land maps which are internationally recognized, which is the UDTMF, GRCTMF land data set from the European Commission that the EU Joint Research Center for EU Deforestation Regulation has developed, and also the Science-Based Targets Network's Natural Lands Map, both published in 2024. So they give a very accurate visual mapping on forests throughout the world, including Malaysia. So using that geospatial mapping, our expert then look at concessions which have been granted by states throughout Malaysia, what kind of concessions, what kind of areas of land that have been granted for logging, for development, and etc. And then he overlaid that data on this data sets, the two data sets that I mentioned earlier, and he calculated basically what is the forest land cover that will be left if you took into account all these concessions, and he reached at the figure of 47% and 49%. So that, I'm doing a disservice, but that in a nutshell is what it is all about. But it is very robust in a sense that there will be methodologies that he has adopted, which I'm not familiar with 100%, but it's there in the expert report. So that is, in essence, is how he calculated that forest cover. So it is quite substantial, and it's quite shocking to us that is happening. But that is the reality that is going on in Malaysia. A lot of concessions are being granted. They may not be developed yet, but the license has already gone out. So the fact that the private entity may not have developed that doesn't absolve the fact that it will be developed in the future, and this forest will be gone in the future. And you know, when you take into account monoculture plantations, I also want to make an observation that it will never be as robust and compared to a natural, pristine virgin forest. When it comes to the diversity of the animals and the plants that are inside it, it pales in comparison to Malaysia. And Malaysia is very fortunate. Actually, Malaysia is one of the only few mega diverse countries in the globe. And our forests are actually, believe it or not, older than the Amazon rainforest. And so there's a lot of richness in Malaysia that is going to be irreversibly gone forever. So we're not talking only about Malaysia nationally or what these 6 applicants will suffer. Malaysia has a very special place on earth and the global scheme of things, and how pristine our forests are, how certain species you will not find anywhere else on earth. So that is what is at stake. It's not only Malaysia, it's not only the younger generation of Malaysians, it's what our role that we should play in the bigger scheme of things globally. And this is all part of a movement of youths. So it's not only for Malaysia. You look at in South Korea, recently in 2024, the youths have filed a suit against the South Korean government because they have failed to have climate change targets for 2034 or something along those lines. In Colombia, similar suits have been filed. In Netherlands, the Ugenta Foundation case had been they've succeeded. The Netherlands Supreme Court have said that the government is not doing enough to reduce carbon emissions. So, and these are all led and powered by the youths at the end of the day, because they know that their future is at stake. It's no longer people like me and Jaya, or they are the ones who are going to be affected. And so they are the ones leading it. And I'm very proud that people like AB and all are taking it up. It is a signal of a broader movement throughout the globe that the youth are not going to let this slip by. They're going to stand up and they're going to be counted. That is what this suit is about.
I think it's awesome. So thanks, Vijay. Dato and Biga, the importance of courage and courage to speak out, but then that broader picture of all that contributing into better national governance of our natural heritage, but also governance of our economy and governance of our business sectors. Can you just being inspired by this judicial review, talk about why it is profound, why it's so important for us to embrace challenge, critique, and give room for that?
Oh, yeah. Governments hate it. They're all over the world. But it is imperative because, all right, particularly when you talk about climate change, because it is an all government, all society effort. It cannot be just a top down approach. The government decides everything and then they implement. So the importance of society and civil society and the youth, etc., to speak up is critical for us to arrive at the right formula in relation to climate change. Now, look, I mean, I call it street advocacy, okay? It's a different kind of advocacy, maybe. But it is necessary. There are times when we need to take different routes to reaching the ears of the government. And as long as whatever we do is peaceful, I think that is something certainly that is protected under the federal constitution, the right to freedom to assemble. So I honestly think people must speak up, and because we don't have time actually not to, we don't have the luxury of time. I feel for the youngsters, the youth, they suffer what's called eco anxiety. It affects their lives. I know of, and I've said this before, I know of couples who don't want to have children because they don't know what they're leading their children into. How can we be that kind of a society? How can we allow that kind of anxiety to prevail? So I think speaking up, critical, is absolutely critical. And I think we have a duty to be honest. Yeah.
Fantastic. And I'm reminded earlier in the earlier session that Dato Rizal was talking about there's very little value in a shiny and glossy sustainability pamphlet. I think sustainability is messy. We need to embrace that if we are talking about hearing from more stakeholders. Now, can I? I'm going to take a couple of questions that have come in. I'll just read one here. It's not directed to anyone, but I think here. While court victories send a powerful signal, we often see a lag in actual emissions reduction on the ground. What needs to happen in the enforcement phase to ensure that successful climate litigation translates into tangible policy and behavioral change? It's far-reaching. You can nibble at a corner of it. It touches many things.
So this is on how to enforce after we win.
Yeah, a bit of a so what question.
It's not our job to enforce it. We're merely like reminding them to do the job that they're supposed to do, right?
So your civic duty is to speak up and ask questions, and then the government machinery.
Of course, in our own capacity, we would do awareness, we could do, a lot of education on it, but at the end of the day, they should just do their job.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point. That's a very good point. Weijet.
No, I think that that brings on to the climate change bill that I don't know whether it's going to be tabled, because if you look at the UK, their climate change act sets their carbon emission targets. They cap it. So it is in legislation the maximum amount of carbon emissions that the government can be allowed to permitted to emit. And so that's something of that nature has to happen in Malaysia to really feel the impact on the ground. And we will not be stopping from speaking up on that particular point. But even if we don't win, public interest litigation, Dato and Biga, we have been doing it for many years. More often than not, it's difficult to succeed. But the point is the message needs to get across. And that's where our social media reach, the news coverage of this particular litigation and other litigation to come is also very important. It's not about what matters outside the courtroom. It's equally important to what happens inside the courtroom. Yeah.
Yeah, because the entire case is a form of awareness and education as well. And there's a case from Kleiner that we actually have a lawsuit against the UK government. It's because of their Climate Change Act too. It's the Climate Change Act 2015, and because of that, then other organizations can use that to hold governments accountable. But in Malaysia, we don't even have that.
Dato,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just to add, the process is important. We lose 3/4 of our public interest litigation, but the fact that the matter is talked about, the public brings awareness, as you say, is very important. I remember when we had a Suhakam inquiry into the Bersih and the conduct of the police. I mean, there's no winning or losing in an inquiry like that. Okay, it's an inquiry, and of course the reports came out which were very useful. But the whole process changed the attitude of the police towards those who hold assemblies. It changed them. Just going through the process, answering questions, being cross-examined. So the process is as important as the outcome. Sometimes I think more important.
Wonderful. So process is really important because we journeyed on it together, because we are stuck with one another, right? So that's crucial. Weijet's point was on in terms of responding to that question about how do we ensure that climate litigation have their impacts through towards impact on the ground, creating duties on the government. So elevating some of the rights, environmental rights, the right to a clean and healthy environment, into from discretionary realm into a realm of duty, where then the government, whoever is in power, they are under an obligation, a duty to uphold these rights. So that's a profound change then. Okay, so that's wonderful. And Climate Change Act should create duties on the government so that they don't draw down past what we agree as a country in terms of what is the baseline in which we can dip into our natural resources. It's about accountability. Right. Excellent. Can I take another question? Right. As companies increasingly publish net zero commitments, what legal developments do you anticipate around climate-related misrepresentation or greenwashing in Malaysia? And are our existing regulatory frameworks sufficient to address this risk?
I think there is already a suit filed in Malaysia where a particular NGO has filed a suit against the Ministry of Cooperatives and Trade Industry, Rimba Watch, and also the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment, because they failed to investigate properly on a complaint by this particular NGO on a particular oil and gas MNC, which claims they are net zero or something along those lines. And so that ministry has a responsibility in the sense that it may lead to misleading advertising. If a particular company says I'm net zero and so on and so forth. So there's already a judicial review. So yes, that particular case is against a government body. Is not directly filed against a particular private entity, but then it raises the question on, whether that particular. I mean, hopefully it brings awareness that companies in Malaysia cannot just simply advertise that they are net zero or something along those lines when the reality is that they are not. So there's a lot of misrepresentation that's going out there, and it's bad for the consumers because they buy your product or service because based on that misleading advertising. So there are consequences and there are penalties under the Consumer Protection Act, I believe, but it has not been expanded that much to penalize companies. So in other words, only the government has the power to penalize the company. But if the government does not do anything, the company gets scot-free. So what is the remedy left for the man on the street or the consumer? We don't know yet. But that is a development that's going on.
Thank you. Thanks, Vijay. I wish we could take more questions, but we've run out of time. In 10 seconds, parting final remarks from each of you. Dato and Biga, first, you've had your call to action, which was excellent.
No, I think the youth deserve credit, a lot of credit, actually. I congratulate them for doing this.
Abby?
I think we need to deal with corruption ASAP. Like, we fail to speak about this because we are China, but it's a core issue of a failure in a lot of systems, and it's affecting the environment too, of course.
So the need to eradicate corruption, right? Widget.
Litigation is usually a measure of last resort. These are not troublemakers. We are not here to make the government's life difficult, or to make money, or to self-advertise ourselves. No, we it is a call for it's a cry for help from the younger generation. If you talk to the 6 applicants, they all generally feel very dispossessed and hopeless of the future, and that is why the suit is being filed. So we are being very serious about it, and we hope that something positive can come out of it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Join me in thanking the panelists again, Dato Mbiga, Abby Lim, and Lim Weijie. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists and moderator, Dato Ambiga, Abe Wijit, and Jiayo, for giving us a snapshot on how climate litigation is taking shape in Malaysia and how action is being led by the generation that stands to suffer the most from climate change. It's a reminder that the call for a just transition is not rhetorical. The stakeholders, the people to whom governments owe a duty to, are demanding concrete, tangible policy action to preserve the future for the next generation of Malaysians. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the next item on our agenda, we do have a quick announcement for everyone who is here to collect SSM CPE points. This is your check-in point. Please scan the QR code on screen and follow the instructions to fulfill the required conditions. There will be another check-in at the end of day 1, so please be alert for further announcements. But in the meantime, it disappeared. Perhaps it'll come back again. For those of you who have not managed to catch the QR code, there you go. So please do that now. Meanwhile, to the rest of you, if you have enjoyed the discussions that we've had today, Please let the organizers know through the Hoover app. There is a poll for every session where you can give your rating, and if you have any feedback, it's helpful for CGM as they look ahead to future summits and events. So please take a look at your Hoover app and make full use of all the features that are available there. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with the next item. The European Union has moved ahead of most developed economies by enacting legally binding commitments to address climate change, which adds weight to their actions. For example, in February this year, the EU Parliament voted for legislation that would put in place a new intermediate and binding target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 90% compared to 1990 levels. So for an EU perspective on what climate resilience looks like and the policies being pursued, we do have a special message from Wopke Hoekstra, the European Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero and Clean Growth. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to address Malaysia's National Climate Governance Summit. I had the honor of visiting your beautiful country last September for the first Asian EU ministerial dialogue on environment and climate change. Now, in these complex geopolitical times, international partnerships like these matter more than ever. And the EU-Malaysia relationship is built on trust. It is built on predictability. I would say the very foundation that we need to tackle climate change. As I'm sure you're aware, 2025 was the third warmest year on record, and it was following 2024 and 2023. We've also all been hit hard by the fossil fuel crisis of the past few months. And yet, the pace of climate action and the global energy transition remain too slow. So my message today is actually quite simple. We very much value our cooperation, and we will remain a reliable partner on climate and clean energy future. First, we see ourselves as co-investors, not as lenders. And by helping you develop domestic institutions and catalyzing private capital, we can actually jointly accelerate the transition. And unlike models that push privatization, the EU works with existing public institutions. Secondly, the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism can help Malaysia reshape export-led economics. And your intention to develop a carbon tax is also an important step in exactly this direction. Credible disclosure and decarbonized exports will give you a clear pathway to the European Union's market, one that many regional rivals may struggle to match. And we are ready to join forces on exactly these matters. Third, one of the EU's most transferable assets is our climate governance architecture. We have strong national planning, participatory environmental monitoring, and close engagement on adaptation with research communities as well as with citizens. And here again, we do have a lot in common. Malaysia has very strong community models driven by youth and near universal digital literacy. Finally, our just transition frameworks link decarbonization to labor standards, to community participation, and to inclusive growth. And it opens the door to green SME development, training for staff, and access to finance linked to our climate goals. And it also opens up a range of EU partnership instruments. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is already a standard setter in many sectors. And together, we can co-design cleaner, interconnected energy systems, a green taxonomy, sustainable finance disclosure, carbon pricing systems, and climate-linked trade rules in the FTAs under negotiation. The window is open now, and the EU is currently strengthening its external climate partnership architecture, and early engagement will enable Malaysia to help shape the terms. Malaysia, having tabled a new climate bill and with its work on a carbon tax, is setting exactly the right framework for effective decarbonization. So your readiness to move forward positions you as a leader in this field. Thank you for the political signal you're sending today. And let's make sure we work together to turn climate ambition into a reality. Thank you.
That was Wopke Hoekstra, the European Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero and Clean Growth, emphasizing the international cooperation opportunities to strengthen global climate action. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Panel 5, will straddle the regions of Europe, the Americas, and the Asia Pacific in assessing the momentum to accelerate towards a low carbon economy. Earlier this year, Colombia and the Netherlands hosted the first international conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels held in Santa Marta, Colombia, which culminated in the Santa Marta outcomes. How might this initiative, which is outside the UN climate change framework of the UNFCCC, shape global action in the years to come? And what could this mean for Malaysia, who is a net energy exporter, and how we chart the economic growth of the future? Allow me to welcome to the stage our next panel of speakers, His Excellency Jacques Werner, Ambassador of the Netherlands to Malaysia, Juan Carlos Moreno Gutierrez, Charge d'Affaires at the Embassy of Colombia in Kuala Lumpur, and Professor Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundaram, Research Advisor at Kazana Research Institute. This panel is moderated by Dr. Gary Tissera, Chair of the Council at Climate Governance Malaysia and Adjunct Associate Professor at the Asia School of Business. Gentlemen, I hand over the floor.
Thank you very much, Shazana. A very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for staying for our panel this afternoon. I have to apologize on a couple of things. First of all, this is a manel. Uh, weren't able to get representation from the wiser gender, but hopefully we'll make do with whom we have here. The address you just heard from Commissioner Hoekstra, I think, speaks volumes about the commitment of the EU in addressing climate change. And this has been, in my experience as a climate negotiator at 14 COPs, something that has been fairly consistent over time. If there's anything that is a strong point of the UNFCCC process, it's the fact that in the process, decisions are reached by consensus. And that makes sure that everyone is on the same page moving forward and pulling in the same direction. Unlike if it were, for example, a decision making made by voting, in which case someone's always going to be on the wrong side of the vote and might actually work against you in trying to implement what's been decided. This afternoon, we are very, very privileged to have with us three outstanding figures in the area of climate change, very experienced figures with a lot of as it were, water under the bridge behind them to help us unpack the implications of the first international conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels, the so-called Santa Marta Conference. Now, it's been no secret that within the UNFCCC, the consensus-based decision-making process has had a great deal of trouble dealing with the concept of phasing out fossil fuels, because there are a number of fossil fuel producing countries, not just oil and gas, but also coal producing countries, that have a great deal of trouble talking about the idea and instead wish to discuss only the phasing down of fossil fuels. Now, the presidency, the Brazilian presidency at the last COP, COP30, came up with the unique idea of taking that discussion outside of the COP. And interestingly, there was no objection to that. In normal situations, the COP is normally very picky about whom can provide information to the COP, whom it decides to take input from. But last year, in a very successful move, I thought, the Brazilian presidency made this allow this space to be made, and the countries of the Netherlands and Colombia stepped up as the first hosts of the conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with the Santa Marta process, we have with us Juan Carlos of the Embassy of Colombia, and what we will talk about is essentially, uh, what were some of the objectives of the Santa Marta process? What did he expect? What were the differences experienced in doing it inside versus outside the COP? And finally, what were some of the interesting things that attendees brought to the table? 57 countries attended this first COP in April, this first conference in April of this year, and in fact, the next one is also already scheduled to be held in Tuvalu next year. So without any further delay, may I allow Senor Juan Carlos to take the floor and tell us about the first international conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. Senor?
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you. We have the slides, right? Yeah. Okay. So just before starting, I want you to know that this conference took place in Santa Marta, which is a really nice city in the Caribbean coast of Colombia. So those who were lucky enough to go there, I envy them because it's one of my favorite cities in Colombia. So basically, the point is that now we are under the presidency in Colombia of Gustavo Petro. He's finishing this week 4 years of presidency, and this was one of the main objectives of his presidency to really come out in the global stage and commit the country to transitioning away from fossil fuels. That is like a key policy for him as a president. But as I told you, he's finishing his term this week by Friday. So everything probably will go in another direction, but that's what happens. So basically, in this international conference, the main objective of the organizers was to move the discussion from a general conversation and ambition toward more concrete dialogue on implementation, because that's one of the big gaps when it comes to move from the multilateral arena to national and regional implementation. So that means to translate the global commitments into national roadmaps, financial solution, international cooperation, and viable economic alternatives. Because we are aware, we are a country, Colombia is a country that relies heavily on the production of oil and gas, and we know what that means to do this transition is not an easy step, because financially and fiscally is very challenging for a country like Colombia. So basically, the objective was to close the gap between multilateral decisions and practical implementation. That's the first step of this international conference. And of course, to do that, you have to take into account the specificities of each country realities, economic realities, social realities, and political realities, which is, as we know, it varies a lot from one country, from one region to another, from one country to another. So I'm going to walk you through these slides. Basically, it resumes what happened during the first conference. So if we can go to the first slide. So as we can see, it's a coalition of doers. It's on a voluntary basis. So the participation is already important. 57 countries, which represent 32% of the global GDP and 30%, one third of the global fossil fuel demand and 20% of the supply. So this gathers important voices. Of course, we all know that the main voices are not dead, but this is a first step and a very, very important first step to move forward. One of the key points is also to bring different actors, academics, parliamentarians, nations, governments, NGOs, and indigenous people, Afro-descendants, faith movements. So this is a very inclusive conference in order to gather as many points of view as possible. And of course, the transformative vision of the TAF, of the fossil fuel transition, is not only a climate or energy substitution agenda. It means that we don't go against or in parallel with UNFCCC, but we try to bring specific topics from these big agendas into national implementation. So that's why it's solution oriented, and we This transition, because it implies a lot of factors, is a right-based, it has a rights-based approach that take into account the multiple voices in the civil society. Next slide, please. So basically, I know that the letter is very small. We have 5 outcomes. One is commitment to deliver. It's not just, it's really going from words to action on a basis of multi-stakeholder coalition. The second is we have a coordination group which includes Colombia, the Netherlands, Tuvalu, and Ireland. And this is to ensure continuity of the process because this was the first conference. So the idea is to set the tone and then move forward. In that sense, the next conference will be in 2027 in Tuvalu. So that's the next movement. The other thing, as just mentioned, is complementarity with the United Nations framework of climate change. The third point is operational work stream. The next slide, we will go into that, which are 3 main work streams that basically was the structure of the whole conference. And one important key factor for the organizers is that science is an anchor. Everything that is going to be discussed is based on science. It's not just statements that are put together somehow, but it's really based on science as it should be. So next slide, please. So here we have the 3 work streams according to the mandate of the conference. The first is a national roadmap for fossil fuels phase out. This is a key because that's when you go from global to local. I mean, at the national level, because the important thing is on a voluntary basis. So basically, what the conference stated is that the countries should identify individually what's the capacity, what's the stage, what are the implications, and how to move on and how to move forward. That is the first work stream. The second work stream is a little bit more broad and more complicated. Is the discussion on the reform of financial architecture and macro dependencies, because we know that the financial infrastructure architecture of the world is very fossil fuel dependent, and how to move forward and how to move in another direction is not an easy task, and that demands a lot of discussion between the partners. And the third one, which is in line with the UNFCCC, is decarbonizing the trade balances. That also is a very challenging dialogue, and then it's more broad, is how to connect transition and producers with committed consumers and advance a fossil-free trade framework. That is really ambitious, but as we said, this is the first step, and this set the tone for the next thing. Next slide, please. So here is basically like you can see how everything works together. It doesn't compete one to another. You see the line that we go from Bonn to London climate change, and then the climate week at the UNGA, then the COP21 that is over there, and then finally I mean, that's the way forward for the TAF 2. That's what they call, that is going to happen in Tuvalu. So it's a very sustained process where the main outcomes of this conference will try to infuse the COP. So that's basically to bring the specific topics discussed and agreed on this conversation to bring into a global level. And then the next slide, please. And then here I have the 3 key messages of the government. The Santa Marta conference leaves a legacy for the world that deserves to be protected. This is the key point because it's a first conference. So the key question will be how we continue, how we move on from this. This process has marked before and an after in addressing the principal driver of climate change and in laying the foundations for a more inclusive form of multilateralism. That's the main challenge, no? How to keep moving from national to global and back. That's like a pendulum. That's the key point. As co-host and host country of the first conference, Colombia will work to consolidate the TAF 1 conference achievements. That's this conference that where we are now is part of the job. So we are very grateful to be invited here to explain a little bit what happened in Santa Marta. And the third one is to launch the report together with the activation of the work stream and coordination group. This represents concrete steps in orderly pathway that ensures continuity of the process. So that's what we have to say from Colombia as co-organizers with the Netherlands of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senor Juan. So that was a pretty much rundown on the entire Santa Marta conference. So aren't you glad you didn't have to have all of those greenhouse gas emissions just to get all the way to Colombia to attend that conference? We tried to bring it all to you here. Um, uh, as a co-host, I'm sure there are other issues that you might have in your minds that you might want to ask questions of Senior Juan. Please avail yourself of the Hoover app to ask your questions. I have my phone here ready if there are any questions that come in on the Hoover. Can we move ahead then to the other co-host of the TAF 1 conference? The Netherlands, and we are so happy to have with us His Excellency the Ambassador from the Netherlands. And perhaps in comparing the efforts of the Netherlands with the rest of the world, particularly in this area of fossil fuel phase out, and it's of course a continuum. You have to phase down in order to eventually phase out. If you don't phase down, you will never phase out. But perhaps I could ask you, Excellency, how is the Netherlands doing in terms of its treatment of fossil fuels as an energy source? And perhaps how is the Netherlands, how would it compare to what's happening across the EU? Now, we tend to think of the EU as homogeneous, but it actually is quite heterogeneous. And perhaps, Excellency, you could shed some light on the current situation in the EU and perhaps where the Netherlands sits in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you for having me, Sunita and Gary, and in this important conference, and also for shedding the light on the Santa Marta process. It's going to be interesting to see what that ends up. We're first of all, let me say, as co-organizers with Colombia, we're very happy with the process as such, because it provides basically an open and free dialogue on issues that we need to confront. Phasing out of fossil fuels is a given. It's going to happen because either there's not enough left anymore at some point, or the renewables take over because they're much cheaper than fossil fuels. And let us also understand that obviously climate change exercises a lot of pressure of doing it rather sooner than later, and this also that pressure is growing and growing, as we can see around us every day. That we need to actually heed the call of the climate, that we should actually hurry up with this change, this phasing out. So how are we doing? Not so great in the Netherlands, but that obviously is a value judgment. There's a lot of progress has been made, but for the moment, renewables are only 20% of the mix, which means 80% are not. So there's work to be done there, clearly, but we've made progress, and but the likelihood of reaching our own target in 2030 is small. We will probably fall between 5 and 10% below the target of less greenhouse gas emissions. I'm now referring to actually. So the energy mix is 20% renewable for now. It's of the 20% is carved up in 1/3 of biomass and 1/3 of wind, and 1/5 of solar energy, and that's moving in the right direction, I must say, especially for the electricity production. We have more than 60% now that is generated by renewable energy. So that is getting better. In the EU, as you said, it's heterogeneous. There we are about to reach almost the target of 55% in 2030, which is positive. So means the EU is staying on roughly on course for its climate commitments, investing with determination in the clean energy transition and prioritizing EU's industrial competitiveness and social inclusion, as also Commissioner Hoekstra mentioned. There are a few European instruments for that: the Clean Industrial Deal, the Affordable Energy Action Plan, and the investments are mobilized for industrial decarbonization and clean technology. And there was a short reference by the Commissioner also to the free trade agreement with Malaysia. And that's very nice to see for all of us to see how that pans out and how climate-friendly technologies and trade and investments are going to be supported by that free trade agreement. All in all, I think we, at the EU level, we're demonstrating political resolve to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and improve our resilience and security of energy supplies and infrastructure. And we're doing it together in the EU. It's a joint effort. We're helping each other. We develop each other's skills as well in that score. So I think we're on the right track, but more needs to be done. The urgency is very high.
Thank you, Excellency. Can I follow that up with another question that may be on the minds of our audience this afternoon? Uh, we're we're aware of the term forum shopping, and that simply means that if you're not happy with the way things are going in your particular forum, then you try to either create a new forum where what you want to talk about can actually be raised without as much difficulty, or you find another existing forum that's actually more friendly to your interests. In this case, some have raised the specter that perhaps having a parallel forum going in parallel with the UNFCCC actually introduces more confusion to the process, in the sense that which one then becomes the deciding platform or forum that's decision making. Now, it's been mentioned already, perhaps that this Santa Marta process is not a decision making platform, but perhaps could you shed some light on how it should how we should consider the relationships between these two fora, given that there's going to be a flow of information from TAF1 to the UNFCCC?
Well, I think that's very important. Obviously, it's very new, the Santa Marta process. We need to see. We're going towards our first COP with after the Santa Marta process. We have to see how that works out. But let me say the advantage, I think, of the Santa Marta process is that it's not a win-lose situation. Whereas in the COP dynamics, it's sort of if one side wins, the other side loses. And the Santa Marta process is more about dialogue, about understanding, and about creating the same level of sense of urgency as well. Officially, there's no connection, but the results of the Santa Marta process will be formally handed over to the Brazilian COP presidency, and shortly after to the Turkish presidency, where the next COP will take place. Which means that it is sort of, let's say, part of documentation by a good number of participants, also for the COP process. So what's in the heads of these Santa Marta participants, obviously they will also serve out at the table in the COP, which means it is a part of the dialogue there as well. Obviously, you can also understand there will be quite some significant pushback from the spoiler countries, the oil producing countries. That makes sense. But it's important to look at Juan Carlos mentioned the three work streams that we're going into, the national roadmaps and the financial dependencies and architecture, and also on how to create green energy markets. I think these topics will somehow, in some form get back into the COP process, and we'll see how the various forces play into this. So formally not connected, I think mentally and instrumentally it will be part of the equation, so to say.
Yeah. Thank you, Excellency. Perhaps a final question then. What would you, coming from the Netherlands experience, say to fossil fuel producing countries, whether it's coal, whether it's oil or gas, about this process to perhaps relieve some of the anxieties that might exist regarding their ability to continue to obtain foreign exchange through the export of coal, oil, or gas in this regard? Is there any concern that they should have regarding this process? Will it impact their economies in any way? What advice would you give to them?
Yeah. Well, of course, thank you. But of course, it will not be completely carefree for anyone around the COP in the COP process. But let's say I said the inevitability is there anyway. Secondly, there's new developments like in the Strait of Hormuz, which shows the dependencies and the risks of the fossil fuels and their transportation. So the climate imperative is now also connected to energy security. So if we all take energy security seriously, we should also look at that aspect. I think the Strait of Hormuz issue is very bad and obviously very uncalled for. But if there is in this bad development one positive side, I hope that the winner of that situation is going to be the energy transition. So that will be speeding up. But that's why I would definitely also invite Malaysia and other oil producers to become part of the Santa Marta process, to become connected to it, to put on the table what needs to be on the table, because obviously we are sensitive, all of us, very sensitive to countries like Malaysia, that they depend on the industry for jobs, for government revenues, and broader economic stability. So we need to have that as part of the equation as well. We cannot ignore that. So please be part of the discussion rather than turn your back against it and fight it in the COP environment.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Excellency. I think it's very positive. If you paid careful attention, and negotiators always pay careful attention to words, you will see that the international conference is called Conference on Transitioning Away from Fossil Fuels. You see that they've stayed away from the words phase out versus phase down and all of these troublesome terms that cause problems. So yeah, in terms of what the conference is named, I think it's a more welcoming and more open sign. I'd like to turn now to our third distinguished panelist, Prof. Jomo. Prof. Jomo has, of course, followed issues relating to human rights and development for a long time, and we're very, very pleased to be able to feature him on the panel this afternoon. Prof, would you enlighten us with some of your thoughts on some of the implications of this particular tack? It's not a normal tack for a presidency to to first of all attempt to take something outside of the platform that they're in, but having successfully done so, which is also another interesting development. Um, w- what are some of your reflections on the way forward, given the path that we've taken? Uh, should this be seen as an admission of failure within the COP to properly address something that it should have addressed, or is it just an admission of the reality, economic and political realities surrounding the need for energy, and energy is becoming a universal human right? If you have energy poverty, then all other kinds of poverty creep in as well: food production, food security, etc. So, if you wouldn't mind sharing your reflections on this entire development, Prof. The floor is yours. Turn it on, Prof.
Is this working? Yes. Thank you very much, Gary, and thank you to CGM for kindly inviting me. First, I should begin by greeting you all. Salam alaikum. This is especially timely for us because when you look at what has happened in terms of the movement, especially in the richer countries, but also in other parts of the world, the efforts to accelerate the energy transition have received a huge setback with the increase in militarism, the increase in hostilities which have taken place in the world in the last few years. This is something, it's not a trivial matter. The Chancellor of Germany, Mr. Metz, for example, has basically talked about a new type of economic growth called military Keynesianism. A celebration of growth on the basis of production of military products. Some of you might are probably old enough to remember that if you studied some basic economics in the old days, you were told about a choice between guns and butter. And this is clearly a choice for guns rather than butter. And this, I think, is a disastrous situation the world is in. Uh, Now, as far as the specific process and the initiative by Lula, Almorim, and others in the Brazilian presidency, um, some of you, especially those of you interested in religious history, might know that Belém is actually the Portuguese name for Bethlehem. And the prospect of a new coming of a new age promised by Belém basically has been, I would argue, been betrayed steadily, not least in South America. Government after government has come in the last few months, which are going to reverse the efforts of people like Lula and President Petro. Um, or yesterday, for example, Keiko Fujimori, or in Latin America they say Fujimori, she has become president. And in a few days, as we have just heard, we are going to see a new president in Colombia as well. And their positions are quite radically different. So we are going to see a U-turn in Latin America. So this problem is not simply a problem in the rich countries of the West. It is a problem of increasingly of parts of the global south and arguably more and more of the global south. So I would like to focus on something slightly different if we are serious about accelerating the energy transition, and very much in the spirit which we have heard expressed by the by our colleagues from the two countries representing the co-chairs uh, of the process. I think accelerating the energy transition um, has now taken a greater significance in our region. Okay, why? Not because of any of the things we've talked about, but because of Hormuz. Hormuz has basically reminded everybody in Asia which is reliant on imported energy supplies, how vulnerable they are. And this, I think, is extremely important because with the disruption of energy supplies captured by Hormuz, and it's not just energy. If you think, for example, of those of you who are involved in electronics production in Malaysia, the major coolant is helium, and helium supplies have been disrupted significantly. All of Asia is at least partially agricultural, and the major source of fertilizers for this part of the world again is from the Gulf. So we have to recognize that we have had a major challenge to this world, and the likelihood of continued supply chains continuing on the basis of certain assumptions about how the world functions, about how economies function, and so on. And it's precisely for this reason why I think it is long overdue for Malaysia, particularly, and other countries, especially in the tropical and subtropical zone, to accelerate the energy transition. It is already clearly demonstrated that at least photovoltaic solar panels are far more efficient and far cheaper uh, in terms of energy generation than anything else except dirty coal. I want to emphasize dirty coal because by opting for dirty coal, which is what Malaysia, for example, opted for by privatizing electricity generation 3.5 decades ago, when that decision was made to have IPPs, independent power producers, a few people got very, very rich. Part of the reason they got rich was they managed to get these very lucrative contracts to generate electricity. But part of the reason was because they switched from diesel Some of us are old enough to remember when diesel was the major source of energy generation. They switched from diesel to coal, and the coal was dirty coal. Okay, in other words, the sulfides, sulfates, and some other mineral elements in the coal have not been cleaned out, and this is what was opted for. Now, around the same time, in the mid 1990s, the cost of producing a unit of electricity by with photovoltaic solar panels went down and reached, and sort of basically, if you think of a curve, the unit cost came down, and basically it has continued to decline, but at a much lower rate from around the mid 1990s. You can see this from the OECD report on energy supply costs and other reports which have been generated over the last few decades. So in other words, it is actually been economic to produce using photovoltaic solar panels, and we have far more efficient means of generation. We have far more efficient means of transmission than ever before. Some of you might be old enough to remember that when the Bakun Dam was being built, there was the consideration that electricity might be transmitted from Sarawak to Peninsular Malaysia. And that option was rejected because of the likelihood of huge energy losses, besides some of the security considerations. Today, there is electricity being transmitted for even greater distances with less losses. For example, Singapore is making a deal to generate electricity in Australia and transmit it all the way to Singapore through submarine cables. So these technology has been changing, including technology conducive to energy. So I think it is very important for us to think about how we might do this kind of thing much more creatively. Malaysia happens to be the second largest producer of photovoltaic solar panels in the world. Okay, after China, we produce about 7-8%, but almost every panel is exported. Almost every panel in Malaysia is exported for various reasons which favor Malaysian panels over Chinese-made panels. But the fact of the matter is that there is increasing amounts of solar being generated here. And we see, for example, innovative ways involving Malaysian firms such as Petronas, which have been done in Vietnam, where you generate electricity from farm households, okay? Not big corporations. Farm households are generating electricity, selling to the Vietnamese grid and distributing so on and so forth. So there are many possibilities which are actually indigenous, where we do not need to rely on external sources. These are things which can be done not only for our region, and there's absolutely no reason why other parts of the world, including, for example, lowland Colombia, Cartagena, and so on, cannot do the same. And many other parts of the world can do the same. So we are able of accelerating this process, but the political will has to be there to introduce the facilities to enable and to incentivize this kind of transition. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Well, in the remaining time, perhaps we could turn to some questions from the floor that have been submitted through the Hoover app. Thank you very much for submitting these questions. You've been very industrious about submitting questions, so I'll try to get through as many as possible. Dr. Carol Wong submits a question in regard to the implementation gap. Looking at the practical priorities outlined in Santa Marta outcomes, asking perhaps gentlemen looking from the outside, given some of these challenges such as policy shifts, regulation changes, energy subsidies, industrial planning, what perhaps would you advise Malaysia to prioritize within the next 12 months that would help facilitate or catalyze the change, once again, moving away from fossil fuels and moving towards more renewable sources of energy? May I start with you, Excellency? from the Netherlands experience, Excellency mentioned already
Yeah.
that biomass is a big part of power generation in the Netherlands. And Malaysia, here we are at the equator that grows things all year round compared with the Netherlands. Perhaps, Excellency, yes.
Well, maybe two remarks, if I may, selective remarks. One is what helped us in the Netherlands very much is subsidies for solar panels. And many households benefited and took the opportunity to put solar panels on their rooftops in order to generate energy that would obviously reduce the costs of their electricity intake. To the extent even that they could produce as much as to deliver to the grid and get paid for it. So households theoretically and in practice can become energy suppliers to the grid. Of course, it costs money. Subsidies cost money, up to, let's say, 20% of the installation of solar panels was subsidized. And obviously, it's being phased out now because it's been so successful that it's sort of has achieved its goal. So that's one. The second question, biomass, yes, but I actually have a question on biomass to the professor, if I may, talking about dirty coal. And I was wondering, we do not rely on coal so much, we still do, but much less. But it's quite substantial here. And I was wondering if you could create a sustainable alternative for on basis of biomass, and in particular from the palm oil waste, and you could in turn turn that into a one-on-one coal replacement. Should we do that or not? It's a
Yeah.
it's a leading question.
Yeah, I think you've answered the question by posing it. But the fact of the matter is that many of my colleagues have been working on this issue. When I was working in the university, colleagues were working on this issue for some time. And it's not necessarily clear that this is necessarily a most, and then there's the objection which has come about in the last 3 decades or so of against biofuels. Okay, and
Why is it not happening?
why is the Malaysian
yeah, generally from palm oil waste into pellets into a one-on-one coal replacement? It can be done. Why is it not happening?
if I remember correctly, and this is from 30 years ago, okay, and I'm sure the economics of it has changed, but 30 years ago it was more commercially worthwhile for the biomass from oil palm to be used to feed goats and to produce much more goat milk instead of cattle milk, and so on and so forth. So you have a whole range of products. That didn't happen either. Okay, so it's not as if the more commercially desirable option was taken. Now, why it didn't happen? Another question. There was a debate in the 1990s in this country. The one was the debate over the whole question of the privatization of electricity generation. The other debate which happened was over the question of what to of the development um, of biodiesel. Okay, so people like the head of PORIM, the Palm Oil Research Institute of Malaysia, Tan Sri Augustine Ong, and the Director General at that time, Tan Sri Yusof Basiron, both of them were actively involved in trying to develop biodiesel. Initially, it was not commercially viable, but some of us raised the issue again when the Europeans made the agreement with the US. So the US basically went for bioethanol, mainly from maize or corn, as the Americans prefer to call it, whereas whereas Europe went for biodiesel. And biodiesel has been successfully used since then. And I have argued for over 2 decades that palm oil-based biodiesel would actually be, it's one, more energy intensive, and secondly, it's cheaper. The problem, of course, as you all know, is that that when the importation of palm oil came up before the European Parliament, I think there was one particular vote involving Malaysia. I think Malaysia got about 6 votes out of over 800 cast in the European Parliament. Okay, now that question then would have to go back to the Europeans to answer why did such a strong objection. Now, I think many of you might remember the objections included the question of alleged slave labor, the deforestation argument, and I think I can't remember what the third argument was, but there were at least three and possibly even four objections which were raised in the European Parliament. And of course, the companies which were doing this lobbying used they actually finance NGOs and CSOs for some of these efforts as well. So it's quite a complicated thing, and I think somebody involved with CGM was actually in the was actually single-handedly one poor scientist was trying to resist in Brussels, and at that and I and came to see me, and I said, this is a hopeless thing. Okay, I mean, you're certainly not going to win. I did not expect the loss to be so devastating, getting 6 votes out of over 800 plus member parliament. But so as far as the Malaysian effort is concerned, something happened. The debate was basically because it was not immediately commercially viable. The Malaysian side gave up the effort. The Indonesian side has kept up the effort, and now in Indonesia, of course, we have 50% biodiesel content compared to diesel, and so a lot of these decisions have been made. I was away for some of this time, so I'm really not very aware. And other people, I'm sure Gary might be able to advise us more as to why those decisions were made. But I think the ambassador correctly raises a very important question: why have certain paths been taken, and why have certain paths been rejected? And I think, and certain paths may not be economically viable in the short term, but as we know from a number of examples, they can be actually very desirable for a whole range of reasons. And so, for example, in the mid 1990s, when we were advocating,
Gary is getting nervous.
yeah. No, in the mid.
Sorry, I want to apologize to Gary as well, because I disrupted your line of questioning. But I know the answer is usually with every change, it's vested interest and politics that stand in the way of this. And whereas usually the technological innovations and solutions are available.
Yeah, the idea is the idea. My reason for raising this is sort of tangential because, if the Netherlands, where it's dark and cold, can produce enough biomass such that they can run a decent amount of renewable energy off of that, why can't Malaysia? And we're actually talking about phasing away from fossil fuels, and that's kind of what got us on this tack. But certainly they're related, and we do know that since then, of course, a lot of the post products from and byproducts from the palm industry have gone into energy, notably even into sustainable aviation fuel. A lot of them are going into that, and even now used cooking oil was at one point on the market even more valuable than virgin cooking oil, because virgin cooking oil was not accepted into the EU, whereas used cooking oil was. So we had a strange situation where we were adulterating used and cooking oil with virgin. Anyway, thanks for your questions. We've got a little bit of time left. I would like to if possible, use this time to explore some of the challenges that stand in Malaysia's way, perhaps. Are there in managing this transition, whether we are looking at, regardless of the renewable energy source, we've been talking about offshore wind, we've been talking now that wind turbines have become efficient, that they'll kick in at almost three kilometers an hour, very, very slow winds. It used to be the threshold was 6. Anything below 6, it's not going to be economically viable. But now we've got low wind velocity wind turbines that actually kick in at that 3 kilometers an hour or even less. What are the pitfalls and challenges that Malaysia should look out for as we progress, as we try to navigate this path away from fossil fuels and virtually enriching our grid with greater and greater amounts of renewable energy? Prof, would you lead us off on that? Are there any policy pitfalls? Are there any, in my time, it used to be getting programs and projects hijacked, whether it's by, vested interests or by powerful conglomerates or people or organizations that are the only organizations that could put in a viable proposal, because even putting in a proposal costs money. What are some of the things we need to look out for as we navigate this razor's edge, as it were, and not fall off on either side? Either completely falling back on fossil fuels once the Straits of Hormuz is open, if it is ever open, or going the other way and going too far, and then having these rolling blackouts that China and Portugal and some other countries have experienced.
Yes, I think basically Ambassador Werner summarized the key issues. The problem in Malaysia right now is because certain decisions were made in the past, particularly in the 1990s. It leads to what social scientists like to call path dependence. You have the number of policy options available as a consequence of that. Those early decisions have basically been constrained. I think right now you need a radical break which would allow you to break with those kinds of interests. Unfortunately, that's not.
May I ask if the impending Climate Change Act might be one of the instruments that we could use to accomplish that break?
We have a lot of laws, and the Netherlands, Den Haag is the site of almost every single international law organization. And it all happens to come from a man named Huig de Groot, who was, as a teenager, he made a legal opinion based on something which happened near Batu Putih, better known as Piedra Branca, and etc., etc. Okay, it's a name which involves your own heritage and so on. So I won't get into all that. So I think the key issue really is that we have to make some radical breaks, and this is why I'm very, very worried. For example, we are committing to building data processing in Johor because it is right next to Singapore. Yeah, and we are doing all kinds of things like that, which are quite problematic. And I was looking at you get all these things now on YouTube of you can basically have you can use land doubly. You can create a shade using photovoltaic solar panels, and under that grow plants. I was thinking, for example, in my lifetime, when you go to Schiphol Airport, in the old days, you didn't have this whole range of greenhouses. Now it just goes on and on for kilometers. Now that you could actually have above that photovoltaic panels. Just a little idea for you to consider. Yeah, but you know Yes. But in Malaysia as well, you have the possibility of making all these kinds of. But how do you make those breaks? How do you break the power and influence of the coal cartel? Okay, how, it requires and since we are almost British like, we love to follow the British in so many things. We have so many fancy titles and all that, but you know we are so British like in the Britain has had how many prime ministers in the last few years? We are in that close to that situation. Okay, so you need a break. Okay, you've had a prime minister in Malaysia who goes to a meeting, doesn't quite know what he's committing to, but net zero sounds fine. Everybody else is doing net zero. Okay, I sign up to net zero. Okay, but you need more than just a verbal commitment. You need credible commitments. You need to shape the incentives. And I think the ambassador summed it up much more than any academic could.
Perhaps, perhaps as we're running out of time, I could pass it to Ambassador Excellency. Some final thoughts on how Malaysia should proceed within the next 1 year, the next 5 years.
Well, in the 1 minute
In
left,
1 minute, yes.
I would like to suggest that Malaysia participates in the Santa Marta process, even though it has cold feet. But this is an open dialogue with interesting solutions and ways coming out. And we need that voice around the table as well. We all do. So I would say please contribute. And it doesn't forfeit your rights at the COP process at all. So let's get together more.
And coming full circle, anything else that Juan Carlos would like to say to Malaysians as we move forward, perhaps possibly meeting in Tuvalu next year?
No. Good luck. No. Basically, we are now concerned with the diversification because now we have El Nino very strong coming and we have hydropower, so it's going to be a dry season. And all of the Americas is now being affected, Chile, Argentina, so we are facing big challenge.
By the way, the Southern America is one of the countries that immediately took action in light of the impending El Nino. In fact, they stopped the fisheries of the sardines, the sardine fisheries. They've actually banned, because the last harvest they had a large percentage of juveniles, which means that the fish there are not at breeding age, and if they take the juveniles, they're going to destroy their own fishery. So that's one of the countries that's taken some action on El Nino. The other one is India. Actually revised their crop estimates for the coming year based on what they anticipate for El Nino. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful afternoon talking to these wonderful gentlemen. Please, a warm round of applause for our panel, Ambassador Jacques Burnham, Juan Carlos, and Professor Jomo Kwame Sundaram. Big thank you also to the Commissioner Hoekstra for his wonderful message from the EU. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gary, Ambassador Werner, Juan Carlos, and Professor Dr. Jomo, for shedding light on the initiatives and policy options that countries have to move beyond the rhetorical stalemate on fossil fuels that the UN COP process is enmeshed in, and also to find effective ways to transition to a low carbon economic growth. Perhaps one day we will see Malaysia be part of the TAF initiative, or at least engage with this grouping as we chart our national pathways to net zero.
Switch for a while now. Stand the prop. Drop it down. Yeah. Oh, together. Together.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, even as other fora for international talks emerge, such as the Santa Marta Conference, the main platform for global climate negotiations and cooperation is the UN Climate Change Conference, or the COP, which will mark its 31st edition this year. COP31 will be held in Antalya, Türkiye from 9th to 20th November. I invite you to turn your attention to the screen for a preview of what's in store.
First, a voice rises. A call for our common home, for our common future. Today, humanity stands at a new threshold in the climate crisis. We no longer have the luxury of waiting. The issue is no longer merely setting targets. It is implementing them with determination. Türkiye acts with this awareness, not merely as a geography, but as a center of diplomacy that brings continents, cultures, and ideas. It assumes responsibility in climate negotiations. After long and challenging negotiations, having undertaken the hosting of COP31, Türkiye is building this process upon three fundamental values: dialogue, consensus, action. A single-voiced world is not possible, but a shared will is. COP31 will not be a platform where differences collide, but one where common ground prevails. Türkiye does not view the climate crisis not solely as an environmental issue. It sees this struggle as an integral part of justice, development, security, and peace. The 2053 net zero emissions target announced to the world by President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, our renewable energy investments, our climate-sensitive urban policies, and the Zero Waste Initiative led by First Lady Emine Erdogan are concrete manifestations of this determination. Türkiye advocates a balanced approach between developed and developing countries, between the global north and the global south, between expectations and responsibilities. Because combating climate change does not mean abandoning the right to development. It means building a fairer, more resilient, and more inclusive future together. COP31, to be held in Antalya, will be where this vision takes shape. With its international experience, strong infrastructure, and low-carbon organizational approach, Antalya will welcome the world in the spirit of collective action. In this process, the contribution of every stakeholder is vital, from academia to the private sector, from civil society to women and youth, because this is not only a matter for governments, it is a matter for humanity. Great crises are overcome only through collective wisdom, through trust, cooperation, and determination. With COP31, we leave behind the time for words and move into the time for action. Let us expand dialogue. Let us strengthen consensus. Let us accelerate action. For the future, for the planet, for all of us.
That was a taster of what we can expect at COP31 this year in Antalya, Türkiye. I am pleased now to invite to the stage His Excellency Dr. Nevzat Uyanık, the Ambassador of Türkiye to Malaysia, to deliver remarks in the lead-up to a historic COP31.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was given a text to deliver these remarks, but the main message has already been delivered by this wonderful video message on the upcoming summit of COP31 meeting in Antalya, Turkey in November this year. So, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Selamet Petang, Selamet Tengari. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the CGM Malaysia for convening this important event. At the outset, I would like to briefly underline that as two strategic partners, Turkey and Malaysia enjoy strong and long-standing relations. Our friendship is built upon deep historical bonds, common values, and a shared vision for peace, stability, and prosperity across the world. Thanks to Malaysia's support, Turkey has recently become a dialogue partner of ASEAN. We look forward to further deepening our engagement with ASEAN, including on the issues of COP31 agenda. With that, let me turn to the main topic of this conference. Humanity is confronted today not only with the growing impacts of climate change, but also with a complex global landscape shaped by geopolitical tensions, challenges to energy security, and increasing vulnerabilities. Current overlapping crises further deepen the urgency of climate action. Under such challenging circumstances, Türkiye has been entrusted with presidency of COP31. We consider this responsibility not only a reflection of our commitment to multilateralism, but also an opportunity to help restore confidence in the global climate regime at a time when trust is under such strain. Our close collaboration with Australia in this process is based on a unique arrangement. Türkiye will host COP31, including the Leaders' Summit in Antalya in November, as I said, and lead the climate action agenda, while Australia will serve as president of negotiations. To ensure success of COP31, Türkiye and Australia have been working in close cooperation through our innovative partnership, demonstrating that even at a time when multilateral system is under considerable strain, effective international cooperation can continue to deliver meaningful results. As a COP31 presidency, our approach is guided by three core principles: dialogue, consensus, and action. Through dialogue, we aim to rebuild trust. Through consensus, we seek common ground. And through action, we are determined to translate commitments into tangible, concrete outcomes. The international community has made significant progress in setting targets in the last 30 years. However, we believe the credibility of the process now depends on delivering tangible results on the ground. That is why COP Climate Action Agenda has become an important pillar of the global climate regime. At the Bonn Climate Conference held last June, COP31 President, His Excellency Mr. Murat Kurum, announced the priorities of the COP31 Climate Action Agenda. These priorities include zero waste and circular economy, clean energy transition and electrification, green industrialization, food security, ocean and seas, climate resilient cities, youth engagement and education, dynamic and resilient health systems, Rio synergies, and climate implementation bridge. Through the agenda, we aim to accelerate implementation, support real economic transformation, and deliver tangible progress on the ground. Our objective is clear: to preside over a COP focused on implementation, considering different national circumstances. Our approach seeks to address all pillars of the global climate project or global climate regime: mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation in a balanced, integrated, and action-oriented manner. The COP31 presidency has set 6 implementation targets to be reached by 2035 to turn ambition into measurable and investable action. One of the clearest messages emerging from our consultations during the process of developing COP31 Climate Action Agenda has been the importance of accelerating electrification. Accordingly, under our Climate Action Agenda, we have set clear, measurable ambition for electrification by 2035. We aim to increase the global electrification rate to 35%. In the construction sector, we aim to reduce energy intensity by 25%, making our cities more resilient, more efficient, and better prepared for the future. In production and manufacturing, we aim to advance green industrialization and support the circular economy by increasing the global circular material use rate to at least 15%. We want to reduce by 50% in global waste by, again, 2035. To demonstrate the importance of youth and education in this transformation, we aim to ensure climate action education for all by 2035. As a developing country and incoming COP presidency, we are fully aware that many developing countries are facing an implementation gap. The discussions in Bonn and consultations with a wide range of parties and stakeholders have once again confirmed that access to finance, technology, and implementation support remains essential for translating climate commitments into concrete action. This understanding lies at the heart of the climate implementation bridge, which Türkiye is developing together with UNDP. The initiative aims to bring together governments, international organizations, financial institutions, and the private sector to strengthen project preparation, mobilize finance, and accelerate implementation. At the same time, we attach equal importance to preserving the integrity of the party-driven negotiation process under the UNFCCC. In our view, the intergovernmental negotiations and the COP31 climate action agenda constitute two complementary pillars of our presidency, complementing each other. Our objective is therefore to ensure that these two tracks reinforce one another. We are committed to conducting Türkiye's presidency in a transparent, consultative, predictable manner, ensuring that parties remain fully engaged throughout this process. In closing, I would like to once again express my sincere appreciation to the organizers and stakeholders for their hard work in organizing this conference. And I am confident that insightful discussions and exchanges during the conference will contribute to a deeper understanding of the pressing issues before us. Türkiye remains committed to working closely with our partners, including Malaysia, in the spirit of dialogue, mutual respect, and shared responsibility. I wish every success to this conference because global problems require global action together. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Nevzat Uyanık for the preview on COP31, which will be co-hosted with Australia in Antalya in November. We do look forward to a memorable conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day one of the NCGS 2026. It's been a full day of insights from giants of the global climate agenda, such as Dr. Hoesung, former chair of the UN IPCC, political action takers in cabinet like YB Hanayo, change makers in corporate Malaysia, such as Datuk Rizal Rickman Ramli of PNB, and the youth activists represented by Abi Lim and Lim Wei Jiet, pushing for government accountability in climate policy. Before we adjourn for the day, I'm pleased to once again invite to the stage Joseph Jayandi Cruz, Independent Non-Executive Director on the board of CGM, to deliver the closing remarks for day one.
Thank you, Susanna, and good evening, everyone. You survived. It's been an intense day today. I tried to do a quick check of the number of interesting, insightful, substantive, thoughtful speakers we had today, and I think it was close to 30, plus me. We started the day very much looking at the global context, the planetary emergency, where we are in terms of global thinking, and then bringing that down into where we are in terms of national policy and national priority and action. And I think that gave us a very good refresher of the scale of the challenge we faced. Then, as is the case for our CGM sessions, where we focus very much on the role and the actions that can be taken by companies and in boardrooms, we shifted gears and started talking about what we can do as decision makers and action takers in our collective spaces. And in the panel that I was privileged to be part of, we started talking about how companies can take action in the engineering room itself, how you can translate these actions into specific programs, policies, activities in different sectors. After lunch, we shifted gear with a very fascinating fireside chat with Dato Ramli, which I think had a lot of insights in it that we should take away from the day today. Because he showed us the scale of the problem from the other side of the table. As an allocator of capital, as a company, a fund that oversees investments, how do you actually shift the needle in terms of climate action? And there were a couple of things there that struck me. First of all was that unlike many companies, PNB actually put its sustainability work inside its investments arm rather than in strategy or communications. It made it very much a part of the equation of where and how do we invest. They made it very clear that the credibility of your transition plans, your net zero plans have now become material to whether or not they invest and whether or not they support boards and chairs when you come up for re-election. And I think that's a huge signal. And basically, if I could summarize his advice to Malaysian companies into one sentence, it was very clear. Align your capital spend with the resilience risks you've already articulated. Most companies name that risk in a report that's buried in a committee, but don't put any CapEx behind it. And that has to change. The session after that was a particularly fascinating panel because we got to hear from a very different perspective. A group of young activists who've actually now mobilized our legal and court system to bring more credibility and more credence to what we articulate as national policy by effectively going to the court to ask the government to be able to describe and commit to what they mean in their policy statement about the percentage of our country being kept under forest cover. And that to me is also a very interesting signal of not only an emerging space where litigation can be used to move the agenda forward, an emerging force of action from young people finding ways to take action themselves, but also a signal that says broad policy pronouncements that sound good are no longer sufficient if you're not able to demonstrate that these are being translated into tangible government action. So I think these signals all move us into a very clear direction, which is, what is the climate story you are telling that somebody else can go and check? What are you actually saying that can be validated, that can be assessed or audited? What are you saying that your shareholders, your policymakers can hold you accountable for? And where and how is the data and the evidence for that being held? So I'd like to leave you once again with 3 of my own touch points on whether I'm hearing a credible climate story. The first of all is that it always has to have a physical referent. You need to be able to point to an action, a place, an infrastructure, a piece of land, and be able to describe what is the change that's happening on that spot. Secondly, if your story is credible, it should have a defensible, reversible thesis. It can come out wrong. And increasingly, I think the climate stories we tell have to also tell the story of where we got things wrong, where our hypothesis was wrong, where the data came out differently, where we had to shift gears because things didn't turn out the way we expected on the ground. And last but not least, I think our climate stories are only credible if we're clear where the evidence is held, and increasingly, if it is clear that the evidence is held somewhere else, in national databases, in third-party audits. I come back again to what Dr. Rick was saying about PNB and how even though the portfolio of companies all have sustainability reports, he had to build an entire team to go in and audit that and confirm the data, because what was coming out in those reports themselves was not credible enough for them to make investment decisions on. So for this first day, that was the through line that came out for me, that we need to be able to not just tell the story, we need that story to be credible, we need to be evidence-backed, and it needs to be something that translates to the decisions that are made, whether by courts, by policymakers, by investors, or by the public overall. I hope you found the day as fascinating as I did. I'm going to stop here with huge thanks once again to all our panelists and speakers, to Shazana and to the organizing committee for a wonderful first day. Thank you very much.
JD, thank you for that wonderful summation of the day's takeaways. And with that, thank you to you all for joining us on day one of the National Climate Governance Summit. Before we adjourn for the day, we'd appreciate it if you could fill in a feedback survey through the QR code on screen. We welcome your thoughts on how we can improve on the conference for the future. Do note that this is the survey that's mandatory for attendees that have applied for CPE points. So remember to submit this before departing. Of course, we also appreciate your feedback on Huva. Thank you for answering the post-session polls on the app. It will help in curating future CGM programs. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 2 and more insightful conversations. Have a safe commute home. Thank you.